So League of Legends, huh?
Nick, this made me want to play League of Legends. How did you
Don't.
do that?
How
did you do
there's
that?
actually someone there's a meme article going around where people are like people who have watched Arcane don't play League of Legends. And it was really funny.
Just to attest to the quality of the show, I've tried League of Legends for 20 plus hours. I hate it. I cannot imagine any game I would less likely want to play, and this show made me want to play League of Legends, and I like have to resist the urge because I know how awful it is to me.
Yeah, I've played, for reference, I've played since season 1, so probably going on 11 years now. So I have a ton of experience, and I was pumped for this show. And overall, I will say this show does not disappoint in the slightest. It has its hiccups, but wonderful show. I think it's going to sweep across. I think it's going to sweep awards across the board.
I didn't know the lore going in, so it was kind of like actually watching the show. I imagine you probably knew some of like the plot twists where you'd be like, "Oh yeah, haha, that person dies." Expected that one.
Well, it's not who dies; it's the guarantee of knowing who doesn't die, which can ruin something. Where it's like, "Oh man, this character was in an explosion. They're gonna be fine, though."
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple I knew. Like when I heard Vi name dropped, I was never in any worry about her danger necessarily of like dying, but that didn't really have any impact on like my sense of disbelief or anything. Yeah, like I could still engage with it pretty well.
They pretty much know that we can expect who will live, so they don't put these characters in like life or death like bait and switches because we know the outcome. So good on them for not doing that. Do you want to start like going into episode 1?
Yeah, couple things.
Is there any overarching things you want to talk about?
Art style good, looks like painting. That's basically it.
Yeah,
Everyone
I
said
remember
that
you were
before.
telling me initially you were kind of didn't like it, right?
Yeah, I mean, the League of Legends like character art in the game looks really like polished and shiny. I don't know how to describe it, but it has a very like gross manufactured look to it, at least to me. The show looks a lot better, I think. It has like a duller, like matte look to it, which is nice.
Yeah.
That's basically it for general stuff. And then, general quality stuff.
League has always been good at everything except for gameplay. My favorite thing about League of Legends games, my least favorite thing about League of Legends games is the game part. And the community.
League of Legends always wanted to make a movie, but they didn't have the budget, so they had to sell skins of Sona. Get that money.
There's a few of those. Episode 1. Really bold choice to start with a riot/police brutality scene in the year 2021.
I mean, it is their company, so, they had to open with a riot scene because they're Riot.
No, but a little too relevant. Not too relevant, but it's like that could have gone poorly, and I liked it. I liked the scene a lot.
Yeah, there's been
I just thought it was funny.
a lot of climate stuff around protests and things like that have gotten a little ugly, so that it was cool that we still opened on that. This was such a cool scene. There's like just such good polish to like everything with it. I was really impressed from the get-go. Like I had to stop, pause, and like go back a few times and just be like, wow, they really did open on that. Where it's like they have the child song in minor key over like war-torn like surface world, which we learn later is like Piltover. But I was like, oh shit, like we're getting grim. And there's just like this Doom guy.
When
He comes out and shoots this guy. And like there's just blood. I was like, oh shit.
when this project was first announced, I'm like, oh, it's gonna just be some super safe PG-13-esque show where they'll say like, oh crap and darn, and Jinx will be wacky or whatever, and then they start the show this way, blood and fire. And I was just like, oh, hell yeah. I was so much more excited for this tone.
Some guy's head exploded within 30 seconds, and I was like, dude, what is this show? I peeked the mic there.
League of Legends, what are you doing?
You'll see it. But, yeah, I just was mind blown like that guy's was. It was just very incredible opening on that. And then as we transition across like the bridge or whatever, we see like, oh, it's not like a child song. It's like the kid is singing it, which we learned is Powder. And we're like, oh, like the kid is like hiding from the like, you know, horrors of war by singing like this song, but like because she's singing it in minor key. I mean, obviously she's scared, but it's like, you know, it's another added layer there that was really cool.
Yeah. And kind of an overarching theme is she didn't know better.
Yeah.
It's like she doesn't know how to sing, but overarching throughout the entire show. That is something we have this problem. I think it's more of a you thing than a me thing. I'm fine with a lot of like children characters. This show captures children characters in the best way possible, where they are semi-competent in the here and now with these skills like Milo lockpicking, Vi fighting, but they completely lack the ability to think ahead. And their consequences and or just mishaps in general, because they don't have full competency even in their skills, these lead the plot forward. Particularly Powder's, where she's in a group of semi-competents, she is completely incompetent in almost everything.
Yeah, because she's younger and everything too.
Yeah, she's growing. She's not going to always be incompetent.
Like,
but right now, she's a bit of a liability, to be honest.
I straight up hate kid characters because they either write them like, you know, dumb babies that don't know anything, typically, or even in something that's really liked, like what's Promised Neverland. They just are kind of strategic geniuses in terms of like how we're gonna escape. At least from the couple episodes I saw, and I just didn't like it. Where it was just like, these don't seem like kids to me. It just kind of bothers me. This is like,
they're small adults.
Yeah, it's either small adults or they're all 18 months old.
Yeah,
no matter how big they are. And so League of Legends, Arcane, I forgot the name of the show. They do a good job where they don't feel like babies, but they don't feel like fully functioning adults. They have that like limited knowledge and like are capable, but they aren't like just full on, you know, planners or anything. They're solid. I don't know how to explain it better than you did or anything, but yeah, really good job on that.
Yeah, speaking of this little crew of Milo, Powder, Vi, and Clagger. Clagger reminds me of Murray from Sly Cooper. I don't know why. When they were hiding in the second episode, we just get like a face shot of him, and I'm just like, that's just a big hippo.
I have never played Sly Cooper, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, cool. Moving on.
There was still stuff I wanted to say about the beginning scene.
Go ahead.
So we'll learn later. I thought the mom that was dead here was Jinx. She's not. But what's really cool is then as this guy who's like saving the kids or whatever, it starts playing the same song tune that like Jinx was singing. Powder was singing. It's really cool how it's like, you know, she was singing it and it becomes like background music and it's like in the same minor key and everything. And it's just, there was like so much interconnectivity in that beginning scene. I was like, it's got it, you know, on lockdown. Yeah. Then Imagine Dragons.
This show is, it definitely took me a while to get used to the Imagine Dragons song, but I don't like it. I won't say it's an amazing song. It's all right. Definitely not their best work, I don't think.
I just do not like their energy of music in the opening after, you know, war-torn, you know, country. It's just like, I'm waking up, smell the chemicals. I don't know Imagine Dragons songs, but, you know, just like...
I'm waking up, napalm.
I love the smell.
I love that smell in the morning.
Bathroom cleaner. Yeah,
it makes sense because I've only ever really before knew this place as the area of Zon, which doesn't appear until later. This Undercity zone, I don't know if it's not supposed to be established as Zon yet. They just call it the Undercity. In universe, we know it as Zon.
Oh,
Piltover and Zon, the two like sister cities, with Piltover being the city of progress.
Yeah, I didn't know any of this going in.
I actually. Are you ready to move past the opening?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm ready to go to like the opening scene, not the cold open, but the actual first scene after opening credits.
Yeah, I love the establishing shot that they do. We really get like a scope of how wondrous and almost perfect Piltover seems at first. Like how perfect it looks.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice city. Not much to comment on it there, other than it's kind of like just standard utopian city. It looks nice. It has a unique aesthetic to it, but it shows you it's a nice city. That's all you really need to know about it at first.
I think they do a really good job as we see it's just a nice city from their perspective, but as we kind of go down Jace's subplot, which we'll get to in episode 2, Jace's, but as we go down this subplot, we get to learn the intricacies and problems of Piltover. And that's actually super interesting how from Powder and Vi, it's just like, oh, whatever, it's just a pretty good city. They live the comfy life. But then there are people actively struggling within there too.
Yeah, this show's gonna be really hard to talk about, I think, in terms of like staying linear with it, because it's so like well written and like interwoven with itself. You want to talk about the later stuff even within like the same act, so if we go off a lot, that might be why. Compared to like High Guardian Spice, which was nothing happens, so we can just talk about it in order, that was cool. This is like, oh, there's so much establishing stuff that like comes back later that you like you want to talk about as it happens, but then you're like, oh well, no, yeah. Happens later. That's all right about that.
Just a small note. I wrote down that when they break into Chase's office and Powder goes and takes a bite of his sandwich, I wrote down, "Ew, gross, stretchy salami." I don't know if you noticed, when she takes a bite, she stretches it so fucking far. It is awful looking.
Yeah, and the cheese is like really liquidy on the sandwich too, even though it's like been sitting there for a while pretty clearly.
I don't even want to think about the liquids in this show. They get awful. You only really see it in like when people get punched in this and would spit out blood, or when Jinx ugly cries.
They can do like the saliva
Powder.
look really well, but they apply that to all their liquidy substances, and it makes everything look gross.
Yeah. I've shown Wells a clip of, I think it's in Act 2, when Caitlyn and Vi are working together. Vi is just eating.
Spoilers.
She's just eating something, and it looks. I had to stop and like look away.
She's eating nachos.
It looks so awful. No, she's eating some like fish thing.
Oh, I thought she was eating nachos with it or something.
No,
or just, like,
that
really
was like
cheesy,
that was a meaty, fishy substance.
Ew.
Given to her by a bigger, fishier man.
Who I don't know who gave it to her.
He's just some schmuck.
Okay,
we'll get there when we get there.
I was thinking about the two men who could have possibly given it to her, and I'm like, I don't think they would be able to give it to her after the end of Act 1. in the
no, probably not.
City. They are a little bit incapable of doing that in their current state. I did kind of like how excited Powder was for that sandwich, though. I know we've been talking about this forever, but like, she's hungry, and it's just a nice like.
It was a good looking sandwich. Until we saw how stretchy that salami was, that was a good looking sandwich.
I think I saw like the dust particles in the shop, and I just assumed it was a dusty sandwich, and I was like, oh, okay, she just like doesn't question it. Just sandwich.
I really like how they show how powerful these crystals are when we don't really know anything about them. Like, these things will fuck you up.
All I wrote about the mana, the crystals at first was like, is this League of Legends mana? Is this... What's the reference?
No. There's no reference, really. I mean, they do later. There's, like, a crafting system in League called, like, Hextech gemstones, but we haven't gotten there yet. I think these are just Hextech crystals, so that's no reference, really.
Gotcha.
Which Hextech is what they call kind of this mixture of using magic to power technology.
Mm-hmm.
So that even people not with magic powers can also then use magic.
As they were breaking into the shop, I did like this little character moment. where Milo is like picking the lock and he's taking a while. It's like,
Oh, I
come on,
loved
just give
it.
me a little bit. Then Vi walks up, just fucking punches it. She's like, okay, we're in.
And he just goes, barbaric.
Yeah.
No, the way he says it too. I literally, the first time I watched it, I laughed. I was watching it with you in a call, and I just started laughing out loud.
was
I had
really
to explain
funny.
this joke to you, and it must have sounded really dumb without having seen it. But after seeing it, that was a genuinely funny moment of no joke really being told. Just like these two characters acting genuinely, and it's just funny.
Yeah.
And there's a few times that happens. That happens in the show a decent bit of time.
Yeah, I was impressed. I imagined that a lot of this was going to be really corny jokes, because that's what a lot of video game media ends up being, is it's not funny. They're just like, man, what if I warded bot lane? And then like the laugh track kicks in or whatever. And you're just like, shut the fuck up. I want to watch the show. This had
It's almost
stuff.
like we expected the Cowboy Bebop adaptation, but just in League of Legends.
I'm not going to shit talk that. I haven't watched it yet. Or the original Cowboy Bebop, for that matter.
We've watched like 5 episodes.
bit.
We literally are currently mid-watch, so don't give us too much shit for that.
All right. Yeah, no, I don't actually shit on us for that. I'm going to hold my tongue.
You can shit on him, just not me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm the one who held my tongue. Shit on me, because I was a coward. Do that.
Fuck this guy.
Also, who names their
So-
kid Clagger? How much do you hate your kid to name them Clagger? We've talked about this before, but I just wanted to bring that up. Like, that is the
Yeah, I
dumbest
think-
name.
Yeah, it's really dumb. But hey, worse things happen in the Undercity, I guess, than being named Clagger.
I would rather die than be named Clagger. I would not want to live with that pain.
What if you died and were named Clagger?
That'd be fine.
Okay.
That's just League of Legends.
Episode 3 it is then. Anyways, so yeah, they managed to just take all this expensive shit from Jace's apartment, I guess, or his workshop, and then Powder drops one of these crystals as she's running away, which then explodes and just bombs the entire place. Windows blown out, floors coming out, the walls gone.
Like, this thing is the size of a marble, and it just decimates, like, a city block. Maybe not that big,
Yeah.
but, like, an entire, like, corner apartment is just gone.
Yeah, we know these things are powerful.
I was surprised. I expected it to explode. I didn't expect it to, like, fucking disintegrate an entire apartment building. So that was cool. Maybe really respect the power of it as someone who doesn't
Yeah.
know what they are.
Also, the very first time we get to see like really good visual effects. I mean, there was some good smoke and stuff from the bridge, but this was more of an active special effect where it's like a big grab your attention. And this show does special effects, like visual effects, super well.
Yeah, I did want to talk about that because it's like a really interesting mix of 2D on top of the show, which usually looks really bad, but I think it works really well here. I don't know how they
some
did
good
it.
post-processing.
Really good post-processing. You can tell it's like a 2D layer on top of stuff, but it looks more like an artistic choice than a saving budget and we're cheap choice, which is really, really cool. They did it really well stylistically.
Yeah, it's really cool when they happen in fights in particular. It's just a shame that this was the least fight-heavy part. Not a shame. This part had a purpose of laying a lot of groundwork, and I was surprised how much groundwork they laid while also making it incredibly engaging.
Yeah, a lot of shows will like say like the first couple episodes, this is the dump. You get to learn everything, then you get to have fun. This was like, hey, you're having fun and you're learning, which is what most good shows do. But I was impressed, even by that standard of like good show, how everything just was really engaging. But you were also just constantly, as someone who doesn't know anything about League of Legends, I'm like, I know all of League of Legends. Just put me in, I can get to Challenger now.
I am League of Legends Arcane.
I'm gonna go main Arcane now in League of Legends. So yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, a good chase scene. That was fun. I mean, I honestly it's a blur. It wasn't super memorable, but it was not bad.
I liked it because Vi has some of the best quotes. If you're talking about like the thug in like the city street scene, or are we talking about the? Oh no, the police.
I'm talking
chase.
about running from the enforcers.
Police chase. Okay, I was gonna say that one was so good, but the police chase. There's nothing memorable about that. It was just kind of like an establishing. We gotta get away from the cops.
Yeah, we had to get from point A to point B. Here you go. Have some fun.
One of the cops, throws out something, and
a bola.
Yeah, it's like a bola looking thing, where it has like the spinny things. And I swear I heard the ward sound effect. I don't know why I heard that.
Maybe. I didn't. You might be thinking like a Mia ping. I didn't hear it real. I wasn't paying attention.
It was there
was a lot of stimulus.
League of Legends sound, I thought.
Yeah, there was a League of Legends in there.
Just a little bit.
Anyways, then before we get to the Deckard fight, we have this one establishing shot of the Undercity. And this is not a bad offender of this, but there's a big complaint I have about this show, and honestly, it kind of knocks the show down probably more than it would for most people. For me, it's that in particular this scene, when we are introduced to the Undercity, this music is not fitting. I don't think this isn't the worst offender again, but.
Is this
a pop song isn't the best way to establish a large environment, I don't think, unless that environment is supposed to encompass the ideals of pop. Like when we get the establishing shot of Piltover, we get this really grand, like sweeping, like music accompanying a grand shot. Now we are getting a grand shot, but a pop song instead. And so I don't know if pop's the right term, but it's just. I would have even liked something more generic even to the music. Like any generic, just like industrial song would have been fine here. But I think the pop kind of dragged me out.
Was this the shot where we saw like the Gromp whatever guy in a cage? Is this the one you're talking about?
Krug, yeah. Yes. Because
if it was that music, I actually, surprisingly, I liked it in that scene. You will be surprised to hear that. I was not bothered by it. I kind of liked. It sounded almost like industrial pop rock in a weird way. Like it didn't fit super well. Like there could have been better choices, but like it felt like that kind of dark, deepy energy that like an Undercity would have to an extent. I think it was all right.
Yeah, this was definitely one of the least offending versions of that, but this is probably what I'll be calling the featured artist moments, where the show has this, it feels the necessity to feature an artist at just some point in the show, because Riot has a long history with music and doing music videos and featured artists, and I'm kind of upset that they felt the need to bring that into this show. And that will definitely come into play in Act 2. Act 2, I think, is the worst offender of that.
Yeah, this one didn't seem that bad. You've told me, like, it gets worse in terms of this artist, like, dumping stuff. I think the first time you showed me this, I agreed with you, but watching the show all the way through and getting to that part, it just didn't take me out of it. Maybe because I was expecting it at some point, but I had forgotten about it. When we got to it, I was like, oh, this is fine. Like,
it was just really jarring at the moment. At the very first moment. But now, rewatching it, it's fine. But I just wanted to establish the problem now, because it will be a reoccurring problem.
Yeah. I don't know. This time it didn't bother me all that much. It might later. I might be in Act 2 and be like, bullshit, I don't want to listen to, like, Ariana bullshit. Grande during my fucking League of Legends show. We'll just have like Fortnite concert breaks just in the middle of League of Legends Act 2, basically. I thought the ugly granny elf goblin prostitute was funny. 10 out of 10.
Yes. She is funny.
The most appropriate transition. I accidentally clapped in that. It's not a clap sync, but
You slow clapping? So when he was watching it, he sent me this one message when he was on the 3rd episode where he's like, fucking slow clapping in all caps. And I just said I love him. I
can't believe they did it. It just did it to him. I think... Oh, yeah, we didn't talk about the robber chase scene. We kind of went out of order here. But...
We talked about it. We just said it was kind of insignificant, like them being chased by the enforcers.
The thug scene. Sorry, I have it labeled as after the robbing chase scene for some reason.
That happens after they get to just no.
No,
are
it's
they
above
still-
ground.
They're still in Piltover. I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this. This is what sealed my
There
love.
was something I wanted to say. It was that the slow motion fight scene that they do with they called him Deckard. I don't know if Deckard is a title or a name. I'm just gonna call him Deckard.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if we actually ever get a name for him.
That was his subtitled name. I forget it half the time when we get later. Because Deckard stops mattering real quick as being Deckard. But
Yeah.
he's still there. And I fucking forget his name half the time. But, Devin or whoever. Yeah, he's just like,
Yeah, Devin.
oh, I saw you getting away from the cops. Maybe you give me a little taste of the
Hey,
thing.
yo, Toots! What's in the bag?
And I love it so much because she walks up to him and is like, just a taste? Uh-huh.
Smack!
Gets decked. And it's like
Deckard.
It's like a Marvel movie moment. I love
But
it.
the fact that they do it so
Yeah.
infrequently makes it much more satisfying. Whereas Marvel's problem is every single moment of a Marvel movie is a Marvel moment.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I hate the Marvel movie moment, but it was done so well here, and it was kind of like a semi-Marvel movie moment of the quick quip, but it just didn't feel stupid because it wasn't like where every scene in every like Marvel movie post like first Avengers, I think is where it was that it started, where it's just every character is like, oh, I'm quippy, I'm so funny, look at me, I am hilarious.
I'm the bringer of ultimate doom. Let me tell a pun.
I'm gonna be sassy and say, what are those? That was in the Black Panther movie, by the way. Never forget that. They put a what are those joke in fucking Black Panther. Don't forget what Disney took from you.
Don't forget what they forced upon you.
That second half of the movie of Black Panther was way better, but it was disgusting. I almost walked out of the theater when that happened. Not to sidetrack too much, but fuck that like scene so much.
Oh yeah, what I wanted to say about Deckard was I don't know if this is because I don't watch a lot of action movies, but watching the fight in slow motion, their faces just look kind of goofy when they got punched in slow motion.
It was a little goofy, but I think the slow motion served the purpose of showing how it was traumatizing to Powder, where she's like, I never got over like that war trauma a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, violence scary. Also, I'm weak.
All right, keep talking. Give me a sec.
Okay. I actually like Clagger because he did pocket sand like Dale Gribble. I loved it. He just took a bunch of sand, threw it in some kid's face, and I'm like, let's go, Clagger. Hate your name. Love your character. You're cool. Actually like you again. I don't really understand his specialty in the group, though. Because, Milo picks locks. Powder has, like, the mechanic stuff. Vi punches things, and Clagger also punches things, but is less good at it.
Clagger's the muscle.
Yeah,
Vi is the fighter. He is the muscle. If you can understand the difference between the two.
No.
Something needs being carried, Clagger carries it.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
If something needs to be pushed over, Clagger pushes it over.
Vi punch
That's
good.
what I get.
Clagger has
If
big
something needs to
meaty
be
arms.
fought, Vi will fight it.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. So that was cool. And there was one thing with Deckard at the end where he like gets up, he's like, wait! And he has a knife. She walks up to him and is like, wanna see how that ends? And he just walks away. He runs away. It's so good. Because he's just like, again, it's like the Marvel kind of quip, but it's done for intimidation and like as a spit in his face and not like, I want to make the audience laugh. Like, it feels like she just wants to spite him. It's like, you're really doing that? They don't make it like a big moment.
It's not a look at the camera moment and her going, did I do that?
When we get Steve Urkel in this Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I'm a Steve Urkel main in League of Legends.
Powder runs away as being chased by some thug. Which is that's all right. She just kind of runs away, gets cornered on the dock. Almost makes it away. Cool foreshadowing to her incompetency. She knocks over a board. Which I was like just a minor thing, but if you look back on it in later episodes, you're like, okay, she's the worst at everything.
Yeah, she's just incompetent.
But it's okay because she's like 8. That's the kind of incompetence I like. Is she's like clumsy because she's like a child. Like it doesn't feel like, oops, the bad guy tricked me by pretending to be my mommy, and then it's just I knocked over a board to let him know where they were.
Yeah.
And they lose the loot because she's a coward, and Powder throws it in the ocean. Well, most of it.
Yeah, she manages to keep the hextite crystals.
Mm-hmm. That's all I really have to say on that.
Yeah, then we go to the Undercity establishing shot. Then we get to we get to the bar, and we're actually introduced to this like mousy looking guy. And I love this dude. This guy's great. It just shows that this guy had no need to have such like an animated personality, but he does. And it's just so much character packed into such an insignificant guy in this bar. But it then leads to an altercation. Someone's not paying him enough. And suddenly the bar owner, who we learn is Vander, gets involved. And this is a great way to introduce Vander. He is a mediator down here. He's the one in charge. People listen to him. Mm-hmm. And this is a great way to show that, is through, if anything happens, he has sway over the outcome. If something happens down here.
I love Vander so much.
Vander's great. Vander, just big dad energy.
Yeah. And the squirrely guy, too. I have just in the notes... I forget why it happens. It's just some random like moment, but it's just Vander smokes some whack shit.
Oh yeah, because he gives it to, he's like, are we good here? And he gives her the pipe, she's smoking. She's like, this is vile. It's like, you get used to it.
He smoked something hard, and it was so funny. Cause
I think he smoked straight sewage.
Oh, ew.
No, that's a joke, but...
No, I can imagine that being like a League of Legends lore thing, is like he smokes literal piss, because he's so tough. Or something like that. Is Vander like in League of Legends, or no?
Well, there's an interesting thing about that.
Okay.
And that a season 2 is announced.
Of Arcane?
Yes. And with the very end of the season 2 announcement trailer, we hear the sound effect of a passive of a character. And from certain lore, we can piece together who that character is.
What Illuminati shit is like the League of Legends community on?
It's not Illuminati shit.
It's
just straight up like, it's just like, oh shit, that's this guy's passive noise. Where it's a very distinct noise.
Okay.
It's not just like a...
Calculating the weight of the footsteps by the person, they had to at least be 278 pounds.
It's a musical sting. It's a motif, you'll notice.
Is that gonna be Sona then? Because she does like music stuff?
No.
Hatsune Miku looking lady.
You think Sona's just gonna walk through Zon, just be like... She's also mute, by the way, so she's just gonna get robbed and can't scream for help.
Sounds like a good time. I'd watch that for 9 episodes. Just Sona gets beaten up in an alleyway and robbed for 9 straight episodes. I'd watch it. Oh, by the way, the scrawny-looking guy's name is Huck, apparently, based on the subtitles.
I love it. I love him. Huck doesn't give a Huck does give a fuck, and I guess that's the point, isn't it?
Because he's like this timid guy, but he still stands up for himself, too. Going back on like this minor, insignificant character that doesn't come up again in this act. He's just like... It was supposed to be 10,000.
10,000.
And like he's so nervous and he's shaking his boots, but he's like, I want my money.
I need my money, bitch.
I need my money, bitch. He's like a porky pig.
Oh, I love him.
He's so good. Like it's like it's what I love about this show. It's like so minor like characters and characterization things. They're just like instantly within 5 seconds you love this guy. And it just doesn't matter. Like, at all. He's just an establishing character for another character. That's all that matters about him right now. Like, I've heard he might appear a little bit later. I have no idea if he's gonna be like a big bad villain or whatever, but like, he's
literally Dr. Mundo.
Huck is just Mundo.
Money time!
Anagram.
You took my money, bitch! Now he's just Money Man Mundo. He's got the corporate skin, even.
I'm imagining Mundo with like a little stutter. He's like, I'm going
God, I hope we get... Mundo is from Zon. That means he is potentially in season 2.
Wait, what about... I missed the first part of that.
Mundo is from Zon. That means he is potentially in season 2.
Oh, he is! I love Dr. Mundo. Remember they were going to make him just a hand, by the way? You showed me the concept art. Imagine if, like, Hand Mundo made it into season 2, where he's just a giant hand.
So funny. I mean, honestly, I hate to jump to season 3 already, but when we see Deckard take...
season 3?
Episode 3.
Oh, okay.
When we see Deckard take the drugs, he straight up does a very similar animation to when Mundo ults. And so that makes me think Shimmer... Sorry, this drug is called Shimmer. That isn't established until next act, but it doesn't spoil anything.
No, I remember the name Shimmer at the very end of episode 3, I think.
Did someone?
One time.
Okay, cool.
It was in subtitles, is why I caught it. If it wasn't, I would have caught it.
Yeah, so this is called Shimmer. But when he drinks this Shimmer, that is the exact, like, the muscles bulge in, like, one side of his arm, and then, like, the other side grows to compensate. That's the exact animation of Mundo when he ults.
Oh, okay.
Which Mundo is just a self-proclaimed doctor. So, like, drugs make sense.
Yeah.
And I think his ult was called, like, overdosing or something.
Nice. Oh, we didn't even talk about the most important part of Vander. He's the dad to, like, all the kids.
Yes, he was actually the guy who led the resistance on the bridge. He led the fight to try and fight for, like, their own equality, initially against Piltover. And so I think even from episode 1, we can understand that he has kind of sold out to Piltover in order to live whatever life he can down here.
Yeah, he also, like, he's the one on the bridge in the very opening that takes the kids to the underground after their parents die. He takes them in, and he fosters, like, the 4 kids underneath his bar. And he has, like, dad energy, but he's also still, like, a little rascal. I like him.
Yeah.
His belt is also really cool. I wrote that down. He's like a little...
He has dad and fun uncle energy, where he's not always going to be the most responsible as the fun uncle, but he's going to get the job done as the dad.
Yeah. He's the perfect, like, he's the avatar of dad figures in your life. Because he has, like, stories from the war, like the granddad, too. He's got, like, the full, like, trio there.
I was in the war. I know, I was there too, Pops.
Yeah,
I'm kind of upset Vi doesn't call him Pops. That seems like a very in-character thing she would do.
Let's call him Pops? Or call him just Vander?
Or just call him Pops.
I would love that.
It was like Powder would call him Vander, but Vi would just be like, thanks, Pops.
We're kind of getting derailed here. I'm trying to think of, like, if there's anything underneath the bar. Because the bar scene was, like, one of the best scenes, I think, in the first act.
Yeah,
probably.
It was just great. Just a great character moments of these minor characters and introducing Vander. And then Vander goes and talks to them where he's like, so I heard some news. Story going around is...
the city fucking blew up, and there were 4 kids on the scene.
Now, I happen to know 4 kids.
And so, yeah, he tells him, like, you can't do that. But also, it's like, hey, did you beat the shit out of that punk, Vi? She's like, yeah.
You better have won that fight, right? He's like, I did, Pops. He's like, that a girl.
And he talks about, like, Vi, you can't be selfish because people look up to you. That comes into play a little bit later. I didn't write anything down about it later because I'm just realizing it now. But, like, you know, as a leader, you have to make certain choices. You can't be selfish because people will follow you no matter what.
Yeah.
Like, if you do
Vander
something,
is an
you can't stop
incredible influence to Vi throughout the show. Like, well, it's obvious that's what they're setting up for.
Yeah.
Where it's like, this is a figure of influence, and this is an important character. We will see these motifs return. Not motifs, I keep saying that term. We will see this advice return and be used or ignored.
Mm-hmm.
And that the use or ignorance of that advice will lead Vi down a path of further character development.
I feel like it's a little bit of both. Like, because I think the advice sticks a little bit, but not enough. There's like
I mean, there's some things where it's like, I like in media where when someone gives advice, the other person ignores it until they come to a fault, and they're like, oh, I guess you were right.
Yeah. Because it's like advice I feel like hardly ever sticks for the first time in anybody. Unless you're very good at like learning things and you're like that kind of studious person. It's like people are set in their ways. It takes a while for them to change, whether that's doable or not, like if you have the time to do it or not. We do get this conversation afterwards though about her and Milo talking about like how powder is just shit.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say on that?
Not really. It's just one of those person eavesdrops, hears certain part of conversation, leaves, doesn't hear the context.
Yeah. This one felt
which is surprisingly more common than I'm making it out to seem.
No, it happens all the time. It's like in children's movies, it's called the third act conflict because it happens so often in the third act of like, hey, these characters are best friends. And then it's like, I said something that's like, I hate you, but he makes a good sandwich. And then he hears it, he's like, fuck you! You suck! And it's a whole fight and they get back together in the last 10 minutes of the movie. For some reason. That's just such a common thing in really bad kids movies. I don't know why, but yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't mind it as much here. It felt kind of earned. Like, I don't know if earned is the right way, but like it had built up to like, they didn't think highly of her already. It was kind of evident of that, but she still at least had Vi, and Vi still doesn't think highly of her. So she hears like the right part of the conversation. She doesn't hear the part of Vi sticking up for her despite that, which kind of matters, but it's still not like, that you said something, but like actually the thing you said wasn't the thing you said. It's still like the part that she heard that's what she needed to hear, Yeah. It felt, for those moments, it was one of the better ones. That's all I really wanted to say on that. I was impressed by like the bullshitness of it, but it didn't feel bullshit, It
didn't feel too bad.
Didn't take me out of the story, yeah.
Definitely. I wasn't like, oh, this is bullshit. She just happened to...
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay, that's fair.
The motorboat didn't start. It's going to be some good audio right there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the waveform. That looks fun. I don't really have notes for the rest of this episode. What do you want
to really? I have just a little bit more.
I know there was stuff that happened with like Silco, but is there anything else you want to talk about this? 'Cause I think after this we cut to Silco, right?
A couple scenes after we cut to Silco. Okay. Because we get like the resolution scene between Vi and Powder, but before that, Vander has to go off and fix like some of the problems that this caused. And so he talks to Benzo, and I love their dynamics so much because
what is this, the shittiest business in all the Undercenter? It's like, and a fucking awful seller too, and they just laugh at each other.
And so he's like, have you heard about what's happening in Piltover? He's like, oh, me and half the city, But
like they're good friends that go way back, that like they could shit talk each other.
Yeah, it's perfect. And we see a little bit of Echo here, not very important. I
do like Echo's working on a clock, very thematic for the character.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit about his like abilities in League of Legends. Don't know how he gets them, but
he's a time boy.
Yeah,
his whole shtick is time. And so there's some fun motifs with that, but he never is actually a time boy in the show. That is assumed to happen afterwards, after the show. Maybe in season 2 we will see him become the quote-unquote time boy.
I'm excited for him to become the Doctor Who whenever that happens. That'll be fun. I did like, there was a scene where he goes up when the police come in. He has like a little spyglass in the shop. And I'm just like, that's perfect. Yeah. It's like a little character thing. I love it.
But fun fact, the mask that he spies through is actually the mask of a character from League of Legends.
Really? I didn't catch that.
That is Jin's mask.
I don't know who Jin is.
I'll have to see.
Who is that?
Wait. Jin mask.
That's what the mask is.
He's a guy with a gun who shoots 4 bullets.
I know that guy. I didn't know that was Jin, nor that was his mask.
His whole shtick is like, he's an artist and his art is killing people.
My favorite kind of art, because you can't sell it.
Like fart. Oh, fun little thing about Vander that me and my friend Kyle did. That's Jen.
Yeah, that's him.
But anyways, there's this thing that they did on Twitter where you can make your own banner, and there's like a banner creator for your Twitter. And so
Like through
Kyle
League of
and
Legends
I,
Twitter?
for Arcane, yeah,
Okay.
they just said here, like, you get to choose Arcane characters, you get to choose a background, you get to choose a border. So Kyle and I made out to make the worst one that we could.
Oh, sorry.
And we happen to choose Vander for this, so that's why I'm bringing it up now. So I'm sending it to you now, and I'm gonna put it up on the screen too.
That might be the
it's
worst
pretty
fucking
awful.
thing I've ever seen in my life.
So you get a Twitter profile picture, and you get a banner, and it is
That
abysmal.
that needs to go on like a Tinder profile. It's just Vander.
Vander. Like, I think we got to choose that font too. That, like, we chose the most jarring shit. We chose the green of Zon. We chose the whole, like, Jinx's motif of the drawings. Piltover's text, and then Vander.
Like just you.
So much-
You got to write what was the text. So you
No,
just wrote
no,
his
no.
name.
We just get to choose a character, and the character's name was the text.
Oh, okay.
Vander.
I like how kind of low res his face looks in that. It's a little crusty.
I love how it, like, the bottom one doesn't really fit. Not the bottom
Oh,
one.
it's
the
like, yeah, it's
left and
mostly
right.
neck in the profile picture.
icon.
'Cause he's so
Yes,
tall.
mostly.
Oh,
He's a large boy. All right, enough of that.
yeah. Okay. So, anyways, another thing that I liked as after the police come in, there is a little thing where they're talking and they're like, stop playing, with that thick head of yours because you know what we're talking about. And so then Vandar's like, is my head thick? And then Benzo's like, oh, just a little bit above average.
Above average. As he's like, he's like chewing or smoking something too. He's like, above average.
It's just
It's
casual
so
conversation
casual for them.
where they're like
While they're
being
being
held.
almost interrogated.
It's so good because they're just it's funny, but you can also tell they're just used to this shit. They're just like, yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. Not gonna get anything out of me.
And we
They'll
learn
leave.
that they have an agreement through this conversation that they have an agreement with what's her name? The sheriff, we'll call her.
Yeah.
And we also learn about Marcus, this hot-headed underling of the sheriff. He doesn't do much yet.
Yeah.
Episode
I was
3
about to
does.
say,
Episode 3, he actually does
shit,
something
dude. He
pretty
does
important.
he's important. It's not yet. He's just kind of nobody
Yeah.
right now, and you think he's gonna stay a nobody too, and he doesn't. That's the fun part.
Yeah. He actually comes back, and we're just like, oh, hey. He's a fun little police corruption subplot.
Yeah, very
So
minor
fun.
one. And then the last scene that I want to talk about, because I loved this scene so much.
Oh, Silco?
No, it's before that one.
Fuck. I love Silco.
I can
What
tell.
scene?
I do not like Silco all that much, but
Fuck you.
he's all right. There's no bad characters in this show, but it's Vi and Powder are out on the rooftop, and so they go out like
You sent me a
sightseeing.
message about this.
No, this is not at all related to the message I sent because it's talking about like a dude pissing and like some CinemaSins bullshit.
No,
I was like, whatever.
So you go on. Go ahead.
It's not related. A lot of this is just like, hey, we all screw up. They like take a tour around the city. It's like, here was Milo drawing a middle finger and he fell off. Here's where the kid that like has a bad name that I can't remember because no one likes him. Clagger. He fell off in the bridge and he messed up. And then we have this cool shot where it's like, and then and we like do a cool like shot into the distance, like the foreground focus thing shows like a doll in the electric wiring, and it's like that was my biggest mistake. Some guy took my doll, threw it up there. I was hoping it would
Even
eventually
I
come
fuck
down.
up.
Yeah, I fucked up. And so
I really like that. Sorry to interrupt, but I
you go
really
ahead.
like that she is guiding her physical vision with her hand, but she is also guiding her, in a mentor, like sisterly way.
yeah.
And also the message that I was talking about, I didn't want to leave this hanging. The message you were talking about was that when she put a pipe up to her eye, it zoomed in for some reason, like a sniper scope, and it was really funny.
It's funny, but like it does not matter. It did not take any away from my enjoyment of the show, and I was just like, how do you think someone has made like a CinemaSins video or something? Where like, what? It's not real. You can't zoom in on a pipe. It's not how it works. Because it's just like, shut the fuck up. No one cares. It's not a real problem.
About Cinema Sings. Sings.
CinemaSins.
Wait, when does Cinema sing? Sorry.
What?
They sing
No,
Imagine
there totally
Dragons.
should be a channel called Cinema Sings that just breaks down pop songs. Like, and that same chord again that's in every other pop song. Ding. I would love that.
Wow, what a cliche.
Yeah, wow, cliche. She learned this singing from the Final Destination of singing away from things, or whatever they say over and over again. When the thing falls and they run like vertically, and he calls out in every single movie because it's like the one long-running joke they have. Anyways, enough about CinemaSins bullshit. I really like the shot of like the toys and the wire. It's just a really cool shot. I don't know. Just really like that direction.
Good. What? Can we talk about Silco now?
Yeah, we can talk about Silco.
I like Silco.
Okay, episode 2.
I like him in this act. I have problems with him going forward, but in this act, Silco is a great villain, a very ambitious villain where he's kind of sick of the world's bullshit, but it's kind of edgy. He's pretty edgy, but also it's a little justified. Whereas like I was backstabbed by my own brother.
Yeah.
And so he kind of feels he can't trust anyone.
Yeah.
And he's a pretty like basic Bond villain feel almost.
By the way, he's not known as Silco yet. They just call him Man 1 in the subtitles. So
oh, do they?
Yeah.
That's who Man 1 was?
Yeah, that's who Man 1 was. And I was like, oh shit, Man 1, he's going evil mode.
That's funny.
And the first time that Singed is in the, like, mentioned my name, not even in the story, it's just in subtitles. I was like, yeah, it's just Singed. But Silco, he gets to be called Man 1. He's that special.
I actually really like Singed, but we'll get about that next time.
Yeah, I like how we find out at this end, though, we're like, oh, the thug, like, Deckard, he's working for Silco. Like, that's the evil thing. They were like, there's worse things than the Piltover people that are lurking down here. And that was it. And so they do some drug testing. What was interesting, too, was, like, he's using eye drugs, which, like, I've seen that specific design in something, I think, both Cowboy Bebop, like, in the first episode, but also in Looper. It's just, like, this weird sci-fi thing where it's, like, they're all the same looking needle eye drug where it sprays in your eye.
This one doesn't spray. This one stabs.
Oh, that one stabs. It was far away enough I didn't see it.
You don't get to see it yet, but it comes back.
The other one's spray. So I guess that's the difference.
This one is stab.
This one's hardcore. It's like the crack versus, regular cocaine.
You only got so many holes of entry wells.
And the iris is the one you choose?
I prefer that one over a few others.
I think that'd be the last one I'd choose. Like, I would even choose, like, nostril above eye.
Oh, yeah, that's like nasal sprays,
I mean,
nasal spray the shimmer.
Yeah. That'd be so funny for drugs. It's just, like, the aesthetics.
It's like I'm powering up.
The aesthetic, like, coolness is lost. It's just like, Vander, I've powered up.
5 or 10 minutes.
Or he just uses, like, an inhaler or something. We see some whatever, like, shimmer testing, and the rat gets angry. That's it. I just wrote mouse very scary. That was the end of it.
I kind of wish that we heard, like, a Twitch voice line there, but it's obviously that's not what Twitch is. But that would have just been funny if he went, yeah! Or something like Twitch. But I just want my rat boy.
I think I still have a drawing I made where I just put Twitch as a rat for the Chuck E. Cheese logo. It's just this where a kid can be a kid.
What?
I drew it like freshman year of college. I think I still have it.
Why?
I don't know. It was for some sort of, like, we're at a contest for something, and it was like, draw League of Legends. Here's the characters you gotta draw. And it was like, I don't know anything about Twitch except he's a rat, so I just drew him as Chuck E. Cheese. It's just
my good old cheese rat.
It's just a rat. That's all it is. Yeah.
I think that about does it for episode 1.
The underwater set was also cool. There's nothing I had to say about it other than like it's one of my favorite settings in the entire like the window with like the big fish and like the plants and all that stuff. His laboratory is very nice. That was just aesthetic.
I wanted Pike to swim by, but that's because I'm a Pike main.
I thought he was gonna swim by because I saw the barrel and I'm
no,
like,
he's in he's not in Piltover. He's in fucking Bilgewater.
How far does his list go?
Asking that's like asking, oh man, where's Crocodile Dundee in Great Britain? They're half a world apart.
What if a crocodile got away and swam all the way to Britain? Would he not go after?
He's chasing. Silco is obviously the proverbial captain of this crew, so Pike must hunt him down. So, was that everything for episode 1?
Yeah, that was it. Talked to death about it, I think, honestly. It was a good show.
Just a little bit.
Good show.
Good episode. First episode. Mm-hmm. Well, there's more. Well, we got more to talk
However,
about.
The second episode is also good.
Believe it or not. Here, so we start out where we see these two characters, Jace and Caitlyn, as we will learn to know them as, are walking to Jace's office, which happens to be the office that blows up. So we see him, we hear when they are trying to rob the place, we hear someone trying to enter, and that is Jace. And it's really cool to then cut to who was on the other side of the door when they were escaping.
Yeah.
So he gets knocked out, and we get to learn his backstory, where he was traveling with his mother through some frozen wasteland, some winter wonderland, and they are dying just from hypothermia. And so a mage comes across and finds them, and he saves them, who we can only presume for any League of Legends fan is Rise, and don't know why he's not blue, but that's whatever. He wakes up from his dream, and we know that it's actually a really cool sequence when he teleports him. We get this really surreal moment of just like him holding his hand over the world, and it looks really cool, and the world turns into an eyeball, and I love every moment of it, mostly because I was also a Rise main at one point. But anyways.
Yeah, it's cool. I like, because it establishes kind of like, you know, oh, this is important to him. Why is it important? And then we see the thing on his wrist from the backstory, and then you see how he's like exploring magic because of it, but he's also a scientist. It's a whole cool thing. I like it.
Yeah, and it's like, you could make the argument that merging magic and technology would be cool for any scientist, but he goes one step further, where it's like, it saved his life. He's looked through the looking glass. He's looked through the veil. He's seen what magic is like. Whereas other scientists will just be like, oh, magic, that's an interesting subject. Let's read it. Like, no matter how much you read about magic, you wouldn't be able to experience what he experienced.
Mm-hmm. He's like this bridge between like science and fantasy, where it's just only one person can really experience that, like in a lifetime. It's crazy.
Definitely. So anyways, then he's arrested.
Yeah, I mean, because you're not allowed to make progress as a scientist. It's very illegal. Don't do it.
Well, not magic progress, and that makes sense, because we get a flashback of, it might be next episode. No, wait, it's this episode, because we have the trial this episode. Right?
Yeah, the trial's this episode.
Yeah, so we see when Heimerdinger is just like, we cannot repeat that. We get a flashback of a mage just like nuking a town. And that may have been I don't know enough of Rise's backstory, but I know Rise is definitely a proponent of magic helps, but magic can also doom us.
I don't know why, but fucking Heimerdinger is just so funny when he walks around. He's just like, "Oh, Jace, you can't bring it out to the end of the world."
Indubitably.
And he's like, "I'm sorry, Professor Heimerdinger," and I'm like, "Whoa, Professor Heimerdinger, what?"
Heimerdinger's great. It's a shame he only exists in this part to just say, don't merge magic and technology. That's pretty much his only point in this act.
He just exists. He like, it's cool because he is like one of the meddling adults, many that we've seen, where he's just like, yeah, you know, just say you didn't know, and that there's no magic. Don't worry about it. Just that you were working with things that you had no knowledge of, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like, he's on his side.
And then
it's cool.
We'll get to the trial when we get there. But I think then we cut to the Undercity.
Yeah,
and
the
arcade.
arcade.
Cops are still like, what is it?
I think it's the arcade is what I have next.
Yes, the arcade. The kids are like, Jinx, we learned drink powder is a good shot. Better than Milo even, and that's one of her that's one of her traits, is that she's just a good shot. She fixes things and she's a good shot. Well, most of her shit doesn't work, but she can fix things.
She's capable of like doing things. She's just not experienced enough because she's fucking 8 or whatever. She's a kid. It's good.
We see a guy spits on her shoes, and this is when we really get a first look at how vile the liquids are in this show.
Because the guard is like, hey, can you help us find the kid? He's just like, he's leaning in like he's gonna whisper it, and he just spits all over her shoes.
It was a good moment, except for the liquid.
I do like the arcade, by the way, as like an environment. It's very, very cool. Like,
yes,
it's really cemented. I'm like, I love this, and I was like, man, I should play some League of Legends.
I love that liquid is what powers everything. That's not electricity. It's when she puts the pipes together. Like, things around these areas are powered by liquids. And it's really cool. It's like this chemical. This green chemical. That's what gives Zon this really green vibe.
It's like radiation energy or something, like in the liquid or something.
Yeah, it's probably not safe to drink, honestly.
Probably not. I'd try it, though. Looks like
go ahead.
Mountain Dew.
Oh god, it probably is Mountain Dew. It's probably as vile.
League of Legends got its lore sponsored by Mountain Dew. It's official in the canon.
They put Heimerdinger in the soda. So anyways, what happens after that? Oh yeah, they run from the cops. The cops are gonna because the guy who spit gets pushed through a window, and they see all 4 kids. You know, what they're looking for. So they look to pat them down, and they're like, we don't got shit, says Milo. Well, hey Milo, we kinda got some shit.
Hey Powder, you got some shit on you, 'cause you screw up.
Yeah, so they run away, they get away. And they also get a big ego boost from this, where it's like what the fuck? We just beat up we just won against enforcers. Why is everyone else so scared to fight? Kids beat them.
It's a short fight, but I like the shot where Milo just starts shooting the toy gun at the guards, and they're like, dude. And then he just gets hit over the head with like something that Vi throws at him.
They just look at each other like, this fucking guy, can you believe him?
Not like our real pew-pews as the army. And then they just gets knocked over the head.
And they pull out batons.
Yeah.
I really like how they have like lever action rifles. We don't got like semi-auto stuff yet.
Yeah, we're like semi-steampunk.
Yeah.
But like future steampunk because of like the liquid.
Low industrial steampunk, I think would probably be a good term.
Dew-punk. Because it's not steam that powers everything. It's the dew.
God damn it. Well, no, Piltover is steampunk. Zon is dew-punk.
Yeah!
I hate it.
There was this one shot where like Powder slams something down, like the jaws of like a toy, like arcade training.
Oh yeah, the little chomper.
He's like, oh! I'm trying to scream without peeking because I look away and I just keep peeking the fucking mic. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
It'll all get normalized. Hopefully.
And then afterwards, we cut to a new character who we get to meet. Her name's Mel. She's a member of the council, and I really like her design.
Yeah.
I really like the gold flakes under her eyes. It really helps sell this like nobility status.
Mm-hmm.
Even if she when she talks, that she's the worst of her noble family.
Mm-hmm. She's like picking out a gift, and I didn't really understand this scene at first because I kind of like was writing notes and saw it, but there's this part where they're like, but this is a children's toy. She's like, it's perfect. And she gives it to a council member during the trial, and she's like, it was only built for the most superior of minds. And he's like, I love it. And he can't solve it during the trial. He cuts to him every once in a while. He's like struggling with the kid's toy.
Remember that toy. It's really funny.
Oh, is it actually important?
No.
Oh, okay.
But let's just say that the time skips, he's still messing with it.
That's amazing.
Like years, and he is still messing with it.
I can't believe that. That's ridiculous. I
And then the most important establishing part of this is that she hears about a promising inventor called Jace Tallis, who is Jace.
Is that his last name?
And so that is on her mind. Tallis, yeah, he's from the Tallis family.
Didn't
So
know.
everything has a T. They're hammermen.
Nice.
Yeah, they make hammers. So then we cut back to the lanes, and people are unanimously like, "Hey, Vander, let's go fuck them up." But Vander no want fight.
Oh, we're not going to talk about the trial at all?
The trial happens after.
Oh, yeah, it goes back and forth a lot. I forgot. I didn't write
Yeah.
that down in the notes very much.
I just wrote, cut to meeting Mel, cut back to Lanes talking about fighting the enforcers, Jace trial.
Okay, yeah.
But anyways, there's not a whole lot to say about them talking this through. People are just frustrated, and we get to see that in a lot of people's faces. They're like, we're sick of this shit. They're like coming onto our land and demanding things from us.
And this attitude of like, Vander, you built the underground. Stop being a little bitch. And he's like, but I don't
where was
want
the
everything to
Vander
lose
I
everything.
once knew? And he's like, what he doesn't want to say is, now I have something to lose. So anyways, then we cut to the Jace trial. And I love the lighting in this trial. It's so good with the central lighting on Jace. As they show it's very purposeful, because the entire room is built to do this lighting. This isn't just some mood lighting that came from nowhere. No, this is meant to happen. So the central light is on Jace. Not only is he under trial, but he's being interrogated for his work by the others, and he's kind of inner testing his own convictions. And that test leads to him out with his outburst saying, "I'm trying to do magic. Like, I'm trying to make magic technology." And everyone's just like, "That's fucking ridiculous.
Heresy.
What are you talking? What are you talking about? Get him out of here." And he's like, no, I can do this. And so now they're looking for results. And they had really good world building on why magic is bad, but because they used the narrative of Heimerdinger telling his backstory, not his backstory, telling the dangers of magic. They used it to push the narrative instead of depart from it, where we don't have a side thing where it's like, magic is bad, and then back to the story. No, it's in the story.
Yeah,
So then Jace... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
it's still on the trial stuff. I like the designs of all the council. There's one lady with a clockwork necklace that's pretty cool.
It's really funny.
I did like, going back to the lighting too, I like how it's like the entire room itself like closes off. It's not just like they turn the lights off and then there's like a little single light bulb hanging from the ceiling or something. It's like, no, this is a whole, like, we gotta set up the
This is
mood
an
lighting.
ordeal.
It's like you can't see the people's faces, so that way you can't like read their interrogation. It's so you get like the utmost truth you're like fearing. And despite all of this, like, you know, Jace has a conviction to stay by his like beliefs. That was cool. And
Yeah.
they convince...
Sorry, Heimerdinger.
He almost gets like sent out of the city and expelled because, you know, magic is heresy. But then his mom's like, he's fucking stupid.
My boy a little dumb.
Please just...
Like, I know he invent, but he dumb.
He has a heart, though. Can he stay with Mama? And then Heimerdinger's like, well, but his heart was in the good place. Let's lessen the sentence. And my favorite...
We have Jace mom time. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
My favorite part is, like, they get 3 people to raise their hands, and then the 4th one is the guy messing with the puzzle, and, like, Mel looks over.
It's so absent-minded.
He's just like, oh, shit, you give me the toy. I'll support you. Raises his hand. It's like, all right, cool, you're just expelled from school. That's way better than
Okay, bye-bye.
being put out of town to die, basically, so you're welcome.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
So then we get Jace mom time.
Jace mom time. She hot.
She just, like, consoles him, and she's like, all right, I guess, don't do that, and maybe you'll continue the family business. So then he thinks to kill himself. Is that yet?
No, that's not it. Yet. Yeah, no, he gets to live for a few more minutes. We get to go back to your favorite character,
Victor.
Sigma.
Silco?
Singed and Silco, yeah.
Oh, okay. Not Victor yet. I What does Silco and Singe talk about?
So we learn he's singed. He's like, "Ooh, I like poison. I am cool doctor." And then Silco's like, "Whatever." Okay. Deckard, you're gonna drink this because
Ooh, look, purple liquid. This is Mountain Dew Voltage.
It's Mountain Dew Pitch Black. Drink it.
Oh,
it's good.
Shit, that's the purple one.
I have no idea.
And then his body has an adverse reaction because it's Mountain Dew.
Yeah. You can't ingest that much Mountain Dew at once. But it's like they're not really forcing him to do it. They're just kind of like, "Hey, to get stronger, you have to like you just have to get more powerful. If an opportunity comes along, you take every opportunity you can for power because we're bad guys, and that's just our morals." It's not like that black and white. It's done a little bit better in the show, but it's like that kind of simplistic, like evil moral of power good with substance. It's easy, so get results. And then he's being really heavily pressured, but he drinks it, and then his body reacts to like not being gamer enough to drink his Mountain Dew. It's a little teaser for later, you know. Maybe more people are drinking the Dew.
A little taste test, if you will.
Do you remember Mountain Dew Green Apple had like a name competition
Oh,
online?
let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Man, yeah.
So, anyways, after that, we get what? A cut to Victor and Heimerdinger talking? And Heimerdinger like, "Oh, yeah, as well, we're throwing this shit out."
Yeah. He's like reading through the book.
And he's like, "Wait a sec, this is kind of neat.
And then
I like this."
We get, like, because that one's a really short scene, right? There's nothing else to it.
Oh, yeah, that's basically it.
There's a couple more scenes before the Jace fun scene.
Yeah.
There's, like, some classism overtones where it's, like, the, soldier guy he's just, like...
Oh, I wanted to say something about that. Well, first, before that, we get Jace and Caitlyn talking at the gates. Where she's just like, "I guess I'll do hammers now," and she's just like, "You do you, Jace. Go show them." And then mommy calls her in, so she goes to bed or something.
Yeah.
And then
it's her bedtime.
When the enforcers push back on the council, they're like, "Look, let's not do this whole thing. This is bad."
This starts.
And then I like that we get like rip off Darth Vader looking ass, sounding ass, where it goes like, "This is unacceptable." And he straight up gives a command that sounds exactly like what Darth Vader would give, and so I was just laughing and had to pause it because he just sounded like a rip off Darth Vader.
I don't remember that. That's funny.
And then we cut to the bar with the enforcers looking for Vi and Powder, and we get a really tense scene of them like hiding as they come, and the guy's like, "Hey, Vander, give me your children." Marcus, that's who it is.
"Give me your strongest stuff," and he has like a little button underneath that has like a little monkey alarm. I love it so much.
So we can only assume that Powder made that for him.
Yeah. I mean, because it worked though. That's the problem.
Well, it has. Yeah. Well, that shows that not everything that she makes breaks. It's just everything useful that she makes breaks.
Except for even the monkey alarm kind of breaks afterwards. It's
that
done.
Might be part of the purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he puts up like the alcohol or whatever. Nothing that really happens like during the interrogation scene where they're looking down in the basement for the kids is really important, other than that Powder almost fucks it up and falls again.
It's a cool tense moment.
It's a cool tense moment, just not much to talk about. That's all.
Yeah.
Just that it happens. Just another thing that Powder fucks up because or almost does. They don't get discovered, but it was pretty close.
Yeah, and then we have another heart-to-heart with Vander and Vi.
Yeah. Oh, I liked how Marcus before that he takes Vander's cigar pipe and he just like puts it in the alcohol and then just blows it all over, like knocks it all over the table. There's this fire. They're just like, "You better get out of here."
It's like, damn, gotta get my backup pipe now.
This one didn't have all the flavor burn into it yet. Shit.
So then Vander Vi talk? Do you remember anything from that? I honestly don't.
Yeah, it was like, hey, you don't want to get into war, kid. Like, Vi is the young,
Yeah, not
like, war
everything can be
eagle.
solved with your fists, pretty much.
Like the warmonger, and then Vander's like, yeah, that's how your parents died. You don't want that. You really don't. If I hadn't crossed that bridge, your parents wouldn't be dead.
Yeah. So don't, like, learn from my mistakes. And she's a child, so she's not going to.
Yeah.
So then we get to Victor trying to kill him, or Jace trying to kill himself, and then Victor's just like, hey, am I interrupting something? And then we get a laugh track.
That I saw, I was like, they're gonna, what the fuck? They're, like, going, like, it was really tense. Like, I don't know who Jace is. I assumed he would survive, but, like, I thought he was actually gonna jump and, like, hurt himself or something. And, like, no, he gets stopped last second. It's a good moment.
Yeah, really cool moment. And they have this really weird moment that I think is cool for me, weird for you, where he's just like, they're talking, he's like, who are you? And then we get, like, pause, like, his face. I'm Victor. And, like, for you, I imagine you're just like, who the fuck is Victor?
I mean,
Meanwhile, I'm like,
yeah.
oh shit, it's Victor.
Is this like a form that's like not recognizable for Victor or something, typically?
Let me show you Victor's final form.
Because I saw that and I was like, you know, because they're like, I don't even know your name. Who are you? And then there's like a little bit of a pause. I'm Victor. That's it. It's fine. Like, I was fine with it.
He's a little unrecognizable. Here, I'm gonna put it up on
here we
screen
go.
now.
Who's it? Oh. Wait a minute. Hey, he still has his cane, though. Just got a little bit of an upgrade.
Yeah, just a little bit.
He
He always keeps talking about the glorious evolution and stuff like that.
I like his third arm a lot.
Oh, yeah. We actually see that in the show at some point.
What the...
That was really cool.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
He's just
that's Victor.
Adeptus Mechanicus? Is that a good
Pretty
reference?
much.
Cool. I don't know anything about Warhammer.
That's close enough.
Yay, I did it. Yeah. That doesn't even look like the same person to me.
Exactly. That's why it's supposed to be a big reveal, because we've never seen his human form.
Oh, really? This was like the first time?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because every time we've known Victor, we had like a, oh, there's a skin line where it's like Oh, this one looks weird, and I think they didn't use it to affect his design at all. Prototype Victor. He just kind of looks like a generic goofy mad scientist.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, this is the first time we really get to see Victor.
You can see like his
I don't
hair
think
there.
I don't think that one's considered canon, because his hair looks weird. But anyways,
we get Hextech drop too, name drop. I knew about that because the Hextech crates that give you skin shards in the game. That's it. That's all I knew about it.
It's not super, like, when I hear name drop, I'm like, oh, they said League of Legends Arcane.
No, not a name
Like,
drop of the show, just like
that's
lore
a thing
drop
that just
name.
exists, and yeah.
Yeah.
Then we kind of end the episode in I call it a Guardians of the Galaxy moment. Where
That's
it's just
pretty
like,
apt.
yeah, where it was going for like a 80s, 90s feeling music, while like an action scene or something, like a tonal dissonance kind of a moment.
I really
where the
liked
enforcers
it.
storm the lanes. And I like how it cuts off with Vi waiting to be arrested, and we just kind of cut with that anticipation of who's opening the door. And we're
Yeah.
supposed to assume it's the enforcers.
I didn't even think it was going to be anyone else. I just assumed it was the enforcers. I was like, it's fucking, yeah,
Exactly.
that's it.
And it was like a cool moment where Vi is like, I'm gonna throw it all away. I'm going to jail, and so this will bring peace. And it's a moment for Vi to learn. And she's like trying to do the right thing. It's really cool.
Yeah, like this is her maturity moment.
It gets robbed of her, which is actually really cool. I
Yeah.
really like that. She didn't get to mature, but not of her own volition. She wanted to.
Because that
Not she
maturity
didn't
moment
mature.
might have affected the events in episode 3 way differently. I mean, obviously, like, if you're, in jail, you can't do anything, but, like, if that had happened, where she got arrested, like, as it was teased in episode 2, she would have grown as a character, and if she got out, like, there's a jailbreak scene or something, like, she would have been, like, a much more mature character, I think, than what she ends up being in the next episode. Because, like, even through her maturity, she doesn't get rewarded for it. But I do like the music. I do like a lot, and I thought it was Vander who said it for the longest time because he's just sitting in the bar. It's closed, like he's expecting someone to come, right? Like I can't have any customers in here, but it's just after hours, is what it turns out to be. And like I realized, I realized when Powder looked sad and he like had a concerned look on his face, like he didn't know. I was like, oh shit, it wasn't Vander. Who is it?
Yeah,
that was cool. That's all.
And that brings an end to episode 2.
Wow, like this episode I think was the weakest of the 3. Mostly because like the beginning of an act and the end of an act are usually your strongest parts, but like the middle of the act, it wasn't that bad. It was like a nice introductory first episode for Jace and Caitlyn. Not really Caitlyn as much because we don't get to see like any of her in this first act.
Caitlyn doesn't become relevant until act 2.
Gotcha.
And even then, there's some things I want to talk about when she becomes relevant.
Cool.
But we'll save that for next time.
Next time on League of Legends show. It'll be great.
So episode 3, we get to start with a Silco monologue.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
I actually really like this one where he's just kind of drowning and talking super vaguely about what happened to him.
And backstory, I was like, yeah, we're actually learning who Silco is. This is where we like get his name, I think, is around
like,
here.
Oh, he's Vander's brother. Vander fucked him up. That's why he doesn't trust anyone.
Yeah, I didn't realize
to empathize.
It was Vander that was his brother. I just realized he was talking about a brother, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together until like he said brother to Vander. I'm like, oh shit, he's a brother.
Brother.
That was cool.
And then after that we cut to Vi, and Vander opens the door, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And then he's like, "Sorry, Vi," and just locks her away. And then he sacrifices himself to be the sacrificial lamb that the enforcers are looking for. And then Silco shows up.
Yeah,
with
Sorry, before we get into that, I just want to say the cinematography with the Rage versus Calm in the water was really, really cool. It reminded me of like the Sigma trailer in Overwatch. It was cool.
Dude, Sigma. Nice. Sigma main.
And I do really like this arrest scene just for like how it builds up Vi more than anything.
I like that Vi is screaming and the enforcer can hear her. She just ignores it because she's more willing to accept Vander's outcome than a child's. She's like, Vander knows better. I will do what Vander wants. And they've had an agreement.
Someone is going to mark that as a cinema sin unknowingly and be like, you could hear the child. Why would she not check the basement? And it's like...
No, it's obvious. They all know Vi is the one responsible. They just have to get a confession.
The intelligence of some YouTubers.
I know. And I never said that wouldn't happen. I'm just saying I'm explaining what is happening.
Okay, well, I was explaining YouTubers. I don't have any faith in most of them.
Yeah, so really cool that they are just choosing to ignore her. So yeah, then Deckard shows up. They're taking him away, and they have this really cool fog scene. Great shot, great cinematography, very like spooky. You can tell something's coming because of the fog and Silco showing up.
Right.
Benzo dies because Deckard kills him and the sheriff.
Dies. Like
he gets ripped
instantly. Like he gets hit, it's just boom, dead. There's no like dramatic cut. He's just Benzo moves slightly, dead.
Benzo Dunzo.
He's just gone. And so I forgot who Deckard was, so for the rest of this episode, I just referred to him as Grimace from McDonald's because he was purple. So if I say Grimace, that's because I'm reading the notes.
I'm gonna call him Deckard if that's alright.
I might forget. Just wanted to let that know. Grimace is the purple guy.
Yeah. This is a really cool start of we get to see Silco is making plays to take control of the Undercity. Marcus gets his money, we see, because he sold him out.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of cut to Vi, like from Vi crying to Jason Victor doing some science, having a good time.
Yeah, I do not care at all about this B plot. I'm gonna be honest, comparatively.
What? Jason Victor?
I care about it. I like it. But the cutaway from like Vander's fucked, and they're just like, I like magic orbs. Whoa, we were
No, but
like, it's
seeing
tense,
them having
but-
fun, seeing them get so into it puts a big dumb smile on my face. I'm like, hell yeah, Victor, go science your heart out.
I like it, but at any point other than where it cut off, I would be completely fine with it. It just cut off at like, hey, Vander might be dead because he's getting dragged off to the villain lair.
But that's intentional. You're feeling the tense and like you're feeling exactly what the show wants you to.
Yes.
Whereas other moments you find this frustration annoying because you're not supposed to.
It's not bad. Well, I get why they do it. I was just saying, like, that's why for this part, I was like, fucking go back. I don't care right now, please. You're having fun with your science. Cool, I guess.
What if we turn the oscillations up? Meanwhile, Vi's crying, walked away.
Yeah, and there's just the blood. Okay, the blood splatter when he gets decked is so good, like on the window, because it's not like, because a lot of blood splatters I feel like go in slow motion. This is like 2-frame. It's just painted on the wall. Done.
Yeah, really good.
Really good impact to it. Like that whole scene gave me chills and or fear. I don't really know how to describe it. It was very emotionally impactful, though. I was like, that shit's going down. It's really
And then
cool.
we science.
And then science.
And that's about all that happens in that scene. And then we come back to Echo unlocks the door for Vi. And Echo watched it all too. And Vi, it's really interesting. Vi has to go from reactionary, like, oh god, I saw horrors. She has to then flip the switch to be the reliable one for Echo. It's really cool how she has this like motherly moment with all of the kids of the lane.
Because she's the oldest, too.
Yeah, she's the leader, she's the oldest, she's the mother, she's all of that.
You lost your only father figure, like that you had down here. You are now the father figure. Like, or, mother, father. You're the parental figure there.
Yeah. I read a short story about Echo. I don't know if his parents are dead. Doesn't come up in the show. Doesn't come up in the show at all.
Because it seems like he lives with Benzo. Like, that's his, like, parent situation. Because you don't ever see him away from the shop. And he has, like, his own back rooms. So I just assumed he kind of lived there.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I just remember reading a short story where his whole, like, it's all about time, of course. It's about his birthday. And how I think he kept rewinding his birthday or something. Where it's, like, trying to make it the perfect birthday for his parents and not for himself. It was something along those lines. He's a really sweet kid. Like, he's a good kid at heart. And his short story is really good. Mm-hmm. But anyways.
I think there was a little... No, that was it. Because it's just...
Yeah.
We went back to, like, Jace and Victor, and it was like they almost blew up in a window.
Oscillations!
But they didn't. Yeah, and he's like, oh, it's unstable. We're getting the hang of it.
No, they haven't done that yet. They haven't done that yet. That happens way later.
No, there's two. There's, like, the second time where, like, they break in, and then, like, the floating scene.
Yeah,
they
haven't.
The first time is the window almost breaks, and then that's it. And that goes...
No, they still haven't done that.
There was another
They don't have the crystals. They don't have the crystals yet. We have to break into Heimerdinger's lab to get the crystals to practice the science. We haven't broken in yet.
I thought that happened... Never mind. Yeah.
No.
That's it. Yeah, they were just in there... That's right. Sorry. I got the timeline mixed up. I just watched this, and... Yeah, this is where they were, like, in their study, right? They're just writing. I was like, we gotta... Yeah.
Well, we haven't cut to that yet. First, we cut to Vander being brought to Silco's warehouse. And that's where we learn about Silco's plans about making the nation of Zon. And that's where... This is the first time we hear the name Zon.
Didn't even catch that.
Yeah, well, it's because I don't know why they don't just call it Zon, because even before they want it to become its own independent nation, I just assumed that's what it was called. And it doesn't have really an official name. They just call it the Undercity. So that's kind of annoying to talk about. Mm-hmm. But oh well. Then we cut to Victor and Jace breaking into Heimdall's
I had
office.
stuff to talk about with Silco there. Because I like the flashback. This is where it's revealed. It's like, you're the brother. But
yes,
he's like, I respect you. You tried to kill me. But it was because you were strong enough that, like, no matter what, you had to, like, lead the resistance even if I got in your way. So I respected you for what you did to me. Until you became, like, a peacemaker and you gave up. That's weak shit. Now I hate you and I don't respect you. That was it. It was just a really cool, like, he's a villain, but he's not, like, he admires strength wherever it comes from. And then once he saw weakness...
Even on the good side.
Yeah, he was just, no, you're too weak. That's your problem.
Okay, so now we
they
cut
break in
to Victor and
Yeah.
Chase, like not really breaking in. They're just like going in after, like when they it's breaking in.
Yeah, because the other scene was like them on the chalkboard. I thought we were way ahead for some reason because I just missed
No.
this whole part was
So-
unmemorable.
So what happens is they're trying to break in, and Mel runs into them, and they have to quickly talk Mel into, like, look, you gotta be in this. Don't rat us out. You're in, right?
I like
And I
Victor's
really
line.
love this one moment where she first catches them, and they play it off for only about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
They give up on the joke so quickly, and that's what makes it so funny. It's like, oh, what am I? This isn't my
Yeah.
room. Okay,
Victor,
whatever. You
this
got
is
us. You
not
got
my
us. You
bedroom.
gotta be
Shit.
in.
It is so like flip on and flip off of just like
It's the perfect amount of time. The perfect,
you know,
just like
just
on
wander in the
off.
halls. Yeah, her name is Medarda. Was what I saw.
It's
on the-
Mel Medarda.
Mel Medarda. Okay,
Medarda's her family.
got it. That's a hard name to say, so let's say Mel. That works.
Yeah. That might just be a nickname that Chase gives her later. It's Mel. We're just going to call her Mel. And then we cut back. Anyways, yeah.
She gets
so
them one night. Like,
Yeah.
one night is like...
I need progress.
You need to have
need
something
results.
presentable by tomorrow morning, or else I'm fucked. So to make sure you're not fucked, work fast. I won't tell Heimerdinger. And
Yeah.
she
Then we
distracts
cut
Gar.
to then we cut to Vi telling the gang we gotta break out Vander, and then she's just like, Powder, you gotta stay. Like like this is the big job. You gotta stay. You might die.
Yeah, like this is... You don't understand, like the robbery was one thing, but this is like... This guy
This
killed
makes
people
the
in front of
robbery
me.
look like a strawberry.
She like... Very... Because Powder doesn't understand. She's just like, you know, oh, it's just another mission. You just think I'm
Baby
not
brain.
too strong enough. No! That man turned another man's skull into liquid. You stay home.
You take the day off today, okay?
You stay home. And then the crying scene, if you want to talk about that.
Oh, well, that happens. We then cut to Jason and Victor. They power up the machine in Heimerdinger's office. And they just start powering it up. And then we cut back to Vi. To Powder. And it is the ugliest crying I've seen in my goddamn life.
I love it.
In any media.
Straight up.
Like, she throws the crystals. And that's when she learns hitting the crystals caused the explosion.
And she realizes, oh, I can help people. But the crying, I know it's disgusting.
It's ugly.
It's ugly crying. I've never seen ugly crying done in like anything. Like
Yeah,
that.
I mean, it's more realistic.
I
But, don't
love how child ugly crying it is because she just looks like she's losing her sanity. It's great.
Yeah, well, I think that is what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, emotionally, it just sold me on that. I was just like, I get it. Like, it's not, oh, boo-hoo-hoo, I'm a sad kid who's, like, pitiable. It's, I'm fucking losing it.
I'm the Joker, babe.
Not yet. I gotta wait till Act 2 for that.
Soon.
I'm the Joker, baby.
Then Victor and Jace blow out the window of Heimerdinger's office and then alerting the guards. And they shut down the machine. And then we cut again
Yeah, just...
to the gang.
it just...
This is like, we just get shots of Victor and Jace be like, this happens. Okay, no, back,
yeah, for like
back to the
30
big
seconds
story.
where they're just like messing with dials. It's like, unstable. And then it just goes back.
I do really like the part where Jace closes his eyes and feels it out because of what he saw Rise doing.
Yeah, that's cool.
And
I didn't
that's
make
how-
that
that's how they
connection.
make it work.
That's a little bit later when they like finally get it, but
Oh yeah, that's when they finally.
that's a
get it.
cool
It
moment.
didn't-
I didn't realize that. I just thought he was like collecting
Yeah.
his calm and like remembering like that emotion to like drive him.
No, he was doing like the extreme concentration if you try to remember something really far back.
Yeah. Was he like remembering like the runes or something? And that's like what he
Yes,
was-
the runes and how he manipulated them.
so that was what the dial was manipulating the runes. Oh, like on the panels and stuff.
Yeah,
That
you know
makes
how
sense
the
now.
runes like flipped around.
I
Yeah.
did not catch that the first time. I just thought he was
Much
like letting
more
his heart guide
apparent
him.
next act,
Gotcha.
because they have like a device that is about like testing runes.
And they probably break it down like way more scientifically, air quote, like in the next act where it's like, here's how we did it.
Well, not really. We just see what their process is for new machines, and we can reverse engineer that and assume what's happening.
Okay, so yeah, it was kind of quick here. That's why I didn't catch it. That's interesting, because like it really is like boiling down like the runic alphabet to a science of like you just channel this like frequency of energy or whatever. That's cool.
Yeah. And they get into some really cool rune science where it's like it's not really an alphabet of if I do this, then this will happen. It's weird science. They make it sound really interesting, and I really like it, but I don't remember it. But anyways, so then we cut to the gang breaking in to save Vander. Everyone, Milo, Clagger, and Vi are breaking in.
Clagger. It's fucking Clagger.
Echo's not there.
Yeah.
It's fucking Clagger.
Powder stays home.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're not allowed outside the house. Go home.
Yeah. And so they break in. They see Vander. They go up and help him. He's like, whoa, what are you doing here? And then we get your favorite moment, the slow clapping Silco.
Okay. Here's why I loved it, is because media, it either doesn't sell the slow clap enough, or like it makes a joke out of it, where it's just like he's clapping and they're like, oh really, you're doing the slow clap? Like again with the Marvel movie moment or whatever. But
yeah, that sounds like a Marvel moment.
He just genuinely slow claps like an asshole, and it really sells like the smarminess, cartooniness of like him. He's really intimidating, but it's just like, what an asshole. He's just slow clapping, because it has to be played out like everywhere.
It's so intimidating because we know he has the time to slow clap, and it's like the lack of agency where it's like everything he does and everything that's intimidating about him is because of his resources and not him. Mm-hmm. He is not the intimidating thing. What he can do is not like physically, but it's straight up just like he will call someone to rip your head off. He's not going to rip your head off, but like people are waiting at the ready for his like finger, or just like wag a finger, someone dies.
Yeah, I've never thought that you could ever sell me on a slow clap in anything ever again, and this somehow did it. And I'm so impressed by that, because it was just like, it didn't go on too long, but it was just long enough to be like, wow, what an asshole.
Definitely.
Oh, it makes, I love him now. I was just like, that made me like him, at least somewhat.
I really like Vi is then sent to fight off the crowd with the fists that Vander used. Good.
Yeah.
Good to see she's using those. I really like the camera angle, the low shot of Vi contrasted against the really big thug. Really sold that, like, Vi is not meant to win this. It requires insane competency in her fighting to win this. And that just sells. She's a great fighter.
Yeah, and she's, like, the one-on-one situation, like, it makes sense because it's, like, on a narrow bridge. She just has to hold it against, whoever can fit on there. And what I really, really like, because it starts off, like, the cinematography is so great, it kind of devolves into, like, a whatever fisticuffs later, but she blocks the initial knife where you're just like, she's so fucked here. Like, someone's either going to save her, like, she's going to take a stab or something. She blocks it, one uppercut, guy's dead. She's, like, looking at him dead in the eyes, and Silco's like, oh, shit. Like, she's business.
Deckard!
Deckard! My sweet!
Time to drink the blackout!
Time to become the grimace I've always wanted you to be! And so, yeah, it just, like, she takes a couple guys one-on-one like that, and then it kind of devolves into a fist fight.
She takes all of them. Which
makes sense. Because it's as they're coming down on the bridge, she, like, hits one, and then, like, eventually enough to make it through. But the first little choreography there is so cool. Like, you'd have to watch it to see it. But it's very clean and methodical. Like, she's standing her ground. She's not, like, beating people up like when we saw her with the thugs. She's, like, very carefully thinking through and making her punches count with, like, what she has.
Yeah.
It's believable that she would win. Surprisingly.
They sell it. I really like the weight of her fists. Like, whenever she hits someone, it goes thunk. Like, the sound, and also, she's not, like, doing fast punches. We've seen her the entire show do really fast punches. Now her choreography has completely changed to slow, but every single one is almost a one-hit KO.
Because she has big metal hands now.
That's cast iron, he said.
Yeah. And, like, when she's lifting them up for the first time to put her guards up, it takes her, like, 2 or 3 full seconds where she's just like, whew, and she's, like, ready. But it's so, like, you can feel the weight behind it, and it's just that whole moment was just really sold, and I think that's what made it. The second half of this episode was what made it the best of the three, for sure.
Yeah, I really like that this whole time Milo is trying to break Vander out, and I really like how Milo's just. He's lost it. He's overstressed. He's fucking up.
Right.
And so that really helps sell the like he's a child. This is going to happen with children. And he's acting like the scared child he should be. No, but it's particularly children. Mm-hmm. He's acting like the scared child he should be, and because he's in way over his head. And Vander then it gives Vander a good moment to be that fatherly figure to calm him down. He's like, "You've got this. You are capable." Just help furthering both of their characters.
Yeah, like you really get to see the dad side of Vander there, which you don't see all that often, where he's just kind of like half scolding them. Here he's just like loving father, just focus, do it. And it's like, you know, the opposite of like the dad with the flashlight like in the car. I don't know if you've ever like that like cliche that you've experienced where they're just like, fucking hold the light, you don't know what you're doing. It's like I've had that happen before too. My dad's a really loving guy. I love him, but like he gets really frustrated when you don't know exactly what he means with the car thing. Like most people would be like that. But he like Vander is just really cool under pressure, and he's just a really loving guy. I love him. Yeah.
And then I think after that, does the Deckard fight happen before or after Victor and Jace finish the puzzle?
I
think it happens after. Well, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, let's talk about it and like solve that. Because it kind of ends around here.
So Victor and Chase, then we cut to them propping a door open, kind of similar to how Vi and gang propped the door against him. Mm-hmm. But he propped the door against like Heimerdinger and the guards, and they like are just solving it. And then they manage. This is when he stops, thinks about what Rise did, clicks all the runes together. It works, and they're suddenly in zero gravity. And Victor has this really genuine moment that I just love, where Heimerdinger's just like, "Can you boys stop floating now?" And he's just like, "I'm not really sure how to stop, sir."
Yeah.
And it was so genuine, and the way he said it was so natural. And he's just like, "I would if I could." I was like, I had to stop and just like smile and be like, "I love this boy. I love Victor."
That moment was what saved the entire like cutting back to this like lab escapade in episode 3. I liked it, but it was just like I wish it had happened like separate, where I was just like they kept it to a minimum, but I was just like I want to go back to like the Vi fight and everything, because it's just that was such a cool like I know that, like tension is like this overrated thing, but it felt like Jace and Victor were not nearly as important this episode. But it was still like
the whole point of this is to cut from like I prefer this way because I don't want to watch the first half of the show. I watch all of the action, and then the second half I watch all of the science. It's so much more boring that way.
Right, it's like tension, like escalation and de-escalation. It's a good technique. It's just sometimes it bothers me. But what sold it was this like crack through moment of like we made progress. Like, I knew they were going to do it, like, because they did the whole cutting between him running to the door and everything, so it was predictable in that way, but it was still really well done.
They become... I find their story more compelling than the sisters in the next two parts, honestly.
This feels like the end of it, honestly, of, like, the sister story. This feels like the big, like, impact moment.
Well, this is...
Vi and Powder.
After this, we get a time skip. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, I was going to ask about when we got a time skip, because, like, we have to have one at some point. I've seen, like, their adult forms and whatever.
This is the end of baby mode.
Of babyhood.
So anyways, after that, we cut back and we see that Deckard has lost it. You know, he drank the perp. He went the grimace, and now he's just decking him.
There's one moment
living up to the name.
I really like, because it happens right before the Hex Tech final like breakthrough where they're floating through space, which is also a cool moment and everything. But Vi goes for like this giant smash down on Deckard. He just doesn't even look, grabs her in a chokehold, and then it cuts away.
I really liked that, because what happens, that's to really show,
good.
like, she is if it were any of the other ones, like, the show would have given that to her, because that's what she was doing to all the other guys. It really helps show, like, this kind of power difference, where it's like, no, this is effortless to him. He doesn't have to look at you.
Yeah, they
But
didn't even
other
just
people,
say,
they were-
"Oh, you lose." It's you're fucked.
Other people were given, like, they were fighting both people at their full attention, and Vi just wins.
Yeah.
But this one's like, no. No, honey.
I have the purple gamer juice, so you lose. It just
Yeah, so
Good
then when
moment.
he throws her, she runs back and hides, locking, like, a big metal gate, pretty much, between Deckard and the rest of the crew. And they manage to get Vander out, pretty much. Clagger has opened a hole in the wall, and they're about to escape. And meanwhile, throughout this, we've been cutting to Powder. Has been this entire time. She escaped. She is now, like, she climbed the building. She is there to help. Even though they all asked her not to. And she has one of the blue crystals. She's got this Hextech crystal.
She has a few of them where it's like, I
Yeah.
can help.
But she uses one of them. So she then puts it on one of her monkey things.
She actually
put,
uses, like I don't know if you
clappers.
caught this. She stuffs the monkey full of like 3 of them and then puts a
I didn't-
activator one.
I didn't notice that.
She
Maybe
goes
that's why.
fucking overkill with them. Like, she's like, if one's enough to save the building, four's enough to save many buildings.
So then she sends it in, and it's clapping away. Really good tension in the moment where it's like, we all obviously know it's going to work. But right before that final clap, it kind of just stops, and there's this moment of dissatisfaction before it does the final one. And it just goes so much harder than you expect. And I really love how this lack of foresight that Powder has causes so much destruction. She is not,
Yeah.
like, let off the hook because she's a child. It's like, you are responsible for the weight of your actions.
I liked, because I actually thought, I knew that it was going to work in some way. When it didn't go off, I liked how he looked over, and because it didn't blow up, it looked like it was going to distract Deckard long enough for them, because they were having time to escape. They were going to make it out until it exploded. Like,
Yeah.
it was like, oh, Powder worked by being a failure. But then the one time something works, it fucks everything up.
Yeah, and it causes
I
absolute mayhem.
love that, because I was
Milo
not expecting
and
it.
Clouder are killed in this,
Yeah.
and Vi is just crushed and wounded. Like, she can't move. She's under rubble.
Like, Milo's impaled, Clagger's like head is just bloody, and then they get crushed by rubble where you can't even see their bodies anymore. So like, they're dead.
Yeah. And I love how
brutal.
Powder, this entire time, she's not looking sad. She's not looking scared. She
Mm-hmm.
is absorbed by this.
And just, I love that tension of like, she thinks she did something good, and there's this shot where she's falling off the building, whereas like there's the blue behind her of the explosion. She's like smiling a little bit, like it went off.
Yeah, that's what I meant
Little
when I said
concerned.
she was absorbed in it.
So cool, because like we do a cut back to the explosion like 3 or 4 times to like show what happens, because it's just, there's so much shit happening because it's a big
It also
explosion.
shows that Marcus notices the explosion pretty far away.
Yeah, it's
And then meanwhile, in the aftermath, Vi is just fucking losing it. Like, she is in shambles mentally. And she notices Powder's doll we see. We see the little monkey head. And she, like, notices it.
and she gets really upset. Yeah,
Yeah. And then we get a good moment of Vander picking up, not even picking up the gloves. He just goes and punches Deckard normally. Like,
he takes like
he had
the
some, like,
broken
meat claw or
gauntlets.
something.
Yeah, that was like the end
Yeah.
of, because his gauntlets broke. Those were like the ends of like his giant metal gauntlets.
Yes.
And like, I got death flags from this scene and everything. It's so incredible still though. Like,
Yeah, so then he fights Deckard, and Silco ends up beating him by sneaking up and stabbing in the back, throws him down onto a pile of shimmer, which he then drinks. And he kind of, when he transforms, he reminds me of Beast from Beauty and the Beast, you know?
like how he's just so muscular.
No, just like his exact form reminds it, not just because muscular equals Beauty and the Beast, but his exact silhouette looks
Yeah, that's
like
what I was
Beast
saying
from
was
Beauty
like,
and the Beast.
Beast from Beauty and the Beast is really, really top heavy in a very specific way of like muscles.
Yeah, that's
And he has like that kind of growth. Like, I want to talk a little bit more. I was going to let you just, if you had anything to say about like the Vander scene. It's like the fire and the music really culminates really well. And like, it's like a lot of slow punches again, just because he's kind of weak. But like, when he fell down to the vials, I thought he was going to lose straight up. Like, I thought that was it. He was just dead. And then when we got to that vial scene, it's like he blinks a little bit awake, but it's like, oh shit. And because I knew he was on the vials, I immediately was like, he's gonna drink them. No. And like it had like me in an emotional vice, for lack of a better.
Yeah,
like it was so.
It's a great emotional.
incredible.
It's a great sacrificial moment.
Because like he already had a sacrificial moment, but he gets a second one. He fucking gets a second one and it works. I don't know how you do that. Like that just mind blowing to me. Where I was like, I didn't expect it, and it still works, and it just. I'm still like so emotionally invested in like Vander gets like a double last sacrifice moment. I love it.
Yeah, so then we cut to him saving Vi. He just has to choose. He screams at Silco. Again, it reminds me of Beauty and the Beast. The way he screams, it's really cool. So then he chooses to save Vi instead. There's something primal in him, we can tell. Where it's like, he's not fully there. But he chooses to save her instead. And then jumps off a building and dies. And then we have Powder walk up, and she's just excited. She's like, "Oh, did you see that? Did you see how it worked?" And we clearly get to see her priorities here. It's just like, thing worked because it blew up. Aren't you happy for me, sister? And
she's like, "I saved you.
What have you done?"
Yeah. It's like a cliche, like, I did it. You did this, but like it's so good.
Yeah, and then it got super emotional where she just like straight up decks her sister.
Yeah, because like Vi, I took that as like, Vi punches a lot of things when she's angry. Like it's just her emotional like crutch, especially like as a kid. Like you don't really have like the one way you react to emotions a lot as a kid, and like as a fighter, and you just got done with a bunch of punching with a bunch of anger. It's like you just want her out of your face. And that's how she knows how to get her out of her face. Like,
no, I think it's more than that. I think it's straight up like, this thing has destroyed my friends. This thing in front of me has, like, this isn't get out of my way. This is, I want you dead for like a flicker of a moment. Well, it's like, I want to inflict pain on you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, it's not that she wouldn't react that angrily, but it's like this very deep anger of like, even though you're my sister, like you're no longer my sister emotionally or whatever, but that very
we then see that she falls
anger.
She decides against that when she sees Silco standing over her, because Vi walks away when Powder is just crying, and then Vi like sits down and she sees Silco is standing above her, and as she turns to go help her, Marcus then comes and like drugs her, chloroforms her, and drags her away, and that's the last we see of Marcus and Vi for now, the rest of the
just
episode.
Like, don't get hurt, you'll die. Bigger threat.
He'll kill you if he hears you, is what he says. So Marcus is saving her, and then we just see Silco and Powder, and Silco is obviously considering just killing her, and that would be the easiest thing here.
Right.
But then he comes to realize she is in the exact same scenario he is.
That was such a cool parallel.
Betrayed by a sibling, physically harmed by the sibling afterwards, and it's just like left to die. It was like, I could use this, and I honestly kind of need this too.
I think this is the part too where we see that final flashback of like what exactly happened in Silco's backstory, which I like how it was unveiled over the entire course of the episode, but like we finally see, like, I mean, maybe it was when he was getting stabbed, like Vander, but it was like that, we see it's Vander, even though we knew it was Vander in the backstory. He gets like stabbed, and that's how he gets out of the same situation a second time, and it's just like that connection being revealed throughout the entire episode. You don't even notice how it connects. Like, it doesn't feel like they're trying to bridge this connection really quickly between that and then Vi and Powder. It's like it works so well. Like, just that little sprinkling. I like it.
Yeah.
Also, before Vi leaves, she says, "You're nothing but a Jinx," and I was like, it's not her mom, it's fucking Jinx, that's her! Like, no!
Did you not notice when Milo called her a Jinx?
I didn't catch that the first time, no.
Yeah, Milo, she says Milo was right, you were nothing but a Jinx.
Yeah. Well, this is my first time watching it, so
Yeah.
I don't catch everything.
Yeah, how dare you. I expect more over the next 2 acts.
I am not a media expert, apparently. I am but a troglodyte child.
Yeah, and so the episode ends with Silco being like, we don't need them, we have each other, we'll show them all.
Yeah.
And then cuts him like staring at the camera.
And then Jinx also says she's not my sister anymore, and that too.
Yeah, that's before that.
Yeah, but we didn't. I just thought that was important to mention as like very mutual feeling of that anger of like you're not my sibling. Like I hate you now.
So I think that was it for all the episodes. What did you think overall?
So far, like straight up, probably like 9 or 10 out of 10. Did a lot of really good stuff. Not really anything that I really hated. I was impressed by like a lot of stuff in this show, surprisingly. And I'm really happy like we're actually getting a game adaptation of anything that doesn't suck. We have like probably 2 of those now. I don't know what the other one even is. I'm just happy.
Yeah, it's useful when League of Legends is more of, it's not a singular story. It is a universe, and we take characters from that universe and then throw them into a video game.
Yeah,
there's no plot of League of Legends.
It's not like the Mario movie where it's like you gotta have like the Koopa Bowser fight and you gotta save the princess or something, and like Illumination's gonna put in some bullshit with that where it's like, you know, there's probably gonna be a Minions cameo or something, and like there's gonna be like some sort of, you know, what am I? I say it's a me Mario, but who is Mario? And like self-discovery, like whatever children's movie, whatever, like that every children's movie has. Might be a problem with Illumination, but it's like, it feels like video game movies want to be movies that feature a video game character line rather than video games becoming like a movie storyline like this does.
Yeah. So who were your favorite and least favorite characters, you think, of this act?
Of this act, I think... Are we counting only main characters or like any single character that has like any
Let's do main
sort of
characters.
Main characters, I'm assuming, are like Jinx, Vi, Jace,
Powder, Vi,
and Vector.
Vander, Jace.
Like the main
people that heavily impacted the story.
People that are like in League of Legends proper.
And Vander and Milo and Clagger.
Oh, like, because I was gonna count just like the
named
big
characters.
4. Because in terms of like big 4, I think my favorite...
You don't have to go this complex.
It's probably... I know, but I want to break it down like that because it does change a lot. Big 4, I think Jace is probably my favorite. Or maybe Vi. One of the two. I really like Vi, like a lot.
I'm more a Jace man.
Probably
Actually, I think
Vi.
Victor might be my favorite. No, in this act, Victor didn't do much. Jace is my favorite in this act.
Probably Vi in this act because Jace hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah.
Like he does a little bit, but like Vi and Powder Jinx are like the stars of the story. I would say my least favorite is Victor because he hasn't done anything yet.
That's fair.
I like, obviously Jinx is a fuck up, but that's the point. Like,
yeah. I think I'm inclined, with how much I love Victor. I'm gonna have to agree with you. He doesn't do anything in this part.
He's not really a character yet. I forgot. I don't know if we ever mentioned it. This was a rewatch for you, and you play League of Legends. This is my first time watching, so I don't know what anything that happens in Act 2 or 3 at all.
Yeah, I mean, I've said things about what happens. I think it's pretty apparent. I've watched it.
Yeah,
I said at the beginning too.
Yeah, I just, in case we didn't say it, I just wanted to mention it. We probably did. In terms of like extended cast of like any named one, Vander is really good. Like, I really like Vander. He's just like a really cool dude. I don't know. He's up there with Vi. Like, they're pretty close.
I still like Jace the most.
Fair enough. Still?
And I still stand by Victor too.
Worst one is Marcus. Fuck Marcus. Straight up. Fuck him. I hate him. He doesn't do much.
He's meant to be hateable.
I mean, yeah, but like,
he does do things. Like, we get to see characterizations in him.
All that much. It's like
everything he does is like a characterization of him. Like, he's kind of scummy, and he's regretful of his scummy actions, and yet he still does them.
Yeah.
Like, we see he's like, oh, like he throws the money bag down. He's like, this isn't what I wanted.
still fuck him. I don't mean like, because I know you're supposed to love to hate him or whatever, but there's villains that do that. Like Dio is literally scum of the earth. Silco's literally scum of the earth. Like Marcus is just some dude. He hasn't done much yet.
He becomes developed more, and I think yeah.
He just messes up the whole story in the first act. Like he's just in episode 2, he like takes Vander's pipe and is just like, I'm gonna be a dick because I'm kind of racist, classist towards you guys, and I'm gonna leave. And then I'm gonna make a deal with the bad guy. That's not his fault. I'm not mad at him for that, but he enables so much of like episode 3. And it's just like, fuck Marcus. Like, not even like, because it doesn't feel like it matters all that much yet, and that's probably why. But yeah, Marcus is just, if I had to pick a least favorite, it's not even that I hate him and he's a bad character, it's just fuck Marcus.
That's fair. Where do you expect to see the show go from here?
Because I was expecting, before you said it, I was going to ask if there was any sort of time skip, because I didn't know if it was going to be like a montage or like anything. It just looked like I thought we were just going to go boom, like keep on going forward. Maybe we do a time skip. So now I think this is it between Act 1 and Act 2? Because that would be my prediction. Is like, you already said that, never mind. So I didn't predict it. I forgot you told me about that. But that's just narratively what makes sense. This is like the backstory. And then we get into like the actual like adult lives of, I expect Jason Vector to develop Hex Tech. Heimerdinger's probably gonna be like, oh, it's magic bad, and then something happens to Heimerdinger or something like that, and I don't know, something bad. Not that he dies. He's a named character.
How do you expect the sisters to continue?
The sisters, I mean, they hate each other. They're just gonna be fighting a lot. Like,
so you think that Vi hates Powder? Like that is an established fact now, you think? Or do you think it was a spur of the moment?
Like, because you're making me question it, I think it's the other one, but if you hadn't done that...
there was the whole scene of she runs to protect her sister, doesn't she?
It's like, I still think she hates her, like, enough. Like, not sworn enemy hate her, but, like, grudge and, like, you're not...
Okay, that's...
Yeah. Not like how Jinx hates Vi of, like, you're fucking dead to me because you left me to die. Like, she thinks from her position that Vi just left her to die to Silco. Which she, like, runs into, like, the only adult figure she has left is, like, no one loves me, please. You know?
Yeah, okay.
So I think, yeah, Jinx is definitely gonna hate Vi more than Vi hates Jinx, but I think that is, like, some very strong hatred. Like, it's not gonna be... They might have, like, a movie moment of where Vi goes, like, oh, you don't have to do this, Jinx, but, like, I doubt it. It feels more like just kind of hatred of, like, regretful hatred from Vi, but, like, full-blown hatred, because she's a child, too, like, comparatively to Vi, maturity-wise, too, and age. Jinx is just really young and impressionable, even more so than Vi. It'll be interesting.
Definitely.
That's a lot that I had to say about that, but...
What do you think Singed is up to?
Nothing. He's making like Mountain Dew Code Red. That's what he's doing.
Oh shit! What does the Code Red do?
New flavor. Shoot, what would it? So the purple makes you big. Green powers things. I'm gonna imagine that red makes you smarter. You get a big brain.
Okay. So then, like, Silco starts ingesting it, and he starts outplanning everyone.
Silco realizes it's a bad idea of what he's done. That you shouldn't take care of Jinx because she sucks.
What do you think Jinx and Silco's relationship is going to look like?
I think I've heard a little bit about it, like, but I expect it to straight up be like Joker and Harley Quinn, like full on. It's gonna be like.
So do you think? So you're saying Silco is going to develop like sociopathic tendencies like hers?
Emotional manipulation, like Silco is just gonna be like the Joker figure for Jinx, where it's like kind of like a Stockholm syndrome relationship.
Not in the way that Silco is wacky crazy like she is.
No, Silco's not.
Because when I hear Joker,
crazy.
my first instinct is, oh, so he's crazy now.
No, he's just gonna be a normal guy, but he's gonna like be like emotionally manipulative to Jinx to keep her like under his control, and she's gonna have like a devotion to him, like she does, like Harley Quinn does to Joker, and like that kind of wacky. Because I know she's kind of like a Harley Quinn clone in a way, whereas they're similar. That's what I expect from that. There's something I was gonna say, I forgot what it was. Because we talked about Silco and Jinx. It was something with Singed. I don't remember what it was.
Just a gamer.
It's not related. Like, I actually, in all seriousness, I have no idea what Singed is going to do. He's probably just going to do more drug development. He's not going to get any character. I feel like he's still going to be... he's not going to have, like, a revelation moment of, like, what if we're the bad guys? Or something. He's just going to be like, I want to make, like, cool potions. That's it.
Yeah, I'm going to make the health potion, League of Legends.
Yeah. I'm going to make the cookie from League of Legends, the item.
Oh, yes, the infamous cookie.
Yeah, I think
you mean biscuits.
Build. Biscuits?
Yeah.
Well, Ornn ate them and got health from them or something. It was from a starting rune or something. When I played Ornn, I did like a starting rune.
It's biscuits.
It's biscuits? Okay. He makes the biscuits then.
All right, is there anything else you want to talk about before we wrap this up?
I think Act 2 is going to be pretty good, I bet. I have high hopes for the show. Worse? It's the middle act, which is usually the weakest, so I'm going to imagine it's going to be either the same or slightly weaker. I don't think we're going to dip down into something where it's like, if this was a 9, it's going to be like a 5, but it might be like an 8. I don't know how... It's going to be a while before I see these, probably, because we're recording this right before Thanksgiving. I don't know when this is coming out, but basically I'm taking a few days away from everything, so I'm probably not going to watch them until like right before we start doing the next one. It'll be interesting. I think it's probably going to be like a 9, 8, 10 situation where Act 3 is like really good. And that's just how narratives kind of work with like emotional impact. Maybe I'll like Act 2 a ton. Yeah. A lot of that plays into like your biases implicitly or explicitly. Even if Act 2 was like the most well done thing, it's just like, it's going to feel like a lull probably. Unless they set up each act like, you know, a full on story like they have with the first one. Which if they did, I'd be impressed. Oh, that was the other thing. They're going to go to war. Act 3.
Piltover and Zaun?
Yeah, Piltorn, whatever, versus Zaun, yeah. Act 3, not Act 2. Act 2 is going to be, they're going to build up Hex Tech technology, and then they're going to be like, we can use this to kill people. And then they're going to go down into Zaun and kill people with it. And then Silco's going to be like, I'm going to use the purple! And then he's going to use the purple to kill people. The purple flurp from Jimmy Neutron. That's what I'm going to use.
Okay.
And that, I don't know what's going to happen in Act 2. Act 3 is going to build up to that war. Somehow, some way.
So what'd you think?
Of what?
Of the show we just watched?
That could be a lot of shows, actually.
2? Oh my gosh.
Oh, League of Legends! My favorite video game!
Your favorite.
Holy fuck.
Holy
Act
moly.
2 is so much better than Act 1, which I didn't think was possible.
Really? I liked Act 1 more.
There were things that I think I have only seen directed this way in this show, like, that blew me away, where I was like, that is actually incredible, some of the stuff they've done. Like, masterclass work. Whereas, like, Act 1 was really good and solid. This was like, oh, you're just gonna blow me out of the water a little bit. Alright, that's cool.
A little bit. Just a
little bit, mm-hmm.
Just you wait till next act, though. But we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah. I'm excited for Act 3 after this. My Act 2 predictions, though, because we wanted to go over those. Because I didn't remember them.
Let's start off. You just finished listening to them. I completely forgot them. What did you predict for Act 1? Or for this act?
Much like the time skip that happened between Act 1 and Act 2, we were gone for a few weeks. We had our own little time skip within the show, this little podcast, so I forgot everything. Basically, my big takeaway was that in Act 2, Jace and Victor develop Hex Tech more. Wild jump there.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Really ambitious guess for you right there.
But I was like, oh, they're going to do Act 2 where they'll build up and be like, Hex Tech can kill. And I was right. They showed weapons where you just put the little gadgety-doo in like the weapon. And then...
Not only did we get Hex Tech this act, we also got Sex Tech.
Oh yeah, we did. I was like trying to think. I didn't mean to make awkward silence. I was like,
you can laugh at the joke.
What is a sex tech?
I'm waiting for season 2 where Jace gets really kinky in the bed, but we'll get there when we get to that episode.
I was waiting because I was like thinking, I'm like, was there like a prosthetic penis that like had like that just missed off screen? You put like a Hex Tech gemstone into that like. It just makes it big or something. And I was like legitimately thinking about it for 5 seconds. I'm like, oh no, I know what you're talking about now.
No.
Because Jace fucks.
Jace
real
fucks.
Hard. Yeah. So I was really happy that we got those weapons. I was like, yep, they're going to build up. And I still think that Act 3 is going to go into like a war thing because they had like this bridge segment where they closed off the bridges and stuff and made like this really hostile relationship between the Underground and Piltover.
Was that part of your Act 1 predictions?
Yes. Was that Act 3 would be a big war between the two sides.
Yeah, they've built up for that pretty heavily.
Yeah.
From scene 1 of Act 1.
And I also got right that Heimerdinger would be like, no, magic bad.
No,
don't
magic
do it.
Bad.
Don't magic.
Meanwhile, in game, all of his abilities are just Hex Tech. Weapons.
What a fucking
He places turrets, he has missiles, and he throws grenades.
Nice.
So yeah, he's a bit of a warmonger.
Yeah. So I said that something bad was going to happen to him. Not that he was going to die, but something was going to tragically happen. And he did, a little bit. It was very vague, which is not what I thought would happen. I thought he was going to get hurt from magic or something. And then be out of the story, but he just
Victor was gonna accidentally just zap him when he's carving that one statue.
Yeah. Oops! Oh, there goes Heimerdinger's arm. Oh no! Something like that. But what ended up happening is he just got like voted off the council. So kind of right there. Singe does fucking nothing was an official prediction. And I was
that really?
Semi-correct, yes. You're like, hey, what do you think Singe does? I'm like, fucking nothing. He makes Mountain Dew Code Red or something.
No, he just makes regular Mountain Dew.
He's still messing around. He did some stuff, actually, like in episode 6. Just, not really that he was doing new stuff, but just that he had more going on.
Yeah, we get to learn about his past.
I just figured he was going to do fucking nothing. Like, there wouldn't even be mention of him in Act 2, but there was. So I was kind of wrong on that.
We are.
I said that I think Act 1 was going to be better than Act 2. I disagree with that. I said that Silco and Jinx have a Joker-Harley Quinn relationship. They're very clearly father-daughter. They do not fuck.
There's a bit of an age difference.
That doesn't stop most people after the age of like 18 sometimes, you know, in a grooming relationship.
I don't know how old she is.
I assume like 19, something like that. At
Maybe.
The earliest,
I
like
would believe
16.
it, though, if it was just like an exaggerated, like, 16. Or maybe even like 15.
Yeah, I could see her being like that young, too. But that I don't think that would stop Silco, honestly. I don't think he's like, you know, blowing up the city and taking over mankind is pretty bad, but I draw the line at grooming a child. I stand for the law.
Well, to be fair, he wasn't a fan of blowing up the city. He actively yelled at her for that.
Yeah. But he is like an evil mastermind. If there was some sort of grooming thing, I wouldn't put it past him. But anyways, point being, I was wrong on that. They are very much just like, honey, as my daughter, you can't blow shit up whenever you want to. That's not nice. It ruins daddy's plans.
Honey, I blew up the kids again.
Yeah, the only other prediction I have is that Jinx and Vi fucking hate each other, which was completely wrong. They don't really. They're still pretty amicable. They just kind of feel like tragically separated siblings. That was about it.
Yeah.
Was pretty close to spot on, though, for most of those. I was impressed by that.
Yeah. Do you have any overall general comments about the part before we get into specific episodes?
Just that the directing is phenomenal. Like, probably some of the best directing I've seen in anything. It's very impressive, experimental, whatever, superlatives you want to put in there. I genuinely mean it, though. Like, it's impressive.
You don't typically use superlatives, so I know that when you start using them, that it is something is genuinely impressive.
I just feel like a hack where I'm like, dude, these directing skills are so magnificent.
It is out of this world. It is the best I've ever seen in my life.
It made me literally come in my pants while I was watching.
Yeah,
I could not stop. Except for, like, the Jace scene, that was not pleasing. Actually, anyways, episode 4.
Yeah,
I'm kind of done with overalls. Don't really have much to say.
So yeah, episode 4. We open up after post-time skip. Doesn't really say how long it's been, but we can assume like 4-ish or 5-ish years, I would say.
Everyone's basically adults now, if not young adults, all of them.
Yeah.
So at least, 5 years or something like that. Significant enough.
Yeah, our opening scene is Heimerdinger and Chase talking about an upcoming event called Progress Day. And as well as the introduction to this thing that Jace has created called Hex Skates, which are basically just methods of teleporting across countries, really. You can cross from country to country instantly. Like how he was saved from, presumably, Rise. Goodbye, teleportation.
Oh, right. That's what he did. The mage.
Yeah.
I forgot that he teleported him out of the snow into, like, a safe spot.
Yeah, I think it's Rise, but he's also not blue, so it's really weird, because Rise is blue.
Wait, so they just changed
maybe
the man's
it was pre-blue
race?
Rise. Well, I mean, maybe it wasn't Rise.
It'd be funny
But
if it was Rise.
Rise
It's just
is-
like, I'm not blue.
One of Rise's like primary things, he teleports. There's a whole cinematic where he teleports around the world and he's like a traveler. So it makes sense that it's Rise. Plus he's known as the Rune Mage, and so he had runes, he wasn't mage, so we just assume it's Rise. But anyways, Jace is chosen to give the Progress Day speech.
Can't everyone recall in League of Legends? Like, is that not like teleportation?
I think that's not like in real life they can recall, but while they're participating in the game of League of Legends, they can.
Okay. I just figured it was like a lore thing where it's like Rise has like the teleportation recall ability and everyone's like, yeah, I can just do that. Big whoop-de-doo.
Well, it's also like I don't just like, beat up a guy on the side of the road and then get $5. Well, okay, maybe I could.
If you're creative enough, you can.
If someone is beating up a guy and I come and punch him and last hit him, do I get the gold?
Yeah. If you knock him out.
Okay, cool. Anyways, Heimerdinger gives some speech about the founder of the academy, and how he gave up his like inventing career to help other students. And then he's like, Jace, I want you to give the speech. And then we just cut to the festival of Progress Day. Mm-hmm. Where Jace is with the Kiramans, and we get to see Caitlyn as a guard.
What did Caitlyn do before? Was she like just a student?
She was
before?
nobility.
Because, okay, yeah. I didn't really know what she did before. She just kind of seemed like a woman sitting around doing nothing.
No, she was a child before.
I don't know if she was like a student, or that's what I was wondering.
No, she was like a child.
Because they just kind of in Act 1, she was like, sit there and look pretty. And I was like, oh, okay.
My main problem with Caitlyn is that she really wants to be an enforcer, and we don't know why. And for a character, like when a character breaks tradition, you typically got to explain why.
I feel like we got that answer a little bit. Like, because we kind of see her later in a couple episodes where she's like, running around the city with Vi and she's like taking care of her. It's like she wants to be like, what exactly is an enforcer? Is it just kind of like a guard?
It's a cop.
Cop. Yeah. So she like wants to be like a noble cop. That's what I feel like. It kind of gets justified with like everything through Vi. It's answered indirectly.
her personality justifies it, but like we don't know her ambitions, and it's just so random where it's like, hey, I'm the son or I'm the daughter of nobility. I'm gonna go be a cop. It's like, no, wait, can you explain why? It's literally the meme of I'm gonna go become a cop. Can you elaborate? No.
I didn't feel like that, honestly. It doesn't directly explain it, but I feel like after a few episodes, it's kind of implied that it's like, I don't want to just be nobility. I want to be on the ground helping people. Like, and I think she sees that just as being a cop and changing the law system. I don't know
think she really
specifically
wanted
why
to change the law
cop?
system. Because
Not necessarily.
she wasn't like, I want to help the people that are misseen and misjudged. Because when she meets Vi, she just straight up says, you're all the same. So she sees them in the same light as all other cops, really.
Yeah, but it's more like, I feel like I took it more like not changing laws or whatever, but just being on the ground and being able, like, she has a passion for detective stuff, first of all, like with the photography stuff we see later on, but that
I
she
kind of
also...
wish that passion was built up, though, where it's like, I did this as a kid because we see her as a kid. Nothing from Act 1 translates to, like, oh, she'll become an enforcer, detective, something like that. It's just like she was a kid who didn't like doing what her parents told you, led to being a cop somehow. Whereas other people's, like, their path, Jace's father was a hammer maker. He made tools for the people, so Jace wants to make tools for the people. Something like that, where it's like they have a clear path that leads their character to, like, they have a goal. Like, what is Caitlyn's goal? She never says it. And she has plenty of chances to like, explain herself to Vi, or even.
I just figured, like, I don't know. Act 1 Vi is... I mean, not Act 1 Vi. Act 1 Caitlyn isn't really a character, so there wasn't really anything to, like, build off of, and that was just
I think that was
fine.
the problem.
I just rolled with it.
Yeah.
It gets explained, like, through her actions and everything. I didn't think about her before that, really. Because I just didn't even think about her when I was watching Act 1, even. Because she just wasn't really even on screen. So I was just like, alright. This is basically like a new character. I didn't even really consider her as a child as being part of the story whatsoever. So, that's why I feel that way.
Yeah. Anyways, then we cut to the airport after Jace and Caitlyn talk a little bit. They don't really say anything important from what I remember.
There was a joke I liked there, though.
What was the joke?
Jace's mom was like, oh, you know, he's a very busy man when he's, like, walking off, and then immediately he just walks up to flick Caitlyn in the head.
I got timetables for this.
It was pretty funny. It just... Because the mom, I don't know, it was one of those things where it was just immediately like...
She was just trying to cover her ass. It was like, he's not here because he's busy.
Yeah, and I thought she was like, had the perception of like, oh, you know, he's busy doing, you know, whatever stuff. And she walks up and is like, hey, Caitlyn. What's up?
So then after that, we cut to the airport where we get to meet a new faction, the Firelights. We don't really know a whole lot about them.
Oh, I thought that was a boat. I just realized that is an airport, isn't it?
Yeah, they're...
It's not in the water.
Yeah, they're airships. That's how most of like the trading stuff is like. We see airships doing that. That's how the Hex Gates work, are by airships. So we meet the Firelights, which are just some gang that aren't really explained in this act. They're kind of just an antagonizing force against Silco's crew, from what we can realize. And in this scene, they attempt to stop Silco smuggling the drug from the first part we learn now is called Shimmer. And so he's trying to smuggle Shimmer. And so they come and they attack, and a few of them go into the underside where Jinx has laid a trap. Powder is now Jinx, we know her as.
I do like this opening shot, by the way, where... I just figured it was going to be some, like, monster down there, like, of purple goo. Oh, before we get to that, actually, there was this one shot where they're like getting on the ship and taking it over, where they instantly you recognize it's like Silco crew because they have like these purple veins on their face. That was just like a really cool sign where you didn't have to say anything. Just good directing there. But really good directing is underneath when they're like, looking around and you hear like creaking, and then suddenly there's just a fucking empty swing set. Just down in the boat.
Just in the airship.
In the airship. She like was down there long enough, she built like a swing set, and you're like, oh, she's freaky.
That's
dude.
Believable. She just wants to swing while she's waiting to get robbed.
And then she goes like ooga booga and like gets the guys, and
goes, stupid dog, you make me look bad.
Yeah.
She pulls out her comically large hammer and smacks one of them.
Why does Jinx actually have a comically large hammer?
No.
That's a Harley Quinn thing, right?
No. Yes, that's a Harley Quinn thing. I don't blame you for getting them confused.
For some reason, I was like, I feel like she should have a hammer. Yeah, I think she, really cool introduction, because I didn't even think it was going to be Jinx. I was like, oh shit, she's here already. And when we see her bombs and everything, they're like this cool improvement in this action scene on her like old bombs.
And they work now.
Yeah, they work and they're terrifying. They just incinerate people now.
Oh yeah. I like in game there's just supposed to be some crowd control tool where if you step on them you just can't move. But in here they just kill you.
Oh, they're crowd control in the game?
Yeah, you throw them down, they sit there, they chomp, they're called chompers. They just chomp for a little bit, they don't move. And if you step on one, you just can't move for a little bit.
I just figured if you stepped on one, you would just take 200 damage or something. It'd just be like explosion. Just like Teemo
it does no damage.
Mushroom. I don't play much League of Legends, so I absorb most of it through osmosis, but that's what I figured it'd be. That's all I really
so then she goes to fight them on the top side as there are still more. And when she's fighting one of them, she punches their mask off and sees, a redheaded kid who she mistakes for Vi. And kind of starts to freak out, and so we get to see that Jinx has got there's a little bit going on up there.
Yeah, she's she's not all there.
She actually just shoots the kid.
I thought it was Vi, actually. I got a little confused, like, what the fuck, why is Vi dead? Well, I know she doesn't die.
At the beginning of this act, we don't know where Vi is. We just know Marcus drugged her, and then drug and then drug her.
Yeah.
So we don't know where Vi is. Drug squared.
Mm-hmm.
I really enjoyed the violin music in this scene. Given the track record of the show, I would have expected some kind of pop song, but the violin music is very nice.
Oh, we killed your sister. She is dead.
Well, Jinx is supposed to believe that like her sister is dead at the beginning of this part, because that's what Silco believes, because that's what Marcus has told him.
Yeah. She's dead.
At the end of this scene, Jinx, at the end of the day, Jinx failed to guard the cargo, which was her job. So Savika, the one with the robot arm, is
that her
upset.
name?
Savika, yeah.
I had no clue.
Well, I had to Google it, so if that means anything to you. They say her name like twice in the show.
I guess I was taking notes during both of those or something. I just never got it.
Yeah. So anyways, we then cut to Victor and Jace's workshop as Heimerdinger comes to visit. They wanted to show him a new project. They have created Hextech gemstones, which are the same unstable crystals that they have now managed to stabilize. And with it, they show off some potential uses where they're not meant to be weapons at first, but we later learn them to be weapons, with one being the Atlas gauntlets, which Vi ends up using, and the other one being a mining laser, which Victor actually ends up using as a weapon in game.
Yeah, I recognize both of those because you've shown me like 12,000 Victor arts over the years where you're like, dude, it's Victor! I'm like, oh, he's got like the claw thing on his back. And that's like the one thing I noticed about him, so I was really happy when I recognized that. And Vi's gauntlets, of course, because they're big fists,
Yeah, big.
They're just big.
Big.
I liked how they looked really unstable, too. I don't know if they look like that generally when they're fighting in this show later on, but it looked really unrefined.
I think that was the point.
Yeah.
Was, this is new tech, and that's why Heimerdinger is like, oh, you gotta wait for it to stabilize. But when he's carving the statue of Heimerdinger, just like into there, he cuts the rock at the very end. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah,
he just
the
straight
rock,
up
splits.
slices the rock at the end, and it's just like, oh, is anyone going to say anything about that? But it was a nice little detail where they're like, well, we did 90%. It worked 90% of the way. That's good enough, right?
Yeah, like especially like with Jason the Gauntlet, the idea is that you pick up the rock and then like he splits it. I don't know if that was intentional either, because it looks like his hand is shaking the whole time.
It's like he's barely managing to control it. Or it's barely managing to stay together, something like that.
That's what I figured
touch.
Was supposed to be. It was supposed to be unrefined, but like part of me was like, I don't know League of Legends, so that might just be how they work, is that you just get the shakies whenever you use the gauntlets.
No, we get to see Vi in the show use them next act.
Yeah, I've seen in the intro when Imagine Dragons is like, dude, remember when Vi gets the gauntlets? And then they just like, Imagine Dragons! Or whatever in the background.
Like how every band just says their name.
I'm just... they're like Pokemon. You know? Go! Imagine Dragons! Imagine Dragon!
What element would Imagine Dragons be? Oh, they'd be dragon type, of course! I'm
but
a fucking
also
idiot.
Fairy type for the dreams. They'd be dual class.
Wait, so would they be weak against themselves?
Yeah, I mean, they make some like things like that, like water rock types, where like they get the resistances, you know?
It's weird.
Anyways, it balances out.
Heimerdinger is impressed, but he also wants to wait a decade before they bring the technology to the public, because he's afraid that people will misuse it if they just immediately launch it out to the public without any safeguards or systems, infrastructure in place to prevent the wrong people from getting it.
Yeah, but also because Heimerdinger's fucking old, so he's like, oh, 10 years. And it's like, that's...
Yeah, it'll go in the blink of an eye.
A quarter of our life if we die young. More like an eighth of our life. I misjudged the math.
A quarter of our life? When do you plan on dying?
Oh, hopefully not anytime soon, but,
I plan to live forever.
Things happen. Yeah, That's
the plan.
I spite death, so I just will never die. It's easy. But yeah, Heimerdinger is just like... It's funny. I was like, a decade, it passes the blink of the eye. And it's like, dude, fucking, how long do you think we live for?
So then we cut, again, to Caitlyn sneaking off from her guard post to investigate the cargo ship that was attacked by the Firelights, where she kind of just takes a bunch of pictures and then eventually finds a criminal? Big boy?
I liked this is where like the directing went from like standard, because like there were some good scenes in Act 1, but this was like the first example of like really phenomenal directing, and I don't think it's like the best in the act. At the time I did, and I was just instantly blown away by like the next couple scenes. But she's like taking pictures of things, and there's like overlays of flashbacks of what's happening, like, and she's following the trajectory of bullets falling, and you're like, oh, she's like really intuitive, and you can like follow the whole thought process. And it's this really, really creative way of just, expressing like her detective skills. And it's really cool. I love that shot so much.
Yeah, that was kind of the point where I was like, why is she doing this? But we already had that.
Yeah.
I just think that someone being good at something doesn't justify them wanting to do it.
Sorry, I missed that last part.
I said someone being good at something doesn't justify them wanting to do it.
I mean, kind of, but like, I don't know, if you're good enough at something, and she looked like she was solving it really fast and being really passionate about it, she snuck off to do it.
That's fair.
And then later in her room, we'll get to it later, but she's like doing the Pepe Sylvia thing where she like has the red strings everywhere. I know that's just a detective thing. It's not a Pepe Sylvia thing, but like...
No, we're calling it a Pepe Sylvia thing.
It's Pepe Sylvia. So she's like really passionate about it. And like, I think at that point, you could tell it's like she's good at it, but also she's like passionate about it. That's why I think she wants to join the Enforcers as like, as, Chief Officer Sherlock Holmes or whatever, and go like, she wants to make a difference in the world. That's what sold me on it, was that. But also how she, when she found the criminal, was like, hey, I'll tend to your wounds. She's not a bad person. She just wants to like stop crime. And he's like, well, he's incapacitated. Might as well like help him a little bit.
I think my problem is she wants to stop crime. We don't get a why It's just like, shut up, she wants to stop crime. Accept that.
I don't think it's like crime necessarily. I was just meant like she wants to put out in the world like helping people, because as like a noble woman, she doesn't get to do anything.
I think like, my problem with it is that none of this is ever explicitly stated, and we just kind of have to infer.
That's, I think, our difference is that I like when stuff is not explicitly stated, and you're like...
No, I do too. I don't want everything told to me.
Holy cow, you know?
There is no, like, I think there is no evidence for her just going from nobility to escaping her noble life, unlike someone like Mel.
I don't know what
where she was kind of... we'll see that in Act 3, actually, I remember now.
But, like, another thing that I like about Caitlyn is she's offered that position back of, like, just being a, like, figurehead, and she rejects it, because she's like, I don't want any pity. I don't want to go back to that life. That's what also sold me on it. There's a lot of stuff like that, where it just... That's what worked for me for the character. But I feel like we're talking in circles. But
yeah, so... Let's see. She talks to a prisoner. She gets caught by Marcus, who we learn that Marcus is now the new sheriff. The guy from Act 1 who kind of sold everyone out.
Just kind of, though.
Just a little bit.
Little bit. Sold everyone out.
And then, after that, as a punishment, she's given the graveyard shift. And then we cut to the Undercity. And there's some really bad pop dubstep. But at least it's fitting because we're in a club, I guess?
Yeah, I was disoriented by it. I was like, holy cow, this is like... Wait, I think we skipped some stuff. No, never mind. I looked too far down. I skipped some stuff. Yeah, the club is very disorienting. And I was like, yeah, this feels like a club. Because they have like the music cranked up to 11. Like, not where it hurts your ears, but it's just like that kind of droning effect with like the visuals. And you're like, yeah, this feels like a club.
Oh, this also, it's just a very busy song too. They used that song for one of the trailers, you know. And that's what made me lose faith in the show for a while. I was like, oh, they decided to choose this song as a trailer song. Well, they also did this thing where it's like, Vi does this, she like crushes something, but then they play it like 3 times in a row to the beat, and I'm like, this looks awful. I'm gonna have to send that trailer to you. I meant to show you it at some point. I think I have shown it to you at some point, but it's been a while.
I've only seen like the one to the Imagine Dragons song about like the misery, I think is the one you showed me. But
yeah, I like when Echo is driving a bike and that one just flicks off the enforcers. I think that's really funny.
On the club music, I would not listen to it. I like what it does in the show though a lot. Yes. It is very clearly like, yeah, this is really loud club music.
It was like, yeah,
it's very overwhelming.
Like, well, it's not good, but that's the point, I guess. So Savika's pissed off that Jinx failed to protect the cargo and shot at them. But she's complaining to Silco about this.
She did do that.
And Silco defends Jinx. This is the first time we see Silco actually this act. And personally, I was a bit disappointed that we did a time skip. Because I kind of wanted to watch the progression of Silco become attached to Jinx. Because Silco is the majority of Act 1, all the way to the end, Silco is a very I trust no one kind of guy. And now we cut to Act 2, and a flip is switched, where now he just becomes dependent on Jinx almost, like emotionally. In the matter of a single episode. So it's explained through a time skip. It just would have been nice to watch that progress.
I agree. I'm sorry for laughing. You said a flip is switched. It was funny.
My best joke. I'm a comedic genius. You made realize it.
You made a good point though, where it's just like, yeah, it'd be nice to see it, even in just like a 30-second montage of like, you know, like just crossfades and Jinx getting older, and he's like, oh, well, here's a little thing I do to trust you. Here's a little bit more, because he's got like a fatherly like. I can't think of the right word, but like, you know how parents have paternal? Like a blind trust of their kids. I didn't want to use the word irrational because it is completely rational, but it's like
it's paternal.
Paternal, yeah. This really paternal bond of like, yeah, I don't trust people, but you're my kid. You're special. You know, we got to stick together as like a pack of
and it
whatever.
Feels like he wants to be. He doesn't want to be Vander, but he's slowly turning into a very flawed Vander in a paternal sense.
Yeah.
And so he's slowly, without realizing it, becoming the thing that betrayed him.
I really
in a
liked...
weird way. Not completely. Definitely not completely. I'm not saying that, like, oh, he's turning into a good guy, obviously.
Just father instincts. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I think he's getting a new perspective. And maybe he'll learn to understand what Vander felt.
I like when he's talking to the Void, where it's like, I forget what he says, but it's just like something about like, that mission, I can't keep defending you like this or something like that. And then it just pans, like, Jinx is just in the rafters.
Oh, yeah. I like that. She's just there.
And then he jumps down on his desk, pops a squat. I was like, no, I didn't mean it. Dad, I'm sorry. It's like, fucking stop. Jinx, please.
I really liked that Jinx didn't immediately become competent after switching sides. She stayed a liability no matter what side she was on. And this time it wasn't her tools failed her, it's just her judgment failed her. Yeah. Her judgment failed them.
And it could also play into how
she is a Jinx.
But also Silco is not like a father figure like Vander is, where Vander has like that whole combat kind of training. Silco is like a slimy, lizard on the back lines. He doesn't really know how to fight really.
Well, Vander also knew how to be tough on his children, and I don't think Silco knows how to do that because Silco himself is pretty reliant on their relationship, and it feels like on an emotional level.
Yeah, but that's definitely why Jinx is lacking in those areas of just he doesn't really know how to teach her when to hold your judgment in combat and stuff like that, but also just emotional. He doesn't know how to stand against his daughter and be like, all right, bud, you need to stop.
She doesn't answer to pretty much any authority, whereas Vi has to answer to an absolute authority, which is an interesting dynamic. Right,
yeah, definitely.
She could just get away with things, as seen here, because Silco would let her off with things. And that's kind of a recurring theme throughout this act. Whereas Vi is in prison.
The ultimate authority, wall, 4 sides, and ceiling.
I was going to say the police.
Oh, I just meant him being in jail.
And the law itself.
Yeah. I do we see it a little bit later more so, but the Jinx, blinking effect, where she's kind of popping around and then just there's scribbles on the screen where it's really good. One of those directing things where it's you instantly get her mind is fuzzy and all over the place, scratchy. It really fits. It was good.
Yeah. Then we go to Mel's party, the counselor, and she's talking about Jace, and we get to see that she sees Jace as a tool to kind of gain power. Where she's talking about he is useful. He is a man of the future. He's becoming a symbol. Mm-hmm. She's kind of using these objectifying terms where he is something I can use.
Yeah, I don't have much to say on it.
And then Jace shows up to the party. He talks to Mel about Heimerdinger and how he wants to delay it. And she ends up pushing him to move forward with the tech.
Yeah, and show it off. It's do we show it off it's ready, or we don't? And we wait and develop it and refine it before we go public.
And she's just saying, show that shit off. It's loud and proud, baby.
It's 200 year of progress year of the town. Progress festival, do it. Versus Heimerdinger's there's 10,000 things that could go wrong and you could ruin the world. And so he's I gotta think this one over.
Progress, maybe not. So then we cut to Jinx just blowing shit up. That's her method of venting, I guess.
I love it so much.
Then we get to see the shadow of Milo, where it's just a doll sitting in the corner, and we know it's talking because it's its eyes light up, and it's saying something to her. We don't really need to hear what it's saying because she responds to it in a way that basically tells us what he's saying. And she's worried that Silco sees her as weak So then her determination is that she needs to show her strength, that she is not a liability, because that's what she thinks her sister thought of her as. Because at the very end, she just said, "You're a jinx," and kind of, "You fucked it, kid."
Yeah. There's so much I like about this scene. I could gush about it for hours, but
I like the special effects a lot.
How we
that's in a
open
different
up.
scene.
I imagine like she's skipping pebbles across a lake, but it's just bombs into a ravine, where she's just like, that's her like tranquil thing, and it's just like that parallel was really cool. And then like as she's descending into madness with like the dolls over, you know, she's made dolls out of her dead friends, and there's like scribbles all over their eyes that come to life and like in the background of like her visions. I'm just like, dude, she's like, you get where she's coming from, where she's just literally insane, and it's such a clear, like, you get exactly not just that she is like processing trauma and not coping well with it. It's really fucked her up. It's like you get exactly how it fucked her up, and the very like distinct emotions like through the lines like on the screen, and like the, you know, chaotic back and forth. It's like, also it feels like almost there's something else going on, like something along the lines like of schizophrenia, where it's like you're just seeing visions and like it's fucking with your head. I like how Clagger doesn't even get a full doll. He's just like a keychain.
Yeah, well,
she ran out of
Clagger
materials.
didn't say much, did he?
Clagger gets a little pocket doll, and Milo gets the full-on like 6-foot doll.
When Milo was just an asshole.
Real champ Clagger, neglected by Jinx. He's just like, he's like 3 inches tall, just to clarify, maybe a little bit taller than that, but that, if you haven't seen the show, it's so funny.
He's just kind of hanging up there too.
He's just so tiny, because I was like expecting like, oh, there's the Milo one, where's Clagger? Oh,
there's Clagger.
He's kind of there. You're cool, Jinx. And she's just talking to herself. We get like her process, and just like the directing in this it's so good. Episode 5 is where like this shines a lot more, but like just as an introductory scene, just we really instantly get like where Jinx is at mentally, where she's like, she's not fully insane, she's still like kind of gripping onto like her past life, but like she's
Powder's still in there somewhere.
Yeah,
and it feels like Powder's fighting to like show herself, and sometimes that manifests as Milo or Clagger.
Mm-hmm. And she's repressing it with like childlike tendencies, which is very interesting, because I don't like baby crazy characters, but this one I really like, because she just does like the baby childlike talk, because she's just like, she never grew up, and it really makes sense, and like I really buy a lot of her character. Just really sold on that.
On first watch, I didn't like her because I just don't like the video game character Jinx. This second watch, it sold me a lot more on her. And Act 3, she is when she really shines as a character, especially emotionally.
I'm excited for that.
Anyways, enough Jinx time. Victor time. He's just, I guess it's Victor and Jace, which is mostly just Jace time. But we cut to Victor coughing, and Jace is just offering him, hey, come walk up, give this speech with me, you're my partner. And I really like that Jace is still pretty grounded in like that they're equals. That's nice. That in a lot of other media, it typically gets to someone's head. And so it's interesting to see where it's like they're grounded in each other's partnership, which is nice, wholesome bond. But he refuses anyways.
I hate the cliche so much of like the power going to the head, so I'm really happy they didn't do that. Like, it's played out, and they're brothers, you know.
Yeah,
it's good.
And I really think Victor is refusing to go up just because he doesn't like, not that he doesn't like Piltover people. He's afraid of being accepted by them because he's from the Undercity, which I can't wait for season 2 where we can just call it Zon.
I also really liked, just because it makes sense for him. We see later on that he, like, even as a kid, he played like alone and was a very like separated individual. He doesn't like
even in the Undercity
people. Yeah. It's not like a because
He'll
it feels
accept people,
yeah,
but
he's
people have to
scared
come
of-
to him.
he's scared of Piltover people a little bit because he's like, you know, an Undercity guy, but also I think it's just like he doesn't like being around people in general, so like giving a speech in front of thousands is not really his cup of tea. He likes being kind of in the background, it feels like.
Yeah. Where are we? Oh, Jace, I don't know if you noticed this. Jace has a mug of his own face, and that was
Yeah, I
really
was gonna
funny.
say, I love it so much because he slams it
So
down.
good.
I'm just like,
Wait, what did we
fucking
just said? It
dude.
didn't get to his head.
Yeah.
He has a mug of his own face.
Dude, you can't. That's just like the biggest asshole. It's like giving yourself like a best dad mug. It just doesn't. You can't.
It feels like someone else gave it to him, though, given his personality, where he's just like, someone gave it to me, I gotta use it, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like he bought it himself.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the Michael Scott moment in The Office where he like buys himself the world's best boss mug and drinks out of it. Because it's just Jace seems very much he's not someone who wants power. He just kind of comes into power, and
He wants the power to help people. He doesn't want political power.
yeah, he doesn't like.
He doesn't want to be
crave-
weighed down by those shenanigans.
He wants to change the world, not dictate it.
Yeah, he wants to present the power to change. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, he's giving a speech and he's about to reveal the technology, but then he becomes hesitant. And so he actually decides to wait until later to show it off. Everyone's disappointed. Mel gets up and leaves.
Yeah. So does his mom.
Oh yeah, that was. I forgot who the second
His
person was. It was just his
fucking
mom
mom.
just leaves.
Man, his mom sucks. Also,
Yeah.
there is like a 1.5 second shot of like Caitlyn outside right before the speech starts, and like I didn't put together that her being on night duty as punishment means she doesn't get to see the speech, even though that's obvious. But it was a nice like, oh yeah, she doesn't get to see the speech that she promised like she was gonna be able to go to and support Jace.
I didn't even
So that was
realize
cool.
that.
It was such a cool like, oh thank you, I'm fucking pea brain, thank you show.
That makes
like,
me
it didn't
small
have
with
to state
P-Brain.
it
I didn't
ever.
catch it.
Yeah, it just like very cool. They never ever said that she was going to miss it, but they made it very clear without words, and I think that's what this show does really well.
Yeah. So anyways, then we cut to Caitlyn on her night shift, and as the punishment for leaving the cargo ship. Some people shit talk her because she's nobility. But then she notices a fire in the distance, and all of them go and check out this fire. And all of them rush in to save they hear a child's voice in the fire, so all the other enforcers rush in to save him, while Caitlyn grabs a fire extinguisher and starts fire extinguishing when she notices Jinx's motif, and then all of the officers die except Caitlyn.
Yeah, and then Caitlyn also doesn't even like get severely injured. It's like she gets a boo-boo on her arm and knee. She's not like in a body cast, and the other ones are just dead.
Oh yeah, that's because they rushed into the middle of it, where she was on the she was trying to extinguish fires from the outside in. So
Yeah,
she
but
was on the
I thought
far
that she was still
perimeter.
pretty close, personally. But I get it.
And then Jinx steals the gemstone and the research paper in the confusion.
Mm-hmm.
And then we cut to the council, and you messaged me about this, and we both had a good laugh, but one of the counselors, the one that Mel bought the children's puzzle for, he's still trying to solve that after the time skip.
Like 5 or 6 years later. He's just like, I'm gonna get it one of these days. Because he still thinks it's like, the puzzle of like a master generation or whatever, where he's just like, I'm gonna solve it. Oh, it tickles me every single time.
So the council starts talking about the theft, and they come to the realization that they can't control the Undercity, and that the Undercity is actually really crafty, and so they are going to make a weapon out of this. So
Yeah.
Jace comes up and he suggests that they should stop all Hextech operation, including the gates. And the council hates this idea because they have become so reliant on the gates as a trade routes. And instead, Mel comes forth and proposes that he is added to the council as a new seat.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
Yeah, it's cool. I really like Jace's story where he's kind of forced in this political position as a not a politician.
And then he's also forced later on to make like political moves. Like,
oh yeah, they like
you got to play the
he
game.
has to stay the role. He's in the political game now, and Victor's not happy about that, but he didn't really have a choice. Like none of them really had a choice in the matter. It kind of just fell into Jace's lap.
Yeah. I mean, he could have rejected it, I guess, but then he'd probably be excommunicated from the city or something. Because they're like, you're already on, like, thin waters, Jace.
Well, he's not on thin waters anymore. He's the face of the city now, pretty much. He's the man of progress. So many years have passed that, like, worst come to worst, he loses funding.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's like, bad things would happen if he didn't join the, like, there's implied, like, he'd probably... I don't know. It felt like he had no choice. Like, even if he said no, it's like something bad would happen to where he would have to. So he's like, yeah, lets me help protect people, so I'll go with it.
This is then when we cut to Jinx listening to her own theme, which was really funny the first time, because it's one of those you point out and you go, because you get a reference.
I found a few of those.
As a League of Legends player. And I really like that she's just vibing, and Silco has to come in and just like, and we do these like little jump cuts as Silco gets closer and closer, just screaming her name.
Yeah.
I really liked the editing in that, and great directing.
It's so good.
He's pissed because of the shit she blew up and the people she killed.
I just have written in my notes for the first part of this scene is just Jinx literally is Joker 2019. I just couldn't think of how to describe it. But yeah. I like even when like she realizes he's there and pissed, she's just like, yep, that's me. I'm Jinx. What do you want to do? It's great.
I think she's riding the high of the thing she just looted.
Yeah. And just is not even phased. I think it's also because she knows that Silco won't punish her because she did a thing. That's good.
True.
She's just like, do whatever you want. Fucking look at this.
Hey, look at this thing. Enforcer's dead? Who cares if we killed a few cats? Look, I got blue.
I
got the blue. You want the blue?
I really do like also that she made fireworks.
Yes, those special effects were really good.
She's like, happy progress day. And then she gives him a little hug. And he's like, all right.
And no, he's just like, what is this? What did you bring me? The whole time she's like hugging him and talking, he's just staring at the orb. I'm not going to say it.
No. Why would you even
I pondered whether I should say it or not. All right, anyways.
Whether or not you should say that.
All right, what do we cut to next?
Well, there's the end of the episode, basically. Yeah.
What'd you say?
Oh, sorry, I was just saying it was the end of the episode. There's like one more scene.
Yeah, Caitlyn is looking over the evidence. She's Pepe Sylviaing up. Jace comes to visit. He gives her some flowers, hope she's recovering. But he's mostly there to offer her an office position where she would be much safer. Mm-hmm. And she declines. This is the scene you were talking about earlier, where she's offered a safe position, declines.
Yeah.
And then she traces the web to Stillwater Prison, and then we cut to the scene of her riding a boat up there, and she talks to the warden because she wants to interview the prisoner that she saw at the cargo ship, the one she found hiding. But Vi had beaten him up, so he couldn't talk anymore, so she goes to visit Vi instead to find out why she beat him up. And then... end of episode.
Yeah.
We see Vi. We see where Vi has been this whole time.
There's a really good build-up to Vi, because, like, we thought, it might be Vi on the ship, if you're dumb like me, you don't really know the characters that well, and you haven't seen them time skip. But if you're not me, then you're like, okay, cool, where's Vi? And, it's like, I couldn't even really figure out it was Vi in prison for the first little bit. It makes sense, but it was like, you see from, like, off-screen, him getting beaten up by a lunch tray, and then the main guard is like, yeah, he's not gonna be able to speak. You can talk to him when his jaw's fixed, though. And she's going down to the deep cell, and it's intercut as she's going down the elevator. It's like, who the fuck did that? and then they, do a pan into the jail cell, and she's sitting on like in the back, and it's like, oh, it's Vi, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. That was really it. It was just a really good like end of episode directing thing, and only other thing I wanted to mention.
Who the hell are you? And her lips are like overly animated, and it makes me feel weird. I don't know why, but
You want to kiss him?
No.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's just a me thing then.
Maybe.
I don't know if she'd be into her or not, so that would depend on my answer. But we skipped over a little bit. There's a cool detail, I think, with Caitlyn, is he brings in flowers, but there's like a billion in there because she's nobility and everything. Everyone either pretend loves her or actually loves her. It was nice just to see, like, you know.
Yeah, I think it's a nobility thing where it's like, oh, condolences.
Yeah. And he threw the like flowers to the side. He's like, "Oh, okay, you're fine, and you got a billion flowers, whatever." He just like gets rid of them.
Yeah.
Like I don't think he even gives her to him. He just throws them like with the other flowers, and it just gets right to brass tacks.
Yeah, episode 4 wasn't the crowning achievement of this part, but it was still really good.
It was my second favorite of the 3, I would say, and I thought it was like it got me excited because I was like, Act 2 feels like a step up from Act 1 in terms of like production, honestly.
Yeah. So episode 5.
Yeah, I think this one was probably, in my opinion, best of the 6 I've seen so far. Straight up. Love this episode.
It was a good one.
11 out of 10.
You might want to hold those judgments until you've seen all of it.
Yeah, I'm just saying out of the 6. Just to quantify that. Because obviously I haven't seen the other ones, but really good episode, I think.
Alright, okay.
Like, there was so much density on the screen of everything. This is a 45-minute show, including, you know, opening and ending that I skipped. I probably took me an hour and a half to watch this. Because I would see a scene, I'd have to watch it 3 times, pause it, and be like, fuck, dude. It's so, like, impressive. Everything about this episode.
I had to rewatch the Imagine Dragons like 8 times, you know?
Was that this episode?
That was this episode, yes.
Oh, okay, 1 out of 10. Sorry. Your favorite episode now.
Sorry, 1 out of 10. Had Imagine Dragons in it.
Imagine Dragons became
For the record,
real.
I kind of like Imagine Dragons. Not the biggest fan, but I think they're alright.
I do not like their music at all. Like, I thought it was alright, like, in 2013 or whatever, where I was like, yeah, this is alright, and I just feel like they make the same song. This is not relevant to the show. I'm done. We're getting off topic.
Alright, so episode 5 starts with Caitlyn is... It's a flashback to Caitlyn is competing against the old sheriff who died... When did she die?
Episode 3, when they were like, hey, it's Silco.
Oh, yeah.
Marcus betrayed
it's
you.
Silco.
Bah!
Hey, what is that? What is that purple blur coming towards us?
It's Sonic, but slightly different.
Those were... no, it's Sonic the Werehog.
Is Sonic Werehog purple?
Purplish. Purple enough.
Enough.
Anyways, she's practicing with the old sheriff. Actually, they're having a competition. It's not really a practice. And
her name is Grayson, by the way. Found out.
Grayson, that's what it was.
This episode. Subtitles, thank you.
Caitlyn actually wins, but then she turns and she sees that Grayson held the shot on the last target. And so she's worried that Grayson was paid off by her parents to let her win, which Grayson admits, no, I just thought you deserved to win. Don't remember any of the conversation other than that.
Oh, I actually have more on that. Because it was very cool. I think it also builds into her character, like we've been talking about and we disagree on. This is kind of like the substitute for the backstory of like, oh, you're doing rifle training. I shoot for like the protection of my family and like friends in the city. And that's like honor and trophy enough for me. What do you shoot for, Caitlyn? And then it cuts to present day. We don't get an answer. But we get shown an answer later in the episode. It's very cool.
Sorry, I just had to make fun of you. I disagree with you.
I think I used the words that my art boner got hard, and then I got flaccid when we got to Imagine Dragons.
You did text me a Discord message that said Imagine Dragons is on the screen. My art boner is flaccid. So that was pretty funny to see.
Because I was so, like, it was getting near the end of the episode, I was getting so pumped, and I was like, oh, no, fuck.
I have a lot to rant about that scene, by the way. There's, like,
cool
collection of scenes.
Awesome. I love
but
Imagine
we'll get there
Dragon
when we
slander.
get
Good.
there. So we cut to the present day.
Clean
we
transition,
get this
by the way.
we get this really heavy-handed metaphor where there is just a painted line on the floor, and in order, like, she's been talking to Vi a little bit, and she's like, I could show her this evidence, but then you're like, oh no, she has to cross the line. Oh,
I didn't even see the line on the floor.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is her crossing the line, guys. Do you get it?
Oh,
I mean, I still
back.
enjoy it, but. Yeah, Caitlyn's bad now. You're right. I win. Thank you. Guys, hold your applause.
Other than that scene, I really did like the dynamic of, like, their conversation, where it's like
it was a good
them as
conversation.
individuals, but also them as, like, criminal versus law in terms of dynamic, where you can really see how the systems are playing with each other.
Well, they're also at odds. Vi and Caitlyn. We see this is the start of their relationship, so of course this is going to be one of the roughest parts. Where they see, oh, you're just a cop, which is basically a criminal in a uniform, and she says, oh, you're just a criminal, y'all are all the same. But they both have things they need, so they work with each other.
Mm-hmm. But it's also, I don't have specifics, but the way they talked also reminded me of them kind of like speaking as positions of their systems, not just as like, I have beef with you, but just like, you know, how she acted like within the law. It's like, you know, why can't I trust you? You know, you're here because you're bad, all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then Vi was just kind of like casual, you know, whatever. It's like, I don't deserve to be here.
Well, Vi can't really get it any worse where she currently is, can she?
Yeah. So it's just like, I don't have any reason to, you know, help you. Also,
yeah, what are you going to do? Beat me? They already do that.
I shouldn't even be here. You know, fuck the system. All that. And it, like,
does she ever say that she doesn't deserve to be there? I don't think she ever proclaims her innocence.
I thought, not that she was innocent, but just like, there's no record of me on here. That's what she said. It's like, I'm not even like on the record for my crimes. That was what Caitlyn said to her. And I think that's where I got that implication from.
No.
Was Caitlyn was just like, because they don't have any criminal record, because Marcus was just like, you're in jail.
Oh, it was
this is where you live now.
It was to keep her safe, because if Silco knew she was alive, Silco would kill her.
So she grew up in prison, yeah.
Yes. I guess Marcus said prison life is better than no life.
and I think in some cases you could argue, no. Sometimes no life would be better than prison life. In this prison where you get beaten up.
That's a little too philosophical for my domain. Not really. I'd love to have that discussion, but we're talking about League of Legends.
Of course.
The ultimate prison.
All League of Legends players deserve to be beaten up in prison, where they belong. Is there a prison system in League of Legends? What's that guy that takes him to the void? Mordekaiser? That's where you go. That's League of Legends prison.
I'm surprised you knew that.
Hey, osmosis, baby.
So then Caitlyn uses Jace's position as a counselor to get Vi released, which I think we later learn next episode that Jace did not okay this. She just made up a lie and used Jace's signature to get
he
Vi
didn't.
out of prison. Yeah.
I thought he was just covering it up from Marcus, where he was like, "Oh, you're not supposed to know about that."
No, he didn't know himself.
He didn't know.
This is Caitlyn going off the record to do things she probably shouldn't be doing.
Which they have
the cross the line metaphor?
Did they have a scene in Act 1 where she could forge Jace's signature? Because I feel like I remember something vaguely like that.
Oh, well, we see the very first scene of episode 2. She's carrying Jace's stuff to his office when the building explodes.
That's what it is. Yeah, something like that. I thought she like did something where it's like, oh, it makes sense.
Well, they're close, and she probably had paperwork from his offer of the position, so she could have just forged it.
Yeah.
Or Jace is funded by the Kiramans. She is a Kiraman. Maybe it's as simple as that. And she's just like,
Gotcha.
no one will question if I say this. Anyways,
Yeah.
we cut to
I don't really have much to say
Marcus
on that.
giving a eulogy of all the officers who died in Jinx's explosion, which right after that, we cut to him yelling at Silco because he couldn't keep Jinx under control, where they had an agreement where they wouldn't kill cops and they would try and keep it down to just like a little smuggling. And then Silco suggests that they blame the firelights instead, and he pays Marcus off. And that's kind of the end of the scene, where we just see Marcus is corrupt still, and Silco has his hold over him. And we get a lot of scenes of whenever Marcus is ever considering an option, there's always something with his family in the scene. Like during the funeral, he was looking at his daughter. Later, whenever he's considering like to give up this grenade that Silco gives him later and to blame the firelights for, he always has like a picture of like one that his daughter drew.
Yeah, the drawing like in a picture frame on his desk.
Yeah, he always has some like, he's a very big family guy.
Yeah. It seems today that all
Hey,
you
Silco.
see. Remember that time I betrayed you?
Then we cut to Jace looking over shipping logs because he's the counselor now. I think they say it's his second day where he's just looking over shipping logs to see any discrepancies. And Victor is just the meatball. He's like, this is a waste of your time. This is a waste of your talents. Help me invent things. And Jace feels he's starting to understand the responsibility that the technology they created has to be looked over, while Victor is more focused on improving lives with new technology.
Yeah.
And then Marcus comes in, and Jace is just like, hey, what the fuck is have you read these? Have your people read this shit? Shit's wrong.
Yeah, I also like Marcus comes in, and he's like, sir, it's your first day.
Second day. Get it right.
Second day. Why? He's like, do it. I can do it, so do it. Fix it.
Fix it. Anyways, then Victor coughs up some blood and starts hallucinating while looking at all the hex tech. Some weird kind of vision thing that he has. And then from there, we cut to Jinx reading through Jason Victor's journal, trying to decode it. And while she's messing with the technology, trying to crack it, she creates like almost an explosion-like thing, and she starts to have flashbacks of the explosion that killed Milo Clagger and crew.
Just Vander. He's the only other one.
Yeah, Vander. Didn't immediately kill Vander. Those were the only people immediately killed, besides like some goons or thugs, what have ye.
And it's funny because that actually ended up being her family. So she killed two of her families, didn't she?
Yeah, a little bit.
I really do. If you don't have anything else to say on that, I want to
really.
talk about it a little bit more. I do. When she was doing like the hex tech stuff, she's kind of like blah 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 whatever. It's cool that she's really intelligent, but is not like a book scientist or like a very like sciencey attitude person. She's just kind of good at engineering shit, and she's just like kind of does it, like wings it. And
I feel like at
figures it out
some
eventually.
point she should know these technical terms, and it feels like she doesn't.
Well, it's just that she doesn't outwardly know them. It's not that she's outwardly presenting sciencey. She knows them, like she knows how it works, which is cool. This is just kind of like, I get science. You just kind of feel it. And so it's like an interesting sciencey character without being like a nerd glasses, like, well, if you calculate the probability of this explosion, he's just like a normal person, right? Or not normal. That's the wrong word to use for Jinx. It's the absolutely
Jinx
the
is
worst
most
word to
normal
use.
person in the cast.
She's just like more of a what is the word I'm looking for? But she's like a
Grounded.
street smarts person, but she's also intelligent. She just uses street smarts attitude to do science. But also the explosion from her like invention like it brings her back into like semi-lucidity, it feels like, where she's like, oh, I fucked up, I'm sorry, I regret this, I'm sorry, and she like starts talking like she did before, and like, you know, crying and curling up in a ball, and it's like her trauma almost brings her back to like herself, and she's like suppressing it and like becoming, you know, she's suppressing it through whatever like her madness presents as. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Like, I felt like I really understood her character a lot more, and I was like, I get it. She's like, she's not just wacky, because a lot of the characters are just
That's
like,
what the game
comical.
presents her as, is just wacky.
Yeah, and that's, from what I've seen, what I've heard, I was like, oh, she's just wacky, but it's like, she's tormented, straight up, and I just thought it was cool, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that since the game is the end product of where the character ends, it kind of, I get the feeling that we're gonna have to shed off every layer of lucidity until she just becomes wacky.
We see that a little bit later, even in episode 6 too. Yeah.
Yeah, the process becomes fun, but
yeah,
fun is probably the wrong word. It's
fascinating,
an entertaining and fascinating arc.
Yeah, this scene, because the next scene we go into too, it's just like scene after scene of just stuff that I love how it's directed. If you want to go into that.
Time after this. Well, not immediately. Pretty immediately, honestly. Caitlyn and Vi are going to the Undercity to investigate Silco.
Yeah, I was talking about this scene specifically. Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot. Actually, I only have Vi parkours as Caitlyn slowly climbs down.
Oh, well, I might go on a 10-minute rant
wild,
here.
Man. This is all you.
So, there's a really cool thing at the beginning of this scene. You see this old man. Keep that in mind. He's like this old man with a cane. Like getting on the tram. And so Caitlyn is talking to Vi, and she's like, hey, you know, like, if we wanted to explore the Undercity, like, the tram is a really good place to get a view. And then Vi is like, nah, too risky. She jumps down. And then you look back at Caitlyn, and she has the tickets in her hand already. So she had already planned. It was like a formality thing of being like, we should take the tram. She's like, fuck. She throws the tickets away. I love that because I was like, oh, she like was planning on it, because it's like, that's the only way she sees is like by the books going through like the tram like that, right? It just makes sense to her. Whereas Vi is just like, we have free roofs to look at things. So she starts like parkouring down, and the music is great as she's like doing all these flips and like jumping off of things. Interspliced between are like Caitlyn just falling down shit.
Yeah.
She's just sucking, which I did not expect.
Super careful and not really taking many risks, and like she gets scared if something kind of starts not working super well.
Yeah, much like as a personality that she is like not a risk taker. She does things by the book mostly. She's learning from Vi a little bit how to not do that. What?
I said mostly.
Yeah, mostly by the books, because she's expanding a little bit. She seems just like a really royal by the books person. So when she's going down, she's just like really trying to not hurt herself, but she just does not get anywhere. She's like using the ladders and stuff. It's all interspliced while like Vi is running to like this crazy music, doing really insane shit on the roofs.
She parkour.
It's like really directed and interspliced together in a really smart way. And then after all of that, the last scene of Caitlyn falling off the roof, she's passed by the old man with a cane that got on the tram.
Yeah,
so really it would have been the same amount of time to just go on the tram for her.
And we also get a really cool, is this where we get the shot of Vi looking over the Undercity? And it's really cool.
Yeah, it's right before we get to Caitlyn falling down. But just, like, it's a 30-second joke that, like, is so genius with, like, its pacing, and, like, you really feel the characters instantly. And there's, like, a couple things, just, like, the ticket thing, the old man thing, the park, it just all works so well. And I was so blown away by that. I had to watch it a couple times where I was just like, there's probably more things I missed with that, honestly. But it's just like the micro details that they get in the directing just are beautiful.
That's what happens when you get 6 years to look it all over.
6 years of polish, baby.
Yep. I'm hoping that next season doesn't become too unpolished because they don't have the same amount of time. But
they get to reuse resources because it's the same area. So hopefully that energy and time can be spent on polishing those details.
Yeah, is League 3D animated and then made to look 2D? Or is it just 2D?
What, the game?
The show. Arcane.
The show, it's a 3D engine.
Because that would save a lot on resources. Because I imagined it was like 2D looking in post-processing, but it was 3D in the show.
It's the shaders and stuff and textures that they use.
So yeah, that'll save like on environment and everything. It should be...
Because they pretty much mapped out the entirety of the Undercity and like a shit ton of built over.
Yeah.
Not the entirety of Undercity, but they have like alleys that we'll see again. Like we saw the one when they're running with the gemstones in episode 1, when they're like running from Deckard. Like, all of that wasn't reused. Maybe they'll find a way to reuse that shit.
Yeah, even if they make new stuff, like, it wouldn't take that long, I feel like.
Yeah, like, they have building presets and stuff.
Yeah, you could, like, build different walls and, like, recolor them a little bit, make a couple bricks different, something like that. And you can make it look, like, similar but different. Like, they have a really good base. Yeah, it's nice.
You could say it's based. I'll have to send you some of the music videos they worked on. I don't want to commit, but I think they did one of the KDA songs. Anyways.
I'm impressed, by the way, that it is 3D because, I've done a lot of like research into like the Ruby stuff. Not going to talk about it, but people see parallels between it and this. And I'm just impressed. This show has a larger budget probably, but just the art direction, how far it goes to sell a show that is in 3D. You can just make it work versus like Ruby just kind of looks really, it looks,
well, Ruby is also it's also mocapped, and I think Arcane isn't mocapped. It's just from a guy who used motion capture so much that he just knew how the human like body moved when talking, when doing all that stuff. Don't quote me on that, though. I don't want any angry emails.
That's how they contact you.
If I'm wrong, yeah, they'll send me.
They'll fax you.
They'll send me an AOL IM. They'll poke me on Facebook or something.
They somehow attach a message to the poke on Facebook that says, "Hey Nick, fuck you. You're wrong about Arcane."
Fuck you. It was mocapped. They don't say Arcane. They just say "fuck you." It was mocapped.
Even Ruby isn't really mocapped a ton anymore. I don't think. Like they do some
mostly
stuff.
Just fights.
It's a lot of standing around. If the mocap is still mocapped, it's like smoother now. It's not like season 1 where it's just like really bad and not articulated well. It feels like they use mocap as a base and like polish it now, whereas they just didn't really do that as much before, or they have a better handle on it or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's cool.
Well, we're not really here to talk about Ruby.
I don't like it, but I was just gonna say, comparatively, way better Arcane. I'm so impressed by it. I just was kind of written off of 3D shows because of Ruby, and this kind of reinvigorated. Like, it's possible. You can make it look good.
Yeah. So then we cut to Victor messing around with the Hextech runes, and we find the Hextech polygon. I think he calls it the Hextech core by episode like 6.
Yeah.
So he's messing with these Hextech runes after he's had this vision he talks about. And we get a bit more scientific information on how magic and Hextech work. I didn't really write it down because it's not really important. And that's pretty much the whole scene, is to give a more scientific view of Hextech and magic in general. I
like how we, for Victor, we get like a whole mad scientist kind of thing where we can see he's starting to really delve deep into the work and be like, the runes, like, channel magic, but like, and with the visions, he's like, what if we do it backwards? Like, can we manipulate it? Is there a way we can harness this differently? And Jay starts getting concerned, like right before he leaves. He's just like, are you sure this is safe? He goes, of course not. Just ends.
Well, Jace was the one who had the exploding rocks, to be fair.
Yeah. Victor
so who's
is just,
he to talk?
He doesn't care. He's just like, yeah, of course not, it's safe. Like, of course it's not safe. And
we learned why he's in such a rush to create new technology later this episode.
Yeah. It was really cool. Where it was funny, but it also just really showed how he's delving deeper into science, like at all costs, more so than Jace is even.
Yeah.
He's doing like the dark side. Like Jace is doing political shit, but like Victor's doing like the dark science thing of like we're pushing limits a little here.
Well, I would say Jace is still on his side. He just wanted to clarify whether it was safe or not, because Jace is still on his side when they talk about organic hex tech. Jace just says this is wonderful. Well, then again, Jace does have a new motive at that point when Victor's dying.
It's not evil tech. I just mean it's like we're getting into like we're pushing past boundaries that like
transhumanism.
Yeah, like the things that people are like, you shouldn't fuck with God. That's the kind of stuff that we're starting to get into with hex tech, where it's like you're crossing into God's domain, is what they're kind of thinking, I think. And you know, it's similar to that, is what I mean, because we get into like organic stuff, but that's what I meant. Is he's getting into like the mad scientist of like playing God a little bit. Yeah, as we go on, it's really cool. I like that about him. Really sold me on Victor.
Yeah, no, I fucking love Victor. Victor may be my favorite character.
He might be mine too. Like one of my favorites from this act.
Act 3 is his greatest act. Act 3 is like everyone's greatest act. But
I'm so happy. Because
I'm gonna say it now.
Shit, Act 1. I'm
gonna say it now. The quality of an act has a positive correlation to the amount of screen time Victor gets. Hey, look, I just calls it as I sees it.
And that's a scientific fact.
So anyways, we cut to Vi eating. I just have Vi eats. Written down. The liquid is vile.
It's just like anchovy, like shit liquid. And she's like, oh. It's just, oh. I mean, it's supposed to be gross. I wrote down, it's gross but good.
It's too gross. I would say you can make gross, but you don't want to go to 100%.
I wasn't vomit grossed. I was just uncomfortable gross, close. So it worked for me.
It was pretty close. I was just like, that is vile. Vi stands for vile.
Yeah. A vial of shimmer.
I also wrote down, I love Jericho, though. Funny big fish man.
Is that his name, is Jericho?
Yeah, she says thanks, Jericho, at one point.
Does anyone knock on his walls?
I don't understand.
Just a biblical, like, not like blaring on the walls of Jericho. I don't know, it was dumb.
It's too clever for me.
I did like this scene though, where it's just like Caitlyn is, by the books and does not get what Vi was doing.
Eating. Vi was eating. I didn't like it.
Vi, it turns out, she was eating and like just stopping by, and he gave her information just non-verbally, and Caitlyn's like, oh,
there's a purpose going here.
There is a purpose going here, versus like she sees her as like a criminal that like is just doing like, I just want to eat, which is what she justifies it as. But it's like, yeah, you can't talk about that in the open about like information trading because someone can hear. So it's just like, street smart stuff. It was cool. I liked it. Because that symbol comes back from the napkin on the door that we go to after that.
Yeah. We cut to Jace and Mel are talking at a concert performance. And the whole point of the scene is kind of Mel is trying to convince Jace that he needs to embrace, not this blatantly, of course, but basically what she wants to do is convince Jace to embrace the corruption that he's trying to root out. But she words it so that the counselors will work with him instead of targeting him.
Yeah.
And
it's
so
like
you're
making them lose money.
We cut to the scene a lot, but this one right now, she kind of is just like establishing, like, hey, people have relationships in the council, like trading relationships, bureaucratic relationships. And then as we cut to the scene more, I'll keep talking about it.
Yeah, this one's like a quick 30-second cut, right? Where it's just like, hey, your house is in danger. And that's just it.
Yeah, and it's also showing all the political play that's happening where it's like, oh, this isn't just us chilling at a concert. This is a diplomatic venture.
Yeah. Like, hey, This scene is important, kids, so next time we come back to it, look for the subtle hints. That's what it feels like a little bit.
We see Jinx visiting the old hangout where Vi, Clouder, Powder, and Milo.
Clouder and Powder.
Mouder and Powder and Clouder
and Vouder. Do you mind if I go through this scene? Because I have like a lot
I don't
to say
have anything
about it.
written down for this really.
You don't? Really?
Not a ton.
This
just at the very
is
end.
my favorite scene in the whole favorite scene in the whole show. There is so much going on in this
We
one,
actually
back
got
to
this
back.
scene early. Like this was the teaser. This was the very first teaser scene we got of the show.
Really? Well, that makes sense. It's like a really good one. But because we're back at the arcade from Act 1. It's really cool. She's just getting like tinglings of like, oh yeah, like my dead friends used to be here. And then we look at the high score. We see that it's mostly Vi, but that Clagger, he got 2 dubs at the bottom.
Clagger
Bottom
gets
2
dubs.
Clagger.
No Milo, I noticed.
No Milo. Milo sucks.
Milo's a bitch.
Milo is on the punching target face thing, I think, right?
Yeah, that's where he belongs.
He's carved into it. So, there was this cool scene where like a crow scares Jinx and she like points a gun at it. They do like this little head cock thing, and then she
she's
shoots
like imitating it.
Yeah, and then she shoots it anyways. Where it's like, you know, if it had just been she had gotten scared by it and shot it, that doesn't really mean much. But she very deliberately was just like, "Oh,
Pew.
It's a crow. Fuck you, boom." And it was just, I don't know entirely what it says about her character other than her being a little insane, but it was like a very like deliberate, like, this thing has no value to me, it needs to die. Where it was just like heartless, and you could tell she's kind of detached a little bit. I really like that scene a lot.
Yeah.
But then also, as Jinx repairs the arcade, like, as it boots up, it's like her trauma boots up at the same time, where she's like,
well, it's the
oh,
sounds
shit.
also. I can imagine that's a really good motif where it's like the sounds are reminding her. She's heard that how many times as a kid.
The woo, and then like the goop
the
comes
whoosh.
out. The Mountain Dew starts powering the machines again.
Yeah.
And she's just like, she gets into it, and you know, it comes back, but it fuels her with like that fight or flight energy. She starts playing the game and kicking ass. And so there's like these really, really cool overlays of like, you know, Vi and Jinx, you know, showing, you know, they're sisters, they're fighting similar. They both learn from Vander a little bit. Jinx has kind of developed her own thing though. And then there's this shot of like,
What more kicks?
yeah, she's doing kicks, which is, Vi is a no kicks lady, no leg day for her.
Very punchy.
But also Vi is like more composed. She's more of like a methodical fighter. Whereas Jinx just goes fucking monkey mode on the machine.
It's just feral when she fights.
Feral. Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. And there's this like cross shot of like Vi with her guard up, like a split screen thing, and then Jinx where she's just like going ape shit. But then after all of that, she's like gotten better. She's a full grown adult, whereas Vi, like on these machines, was probably like, you know, 12 or something.
Yeah.
She gets second highest score. Last little salt like rubbed in the face.
She almost lives up to where her sister was.
She's still in her sister's shadow, even from when she was 12. And so she's still like a disappointment. She's fucking
very
frustrated.
fitting metaphor. I really liked it. I wrote that one down too.
Love that so much. And then she shoots the arcade machine, and that was it. But it was like a
Do you
cool.
think that put her over the score?
Does shooting Milo again give you points, or is that more of like a unfair, what do they call it, like betrayal in Halo?
Well,
it's just like.
Well, at the end of the day, we shot Milo one more time, so I think that's a win in all of our books.
Do you not like Milo all that much?
No, I love Milo.
I fucking love Milo, dude. He's great.
I love to give him shit though,
Yeah, that's fair.
because it's, you know, it's what he does. You know, little shitter deserves it.
There's stuff
So anyways.
like there's details on the ground and stuff too, but I don't really go into that because I didn't write much about it. But the environment's also really good here too. That's why I love this scene so much.
Yeah. So anyways, we come back to Jason Mel as she finally manages to convince him to negotiate deals so that people will support him. And we actually see that he's actually kind of good at it. As he talks to one of the first counselors, tries to become Hex Tech partners with them. He's a surprisingly charismatic guy. Well, I didn't expect little nerdy Jace to be this charismatic. I don't think Victor could do this, and I think that's why Chase was chosen.
Victor can't do shit like this, both because of his upbringing and also because of the person he is.
Yeah,
there's
it's also interesting how Victor has Victor is an individual, whereas Jace constantly he is Jace Talus. He has a legacy of
the
he's
Talus
constantly
family.
bringing up his parents or his father, how he made hammers, and how he has to earn his own legacy. Whereas Victor is kind of making something for people. Well, they're both making something for people, but
yeah, Victor doesn't have the pressure of a legacy, but also not the benefits of a legacy.
yeah, he has the pressure of fucking dying though.
He has the pressure of all of his weight on one leg.
He has aortal pressure.
Man. Oh, there was also a scene that we kind of skipped past. It was 10 seconds, but we do see that because Caitlyn is kind of heartless about it, but Vander's bar is being taken over by Silcogoons. She's torn apart by it because Vi sees that.
Oh yeah, and she says something like there are bodies.
Like,
I'm sure there are bodies hidden under here. And she's like, yeah, you don't fucking know, do ya?
Yeah. Short scene. It was all right. I just wanted to mention it because I didn't realize it was his bar until later. There's another scene that says it outright, but I was like, oh, that is his bar. That's fucking sad.
Yeah. So Mel is basically pushing Jace to become a symbol of the future. And a lot of Mel talking about Jace, it's always about the future. That's kind of Jace's motif, is he is the prospective future.
Whereas Heimerdinger's past. They really hammer that home.
They really hammer that one in.
Much like a Talus family man would.
Hey, now you're getting it. So we're done with them. Caitlyn and Vi go to a brothel.
Oh, I had stuff to say about that, actually.
Oh, what?
I'm sorry. I know
and you didn't interrupt me?
What?
And you didn't intercede?
I just figured you'd have more to say about it, because I also like this.
Really.
I mean, it's just that, capitalism and government are getting intertwined, because it's, the Hex Tech, business versus him being in political power. It's that corruption, but the stage performance, the diegetic music of the violin and the storm, it's the oncoming storm, it is symbolic. The violin's going crazy. Another really good directing
about to be
scene.
Some violins. Aha.
So yeah, there's all this stuff going with the violin, going in, clouds getting grayer because it's this 3D pop-up stage kind of a performance. So it's him playing in a storm. And so, coming storm, it's all really visually cohesive. And it's weirdly one of the weakest scenes of this episode, but yet it's still a banger scene because it's just scene after scene they have stuff like this. And my favorite part, because I didn't realize this tied back in until the next episode, but Heimerdinger is just vibing out to the
oblivious.
storm.
He is oblivious to everything happening behind him.
And
it's all literally happening behind his back.
Literally behind his back. And he's oblivious, but also he gets voted off the council later. And so they come and backstab him.
He, first and foremost, wasn't a scientist, or was a scientist. He wasn't a politician, where Jace is learning he has to adapt. And this whole scene is him setting up his tools. The council is becoming a tool to him, much like Jace has become a tool for Mel.
Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking about the sex scene. I thought that's what you were saying. But no. I know you mean literally.
Yeah.
Oh man, but yeah, Heimerdinger. I just like how he's unaware, and you really get that feeling of the backstab, completely behind his back. He got voted off the council. It's a cool payoff.
Good
to
symbolism. Good symbolism.
Really cool. It's just episode 5 hits it home with every single one of those scenes. It's just mind blowing that it's this is all one 45-minute episode to me. It has some of my favorite scenes directed in almost anything, all in one episode. So yeah, that's why I'm kind of nerding out over it. That was
what
it for
happens
that.
next? Oh yeah, brothel time.
Yeah. I just wrote down raunchy sex dungeon. I didn't realize that brothel is a word that I could use for that.
They're practically the same thing. Vi convinces Caitlyn to act like a prostitute in order to get conversation. She kind of convinces her that, you can't always just ask nicely. You kind of have to give something to get something. In this case, sex.
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 Yeah. I like how Caitlyn goes back for a second look, though, because it's all new to her. She, peeks her head back.
Oh, yeah, she's morbidly curious.
Because there's, we don't know what's happening because it's just bubbles on our screen. But it's like,
oh, yeah.
Well,
that's just to showcase it. Something weird is probably
some
happening.
Weird shit.
I bet it's more than just a bubble bath. Yeah, that's what I think.
That bubble ass. Am I right?
Yeah, that was a near rhyme.
I just like how she's clever. I just like how she's so curious.
And we cut to Marcus meeting with Silco, and Marcus lets Silco know that, hey, Jace is cracking down. And this is when Silco gives him a grenade, and he's just like, just say it was the firelights. And then we get this cool scene where he actually pulls the pin and blows them both up. But then we rewind as we hear Silco saying, just like, come on, play the hero. And he's like goading him into doing it. But obviously,
what are you waiting for?
Because he has a family to care for. And so
that was really cool how it just cut back, because I thought, I was like, whoa, he fucking did it, I love him, and then it just stripped it away from me, like, oh, he's a coward.
This is when Echo came in and reversed time.
That was his only appearance in this entire act. It was just to reverse time and fuck with the audience.
Look, this was a really busy act. We just didn't have time for Echo. Kind of ironic, I know, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Echo's got plenty of time, right?
Going back after this scene, though, why the fuck did the grandma goblin lady slut come back in? She was a background character in episode 1. Yeah, I didn't know she was gonna be a main character. I thought she was like a throwaway,
she's not a
funny
main character. She's like a tertiary character.
Just a funny character. I mean, I figured in episode 1 we had the establishing shots to Imagine Dragons doing whatever they do, where it's like, oh yeah, there's like, I said it in the first episode, where there's just a grandma goblin, whatever, and she's just like, on the street, like waiting for someone to pick her up. I was like, oh, that's funny.
Well, it's
actually
not that
plays
she's
a point in the plot.
It's not that she's an old human who's like wrinkled and decrepit. She's a yordle. So she might not be as old as we expect.
Or do yordles live a long time?
Well, Heimerdinger's a yordle, so yes.
So conversely, she could be millions of years old and very wrinkly.
That's a possibility.
That was it. I just didn't expect her to come back. That was really shocking for me.
Yeah. Jinx talks about how she's having troubles developing the hex tech because of her flashbacks, and that's kind of just the back and forth Jinx and Silco have. And then Vi talks with the Gremlin lady, saying that she's looking for powder, and she kind of doesn't say whether she's alive or dead, or because she mentions powder. She doesn't bring up Jinx at all. I honestly don't remember how this conversation goes. I just know that she doesn't say that powder is Jinx.
Yeah, I just remember she was like, hey, I have info on Silco's number 2, because he likes sexing it up here.
She gives her information about Savika.
Oh, yeah. I also like when we go back, we see her, like, really getting into it with a woman, Caitlyn.
Yeah.
I love that. What a beautiful scene. Okay, I gotta, because people might not have seen this, there's not hardcore sex on the screen yet, but she is just getting really flirty. She got into it. I love that. She, like, found her confidence.
Yeah.
That was just cool.
Then we cut to Mel approaching Jace after he is done negotiating. And Jace talks about his whole vision of he wants to put magic in the hands of people like his father put hammers in the hands of people to make the tools to build the city.
Yeah, that was cool.
And Mel talks, we finally get to learn more about Mel's family and her upbringing a little bit. Well, Mel is actually a exile from her family. And she talks about how, nope, she doesn't reveal that yet. But, fun fact.
Thank you. Good catch.
That's next episode. Hey, fun fact, Mel is an exile from her family.
Oh, no!
But she just talks about how her family only ever takes and they never give, so she wants to change that. which is oddly noble of her, and it kind of changed my perspective on her. They were kind of building her up to be like like an I use people kind of person, because she's always talking objectively or like about Jace like he's an object.
Yeah, I
Whereas,
figured
like,
she's gonna be like
his
that.
His usefulness. And it kind of just stops doing that after this scene because they're in a relationship now. It kind of just did a whole 180 on what I thought they were trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
I like Mel as a character, and I'm glad with what we got, but they set up the expectation. They set it up so that I expected something much more different.
Yeah,
And
I like the
kind of wish
subversion,
she
honestly.
struggled with that.
I figured it would happen in Act 3, but because you're mentioning it here, I'm guessing she's just not going to go back to it. That's what I liked, was that it was a subversion, and I thought it was going to be like a double subversion where she's like struggling with it, but I don't know.
Well, you're gonna
Oh, well.
let's just say there's one part about Mel in Act 3 that you're really gonna like.
Oh, good.
Not Mel specifically, but you'll see. We'll get there.
Also,
when we get there.
before we get into the... we get a little
Say it. Say
intense sex. There's this one really cool shot with like the laser beam tower from League of Legends where he's like, I can't wait to like, I forget what
Those
he
are
says.
just the hex gates.
Yeah, the hex gate. Jace like clasps his hand right as the tower shoots something off. Just a small moment that was cool. Where he's talking about making something grander, and like as he clasps his hand together, you hear like the boom and the laser go off.
Pew.
Like his hand is covering up like the top of the tower. Just really good shot composition,
Yeah, then we get sex.
Love the show. Yeah, sex. This is the best part. Sex is real. League of
Sex
Legends
is
first.
real. We cut to Victor. Then he's working on runes, and then his assistant approaches. She's like,
We gotta clarify.
She's flirting.
What sex is happening? Jason Mel. They
Jason Mel.
fucking.
Yes,
We gotta
Jason Mel
clarify
fucking.
that.
Okay. Victor is working on
fucking.
runes as his assistant approaches. It's obviously like nighttime. She's like, hey, do you want to walk home with me? She's obviously flirting with him. And he's just like pushing her off. He's got that grind set.
He is a man of science, and I respect the fuck out of him. He is my role model right there. He's
Yeah.
doing something I can't.
Jace gets laid, Victor gets paid.
Exactly.
But we cut in between Jace and Victor as Victor is passing out, spilling blood on the Hextech cube. Core, that's what it's called. And
Yeah.
it actually reacts to his blood. But, I mean, Victor's kind of fucking passed out, doesn't really notice this at the moment.
Yeah. And like it's a really cool shot of like going into like the hex tech and like the layers of them having sex and then going to bed and whatever. At first, for some
like the
reason,
sex
I
part.
thought they were having sex out on the balcony. I was like, my guy, you're in front of a city of thousands. Chill the fuck out. Go to bed, please. I didn't know. I thought it was like an exhibitionist or something. And then I also did respect Jace for being a Chad, getting that bag, but
They're both Chads.
Victor, I think, is the bigger Chad.
Oh, yeah.
Man of science. Look at him go. He has no time for sex, only time for work and science and saving people's lives. I love that man.
Yeah. Then we cut to a scene that I really like, but symbolically I have a problem with. Silco takes Jinx to where him and Vander fought. And he talks about his rebirth after Vander's betrayal, like as if he was baptized when he was dunked into the water. So then he ends up baptizing Jinx, saying that she is Jinx. And my problem with this scene is a baptism is a rebirth, pretty much. That's the point of a baptism. It's a rebirth into like a new belief or a new personality in this case. It's weird because this kind of seems to try to fully symbolize that Jinx is fully Jinx, but she still continues to doubt herself, and it kind of feels like this scene is in the wrong spot, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Because she doesn't change characters from before and after the baptism.
she does somewhat, but I thought it was going to be more than it was because
It's like a baptism, that's a ceremonial, like, you are reborn, you are a new person. So that's why it feels way too grand. In my opinion.
like in episode 6, she does change a lot more, but there's still like remnants of her like from the past.
She is not fully Jinx because, you know,
it just feels like a major step up versus like a finality thing, which is what I thought it was. I agree with you.
Which is what it
like,
should have been. I wish it occurred later in the show.
If it had come in like episode 7, where it's like, all right, Jinx, you fucked up. Spoilers, she really fucks up and loses something. So if they were like, all right, I'm gonna take you out to the baptism, we're gonna fix you. Let go of powder.
That's not really how baptisms work.
Yeah, well,
that would be like saying
Silco
a baptism
was
holds
drowned.
power over someone. Whereas a baptism is purely symbolic.
Yeah, I mean, he's not literally taking her there.
A baptism is not a
unwillingly
punishment.
fix her. That's not what I meant. I just meant he's like, we gotta try something new. Where he's like, at his lowest point or whatever, where he's just like, okay, I gotta actually pay attention to my daughter or something. Because like, it's also right after Jinx and Vi meet up again in episode 6. Spoilers for that or whatever, but you know, it would be good because it's like, you know, she feels betrayed by her sister. She can fully let go of the past, do the baptism thing, and then you're done. And it's good. That's where it should have come, is what I was saying.
Yeah.
Because I didn't mean it as like a literal, the water has power. I just meant like, that's when Silco should have tried that.
Yeah. Well, it's not a thing that you try and pray it works. It's more of a culmination of you have fully accepted yourself as Jinx. Let us celebrate and like sanctify it. So
Well,
it should have been, she should have become fully Jinx, and then the baptism was to show that she was. It's not a, let's try this now. It's like that is a symbolic kind of thing.
I think the water is different from a baptism in that case because Silco literally did change in the water because he was drowned by Vander in those pools. Like,
yeah, but I
that's
think
when
that was
he
supposed to be
changed.
like a bastardization, whereas he was trying to do the correct ceremony.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't think it's a one-to-one to baptism in that way. I think he was meaning it as like, this is, because it's not literally accepting yourself and like you're already that. It felt like he was taking her out to the water to be like, you're still hanging on to your past. Use this as a final moment to get rid of it in the water and like meditate.
That's,
Not like a literal.
That's a fair way to put it, yeah.
Because that's kind of what I took it as, was that. So I still agree with you that it should have changed places, but I wish it was like she was like last remnants of being, you know, powder with like seeing Vi later on in the act, and then act 3 they're like, all right, you know, you messed up, you lost the gemstone, go get baptized, and we're gonna sit here and you're gonna meditate it all out, and then they leave and then she's fully Jinx or whatever.
In that
Right.
case, I would have said, meditate, become fully Jinx, baptize. But that's beyond the point.
Because yeah, I don't think it's entirely baptism like as a one-to-one metaphor.
Baptism is
Personally,
like a graduation ceremony. You don't do it before you've taken all your classes, pretty much. At least you shouldn't. That's how it's seen.
What, like, denomination, I'm not getting too super personal, but is that like a Catholicism thing? Which one is the one where you get like baptized as an adult?
I'm not sure.
Because I was baptized as a kid, so it wasn't really like the thing that I consciously really chose.
It's complicated, and I think it's outside of the scope of what we want to discuss.
I just wanted to mention it as like that's probably why our views on it are different.
Yeah,
is like,
probably.
I imagine there's something there, based on tradition.
Anyways,
where
it's
were we
Imagine
on this?
Dragons time.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah,
is my
so
art boner went
This
flaccid.
is where I had my complaints. One, Imagine Dragons is real in the League of Legends universe now. And I guess that means they have more lore than Shaco at this point.
What they had to do is they
That's
had
the
to
joke.
balance it out. They
No.
made sex real as a positive for League of Legends players. They had to make Imagine Dragons real.
So my
Karmically, it had to
problem,
balance.
my problem with this, and I think we should just for now kind of mention Imagine Dragons. Like we cut to her head is dunked into the water, fade to black, and then like bam, Imagine Dragon, like the beat of the opening enemy, the song, kind of plays. I kind of want to explain everything that happens, and then I will say my complaints. So Vi's kind of just walking. It feels like we kind of just stepped into a music video. We're not watching Arcane right now. We're taking a commercial break to walk into a music video. As she's just like walking through the streets, it feels like the directing has changed into a music video directing style. But yeah, she's kind of just walking. And then we cut after a while of listening to the music, so basically just a little music video break after the baptism, to another heavy emotional scene of Victor's in the hospital. When he passed out, like, he's dying. The show's confirming that wasn't a little cough. He is dying. We see Jace is at his bedside, and it's nice that we get to see Jace's priority of staying with Mel versus visiting his dying friend. At least he is visiting his dying friend.
Yeah.
He'll probably have to explain that one.
That was
later.
like at the very end of that like music video break where he like jumps out and like it cuts to him being in the hospital after he's like leaving the bed.
Yeah, it's funny you say that it's the end of it, because then we cut back to it.
End of the segment, I had to clarify.
Yeah, we cut back to it. And so basically my complaint here is this whole music section ends when Vi attacks Savika. But my complaint is that is such emotional whiplash.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. Where it's like, baptism, Imagine Dragons. Dying, Imagine Dragons. It's just so awful, I think. It was just a bad decision.
Yeah, okay, the one problem I had with it, other than it being Imagine Dragons, because Imagine Dragons I don't think set the mood very well. But
if it was a sad song, it may have been appropriate.
I think the Victor scene should have just not really... I say this because there's one part I like about it, but...
I like how the music trails off when it goes into Victor's scene.
I think where we kick back in is where you can tell Victor accepts. He's like, how much time do I have left? And then we kick back into the music for a little bit. My biggest problem is that we go back to the music for like 15 seconds and then we're done with the music again. Yeah. It's just back for like 10 seconds. You didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
You could have just had no music.
Than ad-lib.
Could have had no music there. Because we get like a second dramatic cutoff when she punches Vi punches the grunt. The one thing I do like about this transition, I don't know if you noticed it, the cards that she plays down are Death and the Magician. I love that because it's like, oh, it's Victor. He's like the magic guy, but he's also dying. So, and she's like,
I knew he was dying because of the hospital bed. Yeah, I didn't need tarot cards.
You asshole. Unlike your pea brain who has to go through 7 layers of art, it's like the Chad Virgin meme where I'm like explaining like all this intricacy. You're like, he was on a hospital bed. What a dick move, dude. What the fuck?
This is all staying in.
Okay, beautiful. I love that. That was actually pretty funny.
All right, so then we just get a fight scene with Vi and Savika. It's pretty all right.
I kind of like how she's not using shimmer, and it's like steroids or whatever. It's not really a metaphor, but it's just like... no, Vi isn't using shimmer.
Oh,
it's like just her raw strength. You show she's a good fighter. She's beating her even without using the funny purple steroids.
Yeah, and as they're fighting, Savika reveals that, Powder is alive, Powder is now Jinx, Jinx works for Silco. And then stabs Vi.
Yeah.
And then Caitlyn comes in, shoots Savika only in the metal arm, saves the day, Savika runs away.
Only in the metal? I didn't notice that. I heard the clank, but I didn't, register that in my head. She shot the metal arm?
Yeah, every single...
She's an awful shot. What the fuck?
She shot her 3 times, every time. First shot breaks the vial of shimmers. Next 2 shots would just... Ding, ding! Also, when
Caitlyn,
we were watching...
the heart.
When we were watching Act 1, I noticed we see Savika's arm blown off in the explosion.
I didn't even notice that. That's crazy.
Well, it's such
you
a
saw
small
the
detail.
rewatch.
There's so much happening. Yeah. It's a very emotional scene, so only on a rewatch did I notice it.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, that's a cool detail. It keeps going with the show.
Yeah.
You just there's so much that went into production with this.
Yeah.
That really bothers me about Caitlyn, though, because, like, you see in the training thing, like, from the very beginning of the episode, she's a really good shot. So she aimed at the arm.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to talk to her character, where she aimed at her arm, like, non-lethal. She wanted to disable, not kill. Because I think killing is kind of off the table for Caitlyn right now.
It does coolly tie in, though, because, like, at the very beginning of the episode, it's like, what do you shoot for, Caitlyn? This is the answer. Protecting. She literally shoots to protect someone.
Yeah.
Simple, but it's like a cool tie-in, and I was like, oh, it all ties together. I fucking love this show. It's great.
So anyways, we cut to Jinx is continuing to work on some hex tech. Savika crawls into Silco's office, and then she reveals that Vi is back, and then we cut to end of episode.
Yeah, and importantly, Jinx also, like, finishes harnessing hex tech here, I think.
Yes, she does.
So she's just, like, really happy with herself. It's a victory moment.
She's in her workshop, though. She doesn't hear that Vi is back.
Yeah, she's in just, like, whatever engine room that she throws bombs off of, so I imagine her hearing's not very good with the music going.
Well, loud music, bombs.
Bombs?
So episode 6?
Yeah. I didn't like this one as much.
It was good. I really liked it because it had Singed. I love Singed.
I didn't really get to know much about him in this episode, but yeah, he was here.
Well, we get to uncover more about him than we did in the first act. We know what he's about. He's like, oh, unethical science.
Yeah. I do like how it reinforces Victor's, like, mad science kind of angle. We'll get into that later as we go on. But
yeah, we actually start the episode off with a flashback. There's some Undercity kids just playing in a creek or something. And Victor is just sitting there all on his own, still as the cane as a child, and he's making a little toy boat.
Like, he's literally like a whole cliff down, too. It's not like he's just off to the side. He's, like, in his own separate, like, pen, making his boat.
Yeah, and it's not the feeling that people are excluding him. It's he's off doing his own thing, and people just don't want to join him. And he's fine with that.
Yeah. It's not like he's bullied. He's just, like, he only has one working leg. How's he going to swim?
Yeah.
You know?
So he winds up the toy and puts it in the river, and then he chases it down the river. And he chases it into a cave where he meets Singed and his mutated creature that he calls Rio.
That is also the name
just holding the boat
of one of your D&D characters. So I was like, oh, that's funny.
Who died?
Yeah. This one doesn't. Also, though, Rio is dying.
Hey, there's the through line.
Hey.
So Singed just like looking at the boat and he's like, "Oh shit, you made this?" He's impressed, and we learn that Singed is trying to save Rio because he is mutated, and he's just constantly says this mutation must survive. And Victor offers to help, and then we just kind of end the flashback.
Yeah, I do. By the way, there's a little detail. As a kid, you see his assistant like taking interest in Victor, and he's still like Sigma grind set. I ain't talking to women. I want my boat. I love him. She's like, you want to play with us? He's like, nah, bitch.
Boat time.
Boat. I fucking love him, dude. Yeah, like the flashback doesn't really mean much now, but later it comes back.
It sets up for later.
It's the best part of this episode.
It's the setup to the payoff.
Yeah. Victor's backstory and everything involving Victor, I think, is the best part of this episode. Straight up.
Yeah. So we cut to the present. We're overlooking that rock that the girl was from. Present day, Victor is sitting there, and then Heimerdinger approaches him. And Heimerdinger gives his condolences. He's heard about his condition. And so they kind of just sit here, and they have this talk about death and legacy, whereas Victor doesn't say it out loud, but it's kind of implied where he's just like, you lived 200 years, how could you understand how close death really is? Or if you lived for over 200 years, how can you truly understand how short my life is?
Yeah, but at the same time, like, Heimerdinger is like, I have seen countless students across my very long life. You're one of the brightest. You will have a legacy. Tries to reassure him in that way, but, you know, there's a distance.
But he doesn't think his current legacy is enough. It's but a droplet or something, he says.
Yeah, his potential could be, like, so much more.
Yeah. Mel's painting.
Oh yeah.
Mel's really good at painting. I really like how the oil looks in this art style.
You know what's funny is like because the show is already kind of oily, it's kind of like she's just painting like photorealistically.
It's funny.
And she's just really good at painting.
She paints another painting later, and it looks so cool. It might be the same painting that she finishes up, actually. Yeah, it's boats. Jace comes in. He apologizes for disappearing after sex, and then he reveals that Victor is dying. And we kind of get this sense of like hopelessness that Jace has because he can't save Victor's life, whereas when Victor saved his life before, when Jace was going to kill himself, Victor stopped that, and
Right.
he can't do anything to pay that back. And this is when Mel reveals that she's in exile. Wow.
Oh, what? No,
Full
we didn't
circle.
say that last episode.
So Victor, then, do you have anything to say about that scene?
Not really. Just that it's nice that Mel is like, oh yeah, you didn't just run out of me like a scumbag. Like your friend was dying. I'm sorry for judging you like that.
That is an acceptable disappearance post-sex.
I understand why my dick has left me. It is acceptable. So that was nice. There was no misunderstanding garbage there. It was just straightforward.
So Victor's on that grind set. He has more visions, and he sees that the hex tech reacted to his blood. So he tries to grab the cube, and it would just cut away. Like he touched it once, and it kind of like rejected him. But he's like, "Fuck that! I'm grabbing it." And we cut away to Jinx fucking around with a bartender. It's really funny. She's just scaring the
love
shit
this
out of this
scene.
guy for no reason. Like, what did this poor man do?
This is the best quirky scene of Jinx in the whole show so far. It's good.
So she asks what Silco's up to. I didn't really write about a whole lot about the conversation. I did write that at the end she plants a fake bomb on him.
Yeah. It's like a little paintball bomb to scare the shit out of him like he's gonna die.
It's the first bomb that hasn't been a real bomb we've seen this act. So I was straight up just like, oh, he's dead.
Yeah, I was like, this is fucking terrifying. And then he just is fine. It's like a little gag. Like, you're doing great, Chuck. She leaves.
It's not Chuck.
This is where I feel like she's become more fully formed. And I was like, that's why I thought like, oh, she's like fully Jinx now, and she's not. We go like a little bit later.
Yeah, that's all just. Pew, out
But
the
it
window.
felt like it was leading up to that, like you said, where it was like the baptism thing, and it just was like, why didn't
No,
you
fuck
commit?
you.
Why is this here? I do like how she literally just teleports basically this entire
yeah.
scene. And we do find out Vi and Caitlyn are ordered to be killed because, Silco now is like, what? They're alive and in the Undercity? Ah!
Wow.
And Jinx is sad that she was
So?
told to stay home and not told about it. So
Speaking of Vi, she's bleeding out while they're escaping. We kind of just cut to that, and then we cut to Savika back in Silco's office. She walks in and says something shitty about Jinx, but turns out Jinx is in the chair. And Savika ends up popping a trap with some like gas that knocks her out. And then she gets tied up and interrogated by Jinx, but she's pretty happy to give up the information that Jinx... She tells Jinx that Vi is back and that she's looking for her. But she also implants this idea that Caitlyn is a replacement for her.
yeah. And
Which
she's
will
threatened.
it comes up at the end of the episode especially.
But we see her like crack a little bit, and I'm like, no, she's not developed yet.
Nope.
All right. I mean, I like that we're getting more development, but it's like just cut out the,
Yeah, cut out the
we've
best
said it like 4 times.
Got it out!
Anything else about the office scene other than like she's competent and like tied her up real well?
No.
Because I like when we go into Marcus's house and Timo is on the
He's
little children's
considering
books.
his options. He's sitting here considering his options. He's got the grenade on his desk. He's got the portrait on the desk. He's kind of just considering. And then he hears his daughter laughing, so he goes to check up on it. And he sees Silco is just in his house playing with his daughter. And I do like the thug being super invested in the children's book. That was really funny.
With Timo on it. I love Timo
in it.
Let's go. I don't like
Fuck
Timo
you.
that much. Yeah.
And so Silco is here. He's upset that Marcus didn't tell him that Vi is alive. And the whole point of the scene is, I can just waltz in here and kill your daughter, pretty much.
Yeah. Gotta obey me. Also, Vi and Caitlyn, Vi was supposed to be dead, and she's down in the underground again. Don't fuck up again. I have my methods. I did like, by the way, how he was just a dick and just knocked over his kid's tower.
Oh yeah, it was just like, oopsie, accidents happen. Like I think Marcus knows that, but he's just like, you don't gotta be a dick to the kid.
Yeah, it's symbolic. Like you're gonna kill the kid maybe if Marcus acts up, but like, yeah, it's like why you gotta be a dick to the kid? That's just an extra layer of evil. It's nice, but it's just like, still fuck Silco. That was a nice tower.
You would think he wouldn't do that after he'd become a father figure of his own.
Yeah, that's the weird thing too. I didn't even really think about that, but he's just he's just not a good father. He just has no respect for any kids other than his own.
You think he'd do that to Jinx's tower? No, I don't think so.
No.
So why the fuck you do that to?
Well, if he did it to Jinx,
Ren's tower.
If he did it to Jinx's tower, it'd probably explode because it's made out of like grenades or something. So maybe he doesn't knock it over.
Then we cut to Victor fucking around with some plants and hex tech, trying to merge them in order to find some way to cure him. And Jace is all for it. Jace, now what I was saying is Jace was kind of apprehensive before about how dangerous things were, but now that his friend is dying, I think he's willing to throw those apprehensions away in order to pursue a path that will save his friend. But the problem is they can't get the plants to stay alive after the transmutation with the hex tech. And so they're trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
Then Caitlyn carries Vi into some building in the lowest part of the Undercity, where people basically have the equivalents of like leprosy.
Oh, also, Heimerdinger with the magic, he was like, no.
Well, we're not there yet.
Oh, am I not?
I have it written down.
Oh, well, oops. Yeah, I skipped a little ahead. My bad.
They kind of just come down. We see them escape to the lowest part of the Undercity, where just all of the outcasts are. They're deceased and not a good place. Literally the lowest part of the entire region.
It's also, I like how it's just very barren and like dusty and kind of gray. Where it's
just dark.
There's literally nothing. It's not even a city. It's a husk that people live in. Maybe some tents.
Yeah, it's like a shanty town.
Mm-hmm.
So then Heimerdinger he comes in and sees what they're working on, and he is disgusted by the organic tech, where he has flashbacks of the destruction that they could cause. And he also mentions that the core is actively changing Victor, so he wants it to be destroyed. Heimerdinger does.
Mm-hmm.
And it's around this time where Victor, he starts saying that he knows a guy who could help, which, singed.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you go.
And at this point, Caitlyn goes out to find some help for Vi.
And
she's approached by a familiar figure from the first episode. It's the little mousy merchant.
Yeah, he's he's like the guy I really liked from episode 1, where he's like, you said it was 10,000 gold, and Vander like owed him his life. Now he's got like a really gross purple tumor on his head from the shimmer.
Yeah,
I feel bad for him.
Shimmer fucks you up, apparently.
It fucks you up. At least like when it's not controlled.
Takes her to someone.
Because it's like, what was her name? Like Melinda or whoever with the metal arm. Savika. Yeah, Melinda. It's like hers is like concentrated. I forgot to mention this in the last episode. It's like concentrated dosage that is like leaked into her arm. Like she doesn't go full berserk mode. She just gets like little power ups from it.
Yeah,
it's like
she's not an addict.
Yeah. Versus like the people in this little like underground are literally addicted and have like deformations from them.
And they even bring up why, because they said that this guy says he wanted to feel powerful, and feeling powerful isn't a problem that Savika has.
Yeah. I didn't even like really think about that dichotomy, but it is really cool. Like, I liked how the squirrely guy had like a motivation. I don't remember his name because it was so long ago, but
Yeah, I might have it written somewhere. I don't care enough to look it up.
it's like on page one of a 10-page note document. But he was really like not a powerful person, and for him to like crave power like that at any cost really makes sense. Where he's just like, just once, I don't want to be bullied and have power over people. That was nice.
Yeah. He takes her to someone that sells potions, and she actually sells her gun for the potion.
Yeah. How did she get that back in League of Legends, by the way? Like, when does that happen? Did she get the gun back?
I mean, she probably gets a new one made.
She has a lot of money, I guess.
Yeah, she's nobility.
My bad. She does. I think that's a cool self-sacrificing thing. Is like, I imagine it's a very similar, if not like the same rifle she used like in training. So it's like she's literally giving up a very prized possession both to her and just a weapon is valuable.
Yeah.
And so the potion is just, it'll heal Vi. I don't know how that works, but it's cool.
It's a health potion. What, 50 gold? Restores...
Her weapon's only worth 50 gold.
What, it restores 150 over 10 seconds? I don't know. Who cares?
Is the place that Vi is staying, by the way, it's implied to be like her childhood, like, bunker. Is this entire place...
It's a hideout of Minnie, I think.
Oh, okay. Because we've seen that hideout
they
before.
would just play it around. I don't think we've seen this one before.
I thought I remember, like, the spiral staircase in some way. But...
We might have.
maybe it's different. Because I was like... I thought it was implied to be somewhere we had seen before, but I didn't really recognize it. So, you're probably right.
I would believe if it's somewhere we haven't seen before, just because it's just assumed that they're kids. They'll run around all over the place.
Yeah, and this is like a really dark part of the city we haven't seen before. I either assumed that it was the same city and it got really bad or something, or it was a different part we hadn't seen before.
This shantytown didn't exist like this until people started becoming Shimmer addicts.
Yeah.
And Shimmer didn't exist when they were children until the end of Act 1.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Anyways, we cut to Marcus makes the decision. He gives the grenade to Chase, and he says it was the firelights. And then he basically says the only thing that we could really do is lock down the bridges, which are the only method to get between the Undercity and Piltover. Basically just cutting off the two classes altogether.
And Jace goes full totalitarian.
He just says do it.
For the safety. It doesn't even really feel corrupt yet, which I like, because it's like, it's kind of
He doesn't know the consequences. He doesn't understand the scale.
At least to me, it feels like he is doing corrupt things, but not really understanding. It's not like he has a character flip switch in a couple other things I've seen. But...
Silco!
I was just going to say Ruby, but yeah, Silco too.
Oh. Yeah.
Silco literally is a flip of the switch, but... yeah, I like how it's impacting Jace's character, but it's not like he just is suddenly evil or something. It's just he's doing bad things and he hasn't realized that they're that bad, or he doesn't care as much. He's like, greater good. And
we also, this is when Marcus confronts Jace that that Caitlyn used Jace's clearance to release Vi.
Yeah, and so when he was like, no, I've got it covered, I thought that meant, like, he knew about it.
No, I think what he's saying is, don't you worry about that. I will address this as a personal matter to Caitlyn.
That makes sense to me, too.
Because, like, I don't want to make this a thing of a cop against a cop. I want this to be a thing between friends. I feel like that's how he wants to handle his battles.
Yeah, and also, like, keeping Caitlyn safe. And in a controlled like way of being able to like punish her for doing a bad thing and being like, well, you can't do that, but I'm gonna punish you in a way that isn't gonna ruin your life, hopefully.
Yeah, their trust and friendship is built up so that he's not gonna do anything to permanently ruin her record.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and I think that's why he wants to take control of the situation like that. Is, you know, he doesn't know what Marcus is gonna do. He doesn't know what the rest of the law is gonna do. He's like, I'm a councilman. You know. I want to make sure she's okay. I don't know what she did.
And speaking of the council, we cut to a council meeting where Heimerdinger is trying to convince the council that Jace's research is becoming immoral. That's the point he's trying to get to, but he kind of gets interrupted by Jace, where he argues that under Heimerdinger's guidance, nothing has really been solved. He pushes forward the movement that Heimerdinger needs to be retired, where he's done enough. He deserves a little rest. He tries to say it like that, but he wants him out of the way. And the council, since he's negotiated and has deals with all of them, they agree unanimously.
It all pays off. All the deals behind Heimerdinger's head. It's crazy.
Then Caitlyn gives Vi the potion, and it works.
Yeah. I also, about Heimerdinger, I do like how it's not that, like, from their position, Heimerdinger is really old-fashioned and just doesn't get how humans live. But from Heimerdinger's position, he has lived, like, eons. He's a literal history book, and he's like...
He is trying to stop history from repeating itself.
He knows something much larger than the scale of humans can comprehend. And yet they're all relatively young, so they're just like, fuck you. You don't get it. Hex tech, it's going to improve our lives,
wheel grandpa out of here.
Go put him in the nursing home, give him some pudding, put on his show, put on Lone Ranger. Go watch. Yeah. I do like just that betrayal. I was not expecting it. It came out of nowhere for me, but it felt really symbolic and good.
It was good. So then Vi talks about Powder, and, she doesn't reveal really who Powder was, but just that she has a sister. And they talk about their upbringing, and Caitlyn asks, why didn't Vi know if Powder was alive or not? Don't you have parents? And then she talks about how her parents were killed by enforcers. And so I think that lets Caitlyn understand the kind of power that the organization she works under has.
Yeah, and I also like, because it's not like Vi is really intentionally leaving Caitlyn out, because Vi doesn't really know who Jinx is. Like, she knows her as Powder, so the Jinx is like a separate killer. She doesn't know the
entity of Jinx.
Yeah. Even though she gave her name, technically, it's like Vi's been in prison for however many years. She just doesn't really know, like, Powder was alive or has changed and gone under their pseudonym. So it's just like they're talking behind each other's back. It plays in later, too, but it's just like, it feels like one of those misunderstandings that's like, yeah, makes sense. It's a good one.
So anyways, the ex-merchant sold Vi and Caitlyn out to Silco for some more shimmer.
Oh, yeah. Because he, like, you can see him nervously taking some. It's like, come on, dude. You felt bad for him, but... ugh.
Yeah. So Vi just says, fuck this, punches the building, and it collapses.
That was so cool. I was expecting, like, a fight, and she's just like, water tower, go down.
Then we cut to Jinx, like, considering this flare that she was given when she was still Powder. That Vi said whenever you use this that she'd come and help. And so she ends up lighting it. And I really like the song that plays. It's definitely one of the more fitting featured artist songs.
Yeah, this one's pretty good.
Milo and Clagger being there really helped bring it together.
Yeah. I don't know how Clagger
it's like they're all crying out.
Yeah.
The weight of Milo and Clagger's death are really crying out.
I don't know how Clagger fit on there, but it was impressive. Like, it was a cool shot. I liked how it was like... Powder Jinx is not like one person, really. She's like it's like her legacy calling out to Vi, like her last remnant of being Powder and not Jinx.
Yeah.
Also, it looks gorgeous too. This is like a really, really nice shot.
Silco throws a tantrum while the song plays, and Vi and Caitlyn get away.
Yeah, that's good.
The bridge starts to get closed as the Undercity is quarantined off from Piltover. And as Caitlyn and Vi are running away, we see that she sees the flare.
Yeah.
And then as the song comes to an end, we cut to... Or do you have anything else to say about that?
Just that she can't get to it, but like from, it looks like from Jinx's position that Vi's just not going to come because like she's betraying her. But Vi...
Oh, we haven't gotten to there yet. We haven't really gotten to the flare running out yet. This flare is still kind of lit, and we just see Vi look up at the flare.
Yeah, I was just connecting it, because Vi, it's clear that she sees the flare, and it's not that she doesn't want to go save Powder, it's just that she's running away from death, and it's like, that's not a priority right now. We'll get there. At least that's what I thought. And then, she actually does get up there eventually, but I thought it was kind of like interesting, where I got it faked out into thinking they weren't going to meet a little bit.
Yeah, but before that, we cut to a flashback as Victor goes to Sinja's workshop when he agreed to be his assistant, and he sees this grotesque experiment on Rio. So he just runs away because he doesn't. He's not vibing with this.
Rio
and
is
then we
just
get a
filled
really
with
cool
pipes.
scene. We get this really cool scene where adult Victor is now approaching him, saying that now he understands. And I really like that.
That was really cool. And I do, again, with like the grossness, whatever, where it's like fear and shock. It has to be a line between being grotesque and being like just shocking. I liked how Rio was hooked up to Shimmer, like piped up. And it was like really sad. But it wasn't like horrifying. We kind of cut away from it quickly, and like Rio is then in like a lab tube being studied, like a little what would you call that, where it's like in a soup lab vial thing,
tank.
Yeah, like a tank that's filled with stuff. So it's like been refined a little bit, and Victor, because he needs that basically. He needs life support at any cost, and he's like, I get it. And I thought that it was going to be the end when the flashback ended, and it was really cool how he came back. Like, that was just cool. I thought he wasn't going to come back to Singe at all. I thought it was done. Like, it would just be revealed, that he's scared of it. But, yeah. That's it. I'm getting tired, man.
So then we cut to Silco's office as he sees Savika is tied up in the ceiling, and Jinx has written liar on her arm, so... That's kind of the end of Silco for the episode, for the act. So
I like the map being
shaky
3D
ground.
Too.
What'd you say?
Because you can see that like Jinx is trying to get to the highest point, and to make that on map, she just puts like a pipe on his desk and draws an arrow up. Thought it was pretty good. That was basically it for that.
And then we cut to Jinx as her flare is running out, and she looks disappointedly at it. But we see behind her, Vi climbs up the stairs, and they have a nice. Emotional moment as they finally meet again, and Jinx during this, she drops the gemstone in order to hug her back.
Mm-hmm.
And she's kind of scared that Vi is just another hallucination, and so I thought that was a good touch.
Yeah, like, are you real?
This emotional moment.
And then Vi's like, I'm realer than you could ever imagine. Like, she doesn't say that, but that sentiment of just like, I am real. Don't ever doubt that. I'm back for you, Powder.
I'm back, baby.
And so, she's like, I'm not Powder, I'm Jinx. And then Caitlyn's like, you're Jinx? You're whatever.
No, Caitlyn hasn't caught up yet.
I didn't think there was much in between.
She mentions that she is Jinx now, and then Caitlyn catches up, and Jinx pulls her gun on her, asking who she is. And then Caitlyn pieces it together that Jinx is Vi's sister. And she starts to lose it, even like holding the gun up and like spinning the barrel at Vi.
Yeah, because Jinx is
and
like,
she starts hallucinating all over the place.
Yeah, you betrayed me. Like, what's her name again? The bodyguard. Savika was not lying. Caitlyn is there, so she must be my replacement. Can't believe you did this to me, Vi. And so it's like the double like betrayal between them. So yeah.
Yeah, and this is when the firelights come in. And they attack, and Jinx and Vi have to work together to fight them off. And during this whole fight, Vi starts noticing that Jinx is enjoying herself a little bit too much. And
punching, like when someone's down, she keeps on like hitting them with a gun, and she's like, all right.
Yeah, she's kind of going overboard.
Mm-hmm.
And then, do you have anything to say about the fight?
I mean, I'm pretty sure Echo is the leader. It's not revealed. But like, he has like a time gear staff, and he takes Vi away without killing her, and so like I'm excited to see where that goes in Act 3. But I do like how Vi kind of recognizes that Jinx has lost her humanity, is not really her sister as much anymore, and is some kind of abomination.
Yeah, and before we get there, I just wanted to say that the act ends by Vi getting kidnapped by the Firelights.
Yeah.
And presumably Caitlyn too, because she kind of just disappears.
I just assumed Caitlyn ran away, but yeah, she probably... she either got captured or whatever. But I thought she ran away with the gemstone, personally.
Yeah.
But
So what were you saying about Powder or Vi and Jinx?
that was it. Just
okay.
that she gets kidnapped, but like before she passes out and gets taken by the Firelights, she's just like, that's not really my sister anymore. That's like some kind of monster that enjoys, she still loves her or whatever. I was surprised by that, but because I didn't think they were going to come. I thought they were still like on bad terms a little bit, but they both thought each other were dead. So that makes sense. They were just happy to see each other again. But it definitely feels like Vi is realizing Jinx is a little scary. And she might be a little bit beyond saving at this point. Corruption's running a little deep. Overall with this episode, I did not enjoy it all that much. It felt much like a setup episode. Things happened, they were interesting. It was all right. But like the directing style was completely gone with a lot of it. There were some cool shots, but like generally, whereas episode 4 and 5 were like really outstanding with their visuals, this felt really lackluster.
This had to be an episode to set up for the final act.
Yeah, and that was what I was really
kind of a
worried about Act
sacrifice
2 going
episode.
in. Was like Act 2, I was just like, 4 and 5 surprised me, and I was like, this just feels like fantastic, and then 6 just felt like this is the setup episode for shit goes down later. And it was,
I don't know, there was still a lot of payoff in this episode, like Jinx and Vi getting back together.
Oh, there was, but that was really short-lived, and it felt like an excuse to just kind of let them know like that they can meet up again, versus like a glimpse of the future more than like payoff in the moment. There were some things like that, like with Silco being temporarily stopped. Vi doesn't die. That is a payoff. Marcus going to Jace and setting up like this. It's like the payoffs feel more like setups than payoffs, but there are some there. This definitely was the epitome of like right before Act 3 kind of episode.
Definitely.
I was surprised by it being, because I figured it would be like episode 5 would be that, but episode 6 really was that.
Do you want to do predictions?
I guess, but there's not much. I've seen a little bit.
Let me tell you, I wrote down where everyone's at. So, Vi and Caitlyn captured.
Yep.
Jinx is alone. Silco and Jinx's relationship is rather shaky. Jace and Marcus lock down the bridge. Victor approaches singed. Heimerdinger is removed from council. Echo?
Yeah, I have seen, you've shown me a little bit before I was planning on watching the show, because I was like, you League of Legends, and you're like,
because whenever I want to show Wells something, I always have to entice him with something a little juicy.
Yeah.
So I showed him the bridge scene with Jinx and Echo.
So I know that's going to happen at some point, and that they are not on good terms. I knew that going into Act 1. A lot of it was, one, EU League of Legends, and I didn't think it was going to be good, but also, I don't have the best track record with people showing me things, necessarily. Not that they show me bad things, but they move at a different pace than I want to, personally. So, getting over a lot of that is what I've been doing, and it's been kind of hard, but yeah. Act 3, anyways, long story short, that fight looks really good. So Echo comes back. That's not really a prediction, but
okay,
yeah,
that's just
That's just I know, and he's gonna fight Jinx.
How is he affiliated? Do you think? I think you would say you think he's Firelight.
Firelight. I saw, and this is because osmosis information from Nick talking about League all the fucking time.
I say Echo's a time boy.
Echo's a time boy. He has a gear and a staff. And he works on clocks.
Oh, fun fact. Never mind, I can't tell you that yet.
That's a really fun fact, Nick. Can't wait for that one.
You're welcome. All right, Vi and Caitlyn.
Vi and Caitlyn.
What's gonna happen to them?
I've seen in the opening they fight. I see Vi. So she's gonna get her gauntlets, right? I'm gonna write these down too as I'm going. Like Vi gets her gauntlets.
How do you think that will occur?
Through Caitlyn sneaking her in. to Jace's lab. Would be my guess.
Okay.
Jace, I think, is gonna go like against everyone, including like Caitlyn and everything, who have gone behind his back and be like, for the greater good of this city, stand the fuck down and go to prison.
Okay.
We have a hex tech problem. Guards, these are wanted criminals. Maybe after having a talk with Caitlyn or something, they have like a moment of, excuse me, problem. You are giving me a pain in the ass. Hex tech needs a future. Victor, I think, well, he's gonna work with Singed a little bit. I've seen he has a later form. I don't know if it's gonna pop up in Act 3 or not, but he gets a spooky mask. He gets like kind of robot-y. I think he's gonna be hooked up to some like Singed shit, and he's gonna become like semi-villain maybe. And like,
how do you think Jace will react to that?
I think he'll be kind of fine with it. However, I think Victor and Jace are going to be on their own separate sides. Like, Victor's going to develop Hex Tech one way, Jace is going to develop it another way. Like, Victor's going to go more and more in on it. Jace is going to be more like the commercial, like, we have what we have, let's refine it and take it, like, the non-organic way of, like, you know,
so kind
machines.
of following Heimerdinger's advice a little bit.
A little bit.
Where refine rather than develop.
Yeah, refine it, and he's going to go, like, more the machine route, like, you know, Vi's gauntlets or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe even, actually, I think Vi's going to steal him, but, like, there's also a possibility that, like, Jace meets up and is like, okay, you want to defend the city against your sister Jinx or whatever, like, wield the gauntlets or whatever. I think she's going to steal him, though. Okay. Jinx, I don't fucking know. She's just gonna be on a bridge at some point.
Jinx is a fucking wild card. That's her whole character.
Literally, that's her whole character. She's gonna go up and be like, I want to bomb Surface World, I think. That's about it.
So she is going to be active to fight against Piltover.
Not with Silco's. I think Silco's gonna have like a final push on Piltover in some way. That's what's gonna start like a war. But I think Jinx is just gonna be like a rogue, separate from Silco. Just be like, haha, just fucking blow it up, get more blue. Whatever. I don't know what Jinx
is Silco
wants.
going? So Silco's going to be pushing. That's what you said. What do you think Heimerdinger will be up to?
I have no idea.
Or do you think he'll fall off the plot relevancy?
I thought he was gonna fall off. All honesty, he's kind of done. He might just be there, like watching the war, and be like, or tell Jace, be like, no, you can't, you're magic, no, don't do it. And maybe he's like seeing it in horror, and he's like, no, it's gonna blow up my city.
Stop.
Oh, please, I don't want the magic. Like that.
Anything with Mel?
It's fuck Mel.
Okay.
That's what Jason's
well,
planning
that's
to do.
the plan.
Yeah. Echo, I think, is just the Firelight, whatever. He's gonna lead part of the rebellion on Surface World as well. Like, it's gonna be 3 factions, like 2v1, like the entire of Piltover versus Silco's purple goo faction, who's kind of allied with the Firelights, who are just kind of...
So you think they're gonna work together?
Not officially, just that they're both attacking Piltover at the same time, and they're just like, oh, whatever.
Okay, so Piltover has to deal with an assault on 2 fronts.
Basically, yeah. That's my plan, idea. And then somehow Echo makes Jinx, and then he does the cool, like, Imagine Dragons beat up on the bridge. He puts in, like, his mixtape, like, Guardians of the Galaxy. He turns on his tunes.
God damn it.
Oh, favorite and least favorite character.
What song is... What 90s song is there? It's not 90s. When... Hey, listen to 90s songs, right? What 90s song does Echo put on?
Oh, you mean Chris Pratt, whatever his name is, Star-Lord?
Yeah. Well, Echo, what does he do with the Chris Pratt?
It'd be like an 80s song, I think, is what he listens to typically. Sometimes 90s. I'd like to see him do a beatdown to Footloose. That'd be pretty funny. Oh, God,
I'm trying to think of a I was trying to think of like a time-based one, and I just couldn't. If I could turn back time.
To the old days. Imagine if they actually got
it's
that song.
I literally had it in my head, and then you sang that instead.
Oh, I was imagining that because it's like they want to go back to being
If
friends.
I could turn back time, I could find a way.
It's not an 80s song. I was just thinking about the...
Fuck it.
We could turn back time to the old days. I hate that song so much, dude.
It might have been a little closer to the time period.
Favorite and least favorite characters is probably important, right?
Yeah, who's your favorite?
Because I'm going to do primary and then not primary. Favorite, Victor's getting pretty close. I didn't like Vi as much this act because she did a ton, but she was not as much of a focus as she was in Act 1.
Yeah.
I'm not really factoring that in. I'm just going to say for Act 2. It's either Victor or Jinx, actually. I love them both a lot. I'm surprised by both of them.
Is that primary and secondary? Like a primary character and a secondary character?
Like favorite primary, favorite secondary, least favorite of the two.
Okay. Who's your favorite secondary?
Favorite secondary, Marcus is starting to grow on me a little bit. He still sucks, but like, he's growing a little bit. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else. Echo wasn't here. So he's probably least favorite of this
That's
act.
A cop-out.
It is a cop-out. I will give another answer, but if it's not Echo, who literally fucking did nothing, it was not here. I don't know why he wasn't here.
He was on tour with that was a shitty joke I made before we started recording. I said, "Hey, I found out why Echo wasn't here," and I sent him the True Damage music video, and I was like, "He was on tour
this whole time." Oh no! And he was like touring. Like the set in that is literally just the same city though, so he was just there, but he was singing.
I'd say my favorite character was Victor. Favorite primary. Favorite secondary is a tough one.
It is, because there's not many secondary left.
I liked Mel pushing Jace a lot. I liked how she pushed and nudged him into taking the position that he's in more.
Mm-hmm.
And I liked her switch from like, you're a tool to we have a relationship now. We'll see how that develops in Act 3.
If we're going off of, like, secondary can be any minor character, Fish Guy.
That's a tertiary character.
He's a good one. I like him.
I felt like Mel was a proper secondary character.
Yeah, but there's only, like, 3 of those in this show, it feels like. Where it's like, you're either primary or you're not. Or you're Mel. And Marcus.
It's Singed.
Singed. Yeah, but Singed fucking doesn't do much.
Yeah, but I love him.
He is pretty good. He makes the mountain do.
Least favorites?
Least favorite primary. I was really debating because it's either Caitlyn or Jace. Jace, I feel like, is gonna get a really big payoff in Act 3. And I think that's why I didn't have a lot to like about him this one. I really like Caitlyn as a character. Well, I like all of them. The primary characters are all really good this act. I just mean least favorite is hard. It's either Caitlyn.
Well, I got a least favorite primary. It's Caitlyn.
maybe Vi though. I've gone through all of them, but it's like Vi really was just kind of like tough and punch.
Now that you mention it, Vi, yeah, she did things through actions, and she drove the plot through actions. But she kind of just spouted a bunch of one-liners when she was with Caitlyn.
Yeah, Vi was just one-liners and static character to help Caitlyn grow, which is why I think... Because it took me a minute to, like, kind of comprehend that. I think Vi is probably my least favorite primary of this act. She was my favorite, I think, of the first act, but she just did not do anything this one. She was kind of
I like
nothing.
Jace in the first act.
I mean, other than Echo, who literally wasn't there. You know? I do like Jace a lot. It just felt like he's transitioning. Right? I think I like Vi more for the first act than the second act. It was my problem.
I'd say
carrying
least
over.
favorite secondary for me might be Heimerdinger. There's cool symbology that happens around him.
Oh, I forgot about Heimerdinger.
Personally, just kind of spouts the Sable thing. His whole point in the plot has just been like
static.
Yeah, it's been pretty static.
Hey
he's
guys,
had some
magic
moments
dangerous.
that are nice. he's allowed characters to grow, but he himself has been a little lackluster.
I honestly forgot he was in the story. He's technically like primary character status in that like he is a League of Legend. Whatever that means.
That's not how I counted it.
Champion.
I was thinking outside of just what is a primary or secondary character in a story.
He is the secondary character in the story. I was just saying for such a big character, he is a secondary character, and I forgot about him. So he's the worst.
Literally, Echo didn't show up in this part.
Yeah. Well, that's his fault. Should have been here. He said he's a cop-out, so... Heimerdinger, I definitely as a secondary character, not... He just doesn't do anything. He's just... he's just there.
He exists as an obstacle, but...
Half the time I just want him to shut up. I'm just like, you don't get it, old man. And that's me as a human. I get it. To a Yordle, he's probably like cool. He's probably like the coolest Yordle, I bet. But as a lowly human, I don't get it. Least favorite tertiary character? I don't even know if I would...
I don't think we need to go into tertiary.
I'm just curious if there
need to go to bed soon.
Or any. Okay, well... we did predictions, we did whatever. Was there something else we did in the first act that we didn't do in this one?
I don't remember, really. I don't think so.
All right.
It was mostly predictions overall, and we kind of said from the get-go we didn't have any overall statements.
Other than overall, I think Act 2 is still better than Act 1. Just by a little bit. Just because episode 5 carries it so hard. That's it. That's my ranking. Act 2, 10 out of 10. See you in Act 3. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's how they end it? That's how they end it? Why?
What else do you want?
Why would... Nick, I have to wait years for this. I can't play League of Legends. You can't make me.
It's probably...
I'm not going to learn the lore. I want to... Give me Arcane Season 2 right now, I swear. Please.
So what'd you think?
It was 8 out of 10.
6 out of 10. Not really.
Man, it's been a while again because we kind of wait in between these. So,
well, we also had arguably one of the biggest holidays of the year in between. Holiday seasons.
No excuses for the grind. I must always watch Arcane. I gotta I use.
I can't
Arcane
let my boy
for
Victor
practice.
down.
Yeah.
He's always on that grind. I gotta stay on that grind.
My role model.
My baby boy.
Man. Act 3 was wild, for sure. Except for episode 7.
Crazy.
I think it was really solid. I was really wrong on my predictions, if we want to go into that.
Yeah, what did you predict?
I said war. We keep getting blue balls, and I think maybe we finally get war in season 2, but it did not happen here.
Season 2, I have a feeling, I think we'll go a little bit more into this, but I have a feeling season 2 will turn into a Piltover power struggle of who now runs Piltover.
Oh, okay.
I think
so
it's going to be like all the houses will fight to recreate the council or something like that, but...
I think that'll be the same for Zaun, which is the Undercity, too. But that's for other reasons. I said Heimerdinger does nothing. What?
You were right. Heimerdinger did nothing.
Yeah. Oh,
he saw Echo and they talked.
He did more than not exist, which is what I was planning on. I'm like, I think Heimerdinger's just going to be out of the story. He's going to cry. Be a little baby. But now it's implied that him and Echo are going to do something. And that was way more than I was thinking was going to happen.
I hope they make the time tech that Echo's known for, because I kind of want to see Echo with that technology in the in season 2.
Yeah. A lot of the other stuff was just very semantic stuff about how does Vi get the gauntlets or whatever, and she does, but it wasn't Caitlyn sneaking in and stealing them. It was she went behind everyone's back and worked with Jace, which I was not expecting. I thought he was going to be a militant, stop being up here kind of guy.
Stop! You are violating the wall.
Straight up, just hey, jail time. And that didn't happen.
Hey, you're not supposed to be here. This is actually kind of awkward for me, but
Victor, semi-villain, which he wasn't. He did become a cyborg man. I got that.
A hex boy.
And then Jinx goes to the bridge and bombs it. I got that, but I think that was kind of obvious from the... It happened in episode 7 and was set up in episode 6, so I was hoping I wouldn't get that one wrong. Just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you lived up to that. I'm glad it lived up to you. I don't know.
No predictions that were interesting this time, pretty much. Just trying to get through them quickly. Yeah. But that was basically it.
Yeah, well, I guess at the end we'll talk about our predictions for season 2, which
I have none.
I guess I can finally participate in. It'll probably mostly be me because I know like Piltover lore and shit.
You're gonna be like, yeah. Listen, I read the dialogue boxes on Doran's ring. I know what's gonna happen. I played the
Sentinels of Light event. Thank God that's not canon.
Oh, that'd be so funny if it was. Because that's like the magical girl one, right?
They changed some voice lines. What'd you say?
That's like the magical girl one, right?
No, it's something completely. It's ass. Oh. It's the Viego, the Ruined King. But anyways, Arcane. Not here to talk about that train wreck. We're here to talk about a good show. Oh shit! I dropped my pencil.
Speaking of good show, episode 7. It's not. It's kind of boring.
Yeah, we start with a rap song. And it's there.
It reveals.
It's kind of cool.
Echo before we get Echo revealed in the show. Like I knew it was gonna be Echo because I just kind of got spoiled a little bit on it. But
well, yeah, there was the whole like Echo on the bridge thing that I had to show for you, and I think that's why episode 7 was so underwhelming for you because it wasn't your first time seeing that scene, and it might have been a lot more impactful if it was your first time.
And that was the only scene in the episode that wasn't just standing around for setup, pretty much, because there wasn't really like a ton of interesting directing in this one. It was a lot of just straight shots of like people saying, "I don't want to go to war. We must do something. Let's plan something.
We must do something, but I don't know. War is a little hasty, but we got to do something. But maybe not this."
And like I don't mind setup, but they didn't make the setup interesting in any way to me compared to what they've done before. And it just
I think each episode should have like some setup, but also some payoff too. Like, there was just almost no payoff. The whole Echo thing was the entirety, Echo Jinx thing was the entirety of payoff for this episode.
It should just be like, you have your build-up also be, like, have your payoff built into it. So it's like, you know, not even necessarily like you have a setup scene and a payoff scene, but just that things are happening, they can be both a setup and a payoff moment. You know, that's not, like,
well, you could
impossible.
Pay off for something previously set up while setting up for something just completely unrelated.
Yeah.
Like, you can have, there's a bunch of different plot lines, so setups and payoffs can happen at different times. And just unrelated to each other. And this one just decided every scene, like, every plot line pretty much consisted of setup.
Yeah.
Just, like, all parallel to each other. We were just setting up to episodes 8 and 9.
Yep. You want to go, like, scene by scene?
Yeah. Before we do that, I just want to mention, I think this rap song would have made much better promotional material than actually in the show itself, because it's kind of just there and doesn't really do anything for the show. It's cool, but I think it would have been cool if they had this promotional stuff where they like show off all the factions in Arcane. Maybe show off the Kim Barons, maybe show like the Fireflies, Firelights, Vi and Caitlyn, Jinx and Silco and crew. Just have like promotional things, and I think that would have been cooler. This kind of just felt like leftover footage that they kind of threw in. Yeah, not leftover, but it's like
not
they made something.
At all. I disagree with that. I felt out of place for sure.
Yeah, it just didn't fit in. It felt like it's like,
well, because we left on like a cliffhanger of like, yeah, Vi and Caitlyn got kidnapped by someone, and then it's just like, yeah, me and my boys, we're hanging out, dude, for like a minute, and then it's like, yep, they're captured still.
It kind of helped like present the mood for the Firelights, I guess.
Yeah, but
we kind of knew that they were anti-Enforcer, anti-Silco. Like, we kind of knew this stuff going in, and that's basically the majority of the music video is like, yeah, we're tough and we hate the enforcers.
I just don't like things presented via music video in my shows typically. Like,
Yeah, that's why I like it, stuff like that in promotional, like, side content.
the Echo fight was fine and it was good. It had like the music video song and it was like a fight, but it didn't feel like a music video, right? This was, if you haven't seen it, which I don't know how you made it this far and have not seen any of Arcane listening to this, but it basically looks like it's stylized like a music video. It's completely separate from like the show in its entirety. It's not like, it's hard to explain, but yeah, it's very much like its own thing, and then we cut back to the show is what it feels like, rather than like...
Yeah, it's like something you take out of context and send to a friend to get them to watch the show, which is kind of exactly what I did to you.
You didn't send me this.
Well, not the rap song. I meant the Echo fight.
If you're like, hey, I got this really cool show that you want to see, it's called Arcane, and you just send me a rap
song.
video, I'm like, this is a music video. Where's the show, Nick? Just like, yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe you'll find it.
Yeah.
Enough
Anyways,
about that.
then we go to Caitlyn and Vi are tied up, and Caitlyn thinks it's Silco. Vi says, no, it's not Silco. We'd be dead. And they have this back and forth where Vi doesn't trust Caitlyn, and she asks what she really is doing in the Undercity, and whatever the glowing stone was, because Vi has no clue about the Hextech gemstones.
Yeah.
No answers. And then Vi is taken to see the leader of the Firelights, and we'll learn it's Echo. Whoa! Who'd have guessed that?
He's in the show again. Oh,
Not
that's
you.
crazy.
You would never have guessed.
Wow.
There was something to do with this scene. It's with the facial... Well, just all the movement in general in this scene is super over-exaggerated, and it felt really off-putting to me, especially the facial animation.
I didn't mind at all. Didn't notice that, so I don't really know how to discuss that.
I remember
with you,
I'm like, wow, they're like really exaggerating a lot of movements. And I think that the facial movements, I feel like, was to make up for Caitlyn, or for Vi being tied up, so that she can't express her body language super well when tied up. That's the only thing I can think of. But it felt super exaggerated, to me, at least.
Yeah.
Not that big a deal. Again, I forgot to mention this. Whenever I go into these kind of complaints, none of these are ever really deal breakers for the show for me. And I want to mention how I talked a lot about Caitlyn in the previous act. I don't hate the character, and like all of these little things I have to get super nitpicky about, because there is so little to get nitpicky about in this show. This show is done so well that when I get into the nitty and gritty, it sounds like I really hate something, but that's just me like scrounging for scraps to like complain about, really, I guess.
Well, I mean, I just like Caitlyn because she's hot, so.
Well, that's fair. But when I was talking about how like it didn't feel like she had a motive, that's a small nitpick. Overall, I like all of the
I
characters.
completely disagree with you still on that, where it's like, I felt all tied in, but I don't want to talk about it again.
To death.
I just, yeah.
We'll agree to disagree.
I have thought about it for like
Still a
3
good
weeks.
character.
As I was opening my Christmas presents, I was like, man, I sure do like Caitlyn. She's a really cool character. I can't wait to go talk to Nick about it in 3 weeks. And tell him how wrong he is about everything. It's just
I'm fine being
manifested in my
wrong.
mind.
I'm fine being wrong. I'll be on the other side of history, it looks like. Anyways, Vi breaks free and hugs him. Then we cut to Singed studying Victor's notes.
Oh, I do like how Echo's just like, how'd you do that? And she's like, I don't know, just whenever you started talking, I just did it.
Yeah, when did you do that? And she's just like, when did you start complaining? Cut to Singed, studying Victor's notes, and they're talking about how he needs to make the reason that nothing is surviving his experimentations is because things like biology is resistant to change, and that he needs to take more drastic measures in order to make the experiment work. And he sees straight through it that he's experimenting on himself. So he gives him something that will allow him to survive experimentation.
Yeah.
Which is a variant of the shimmer that he made.
We do learn also that Singed used to work for Heimerdinger, or with Heimerdinger at some point. I have that written down. I don't remember that at all because we watched this yesterday. And we're doing this today.
That's supposed to be it's like a not a throwaway line, but it's just a one line, like we don't delve into it. He just mentions it.
Yeah. And I mean, I have no idea what the implications would be, because it's just like these are two polar opposite characters, and so far I really don't care about either of them that much. Singed a little bit more than Heimerdinger, but it's still like these are just two nobodies, and he's like, I used to work with this man. Like, oh, that's so crazy.
It probably has more impact if you're actually like a fan of the game. I was like, oh, that's neat, but they don't do a whole lot.
Is there like an ability where it's like Singed E is call Heimerdinger or something, and it's like that's the lore?
No, his E is he flips people over his shoulder.
Oh,
not a lie. He just flips people.
Great.
He just flings. I think it's called fling. He just throws people behind him.
Why? Isn't he a doctor?
Yeah, but his whole stuff is alchemy. Not alchemy, potions.
I would consider flipping someone over your shoulder more like pro wrestling than alchemy, but you know, you do you.
Look, I didn't make the character, all right?
I mean, I think he needs a redesign, honestly. You know, after Dr. Mundo. That's all I know. That's the last character.
When are we going to see Dr. Mundo? He's from Zon.
I really want. He's funny. I want to see Hand Mundo, because there was a redesign of him that you showed me, like a concept art where it's like he could have been redesigned into just being a hand with like a face on it. That's just a giant hand. It's so funny. I don't know if you have to put that up or not. It is literally the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Oh no, I put it up already.
Oh, cool. Thank you, Nick.
Look at him. There he is.
He's so beautiful. I love him.
All right, and that's pretty much it for the Singed and Victor scene. And then we cut to Jace and his forge, and I have written down in my notes, holy shit, he's hot.
Yeah, I have Jace still fucks written in the notes.
That's good. He does.
Absolutely.
Canonically, Jace fucks.
He is chiseled from working in the forge.
Yeah, and then Mel walks in on him. He shows her the grenade that Marcus said was from the Firelights, but it's actually from Jinx. And Jace mentions that he's surprised what the Undercity is capable of. He talks about the weapons, the grenade, and just everything that they're capable of, and how organized they can be at times too.
It's almost as if they have a head honcho.
Almost. If only we knew who that was.
Oh,
if only we had some insider investigating that.
If only.
But what's really weighing on Jace's mind is that his decision to kick Heimerdinger off of the council, because he was his mentor and he betrayed him. And I really liked how that is still weighing on him. Even, I guess it hadn't been that long, has it?
It's still we don't throw it out. It's not like, yeah, I've committed to the decision. It's done. It's, it was a hard decision. I might have fucked up.
Yeah, Jace is coming to understand the consequences of his actions, and it's really cool how he's still, he's still new to this, so he's still struggling to accept what he's done.
Yeah.
And Mel continues to encourage him, being like, hey, this is what we need to do.
Yeah. And then I wrote something down. I have no idea if it ever comes up again. Mel places a nut over Jace's heart. And I was like, symbolism question mark? Oh, I wrote it wrong. What? I wrote symbol sim?
Symbol sim. No, that is not symbolism. She just said, be sure to care for your nuts.
It's how she wants to nut on his emotions. Great. Thank you. Good writing. I thought it was going to come in something later where it's like he's metal, he's heartless or something, but it never did.
Nope. No, he never becomes heartless.
I figured that...
If anything, he's anything but.
Because it's such a really specific gesture of putting a metal thing over his heart, and I was thinking something's going to happen with that, but nothing did in Act 3.
No, you're wrong. I think it would have been funny if she hands it to him, she's like, I got a bolt.
And he's like...
That's how I would have been.
Mel, this is a washer.
Hire me. Right, hire me.
She just hands him the wrong thing. It's like, it's just a washer, Mel. What are you talking? This doesn't even work. And she's just already gone.
She's just still like walking super confidently away. Like, yeah, I told him. I said the badass thing and I walked out. And he's like, this is a washer.
Oh, that's it.
Anyways, we cut to Savika and Silco talking about the bridge lockdown. They're worried, is Marcus still on our side? Has he lost it? Silco believes he's just like, Marcus won't betray us because they have his family under threat.
Yeah.
And I really like this scene, though, because Silco leaves to go find Jinx, and Savika tells him that she'll come to him when she's ready. And it's really sweet because Savika hates Jinx, but they find this weird way to relate to each other because Savika relates to how she and her dad used to act towards each other. And so she can, in this weird way, relate to the father-daughter relationship that Silco and Jinx have.
Did we ever find out about Savika's dad? I don't remember that at all.
No. She just says, when I was like, whenever I got in a fight with my paw, eventually I went to him when he was ready or something, when I was ready or something.
Oh,
but
okay.
she ends it by saying, she'll come to you. She doesn't outright say that. She just ends the conversation with saying, she'll come to you when she's ready. And so really sweet of Savika actually having like this one moment of relating to her. Anyways, we cut to Jinx just throwing shit around in her cave, talking to herself.
Yeah, standard Jinx scene.
Yeah. That's about the scene, really.
Oh, I really like when she's like stapling her leg up and she's just like screaming in pain, but she's like laughing about it as she's stapling up her leg wound. That was good.
Yeah.
But standard Jinx scene.
Yeah.
One good part of the episode.
I just wrote the big tree. Oh yeah, Echo walking around showing Vi the big tree. I think it would be best to like establish what this place is called because it doesn't have a name. So I just called it the Safe Haven in all my notes.
Oh, I just called it tree. So
either one.
Yeah.
So he talks about how he created this safe haven after Vander died for all the people that were still in the Undercity that needed help and that weren't with Silco. And he tries to convince Vi that Powder is gone and that she's now Jinx and that Jinx works for Silco.
Yeah, which is all true, but it's hard to swallow.
Yeah, Vi is just, this entire show is basically refuses to accept that since the end of Act 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's about that scene. Then we cut to the riot on the bridge with Jace allowing to Victor to cross.
Oh, I like
I just have written down Jace becomes racist. Because at one point he's like, what are you doing with them? The filthy people of the Undercity. I'm like, whoa, Jace, slow your roll.
Jace, buddy. I also like how he's racist when like you literally can't tell them apart. They don't look any different.
Yeah.
He knows, he can smell them. He's got like a sixth sense for racism.
It's more classism than racism. It's like, what are you doing with the Undercity folk?
The Undercity.
The Undercity.
My waveforms are looking all weird.
That's fine.
I was gonna say about the tree. It was cool. That we like did a focus on the firelights, and we did a couple of those, but I didn't think they would come back. All that important.
You mean the fireflies in particular?
I thought they were called the firelights because the green ones is what they're named after.
Yeah, it'll just be weird to call both the creature and the group the firelights.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Yeah, firelights.
Yeah.
And fireflies. Sorry. Yeah, it was just cool. The mural on the tree was very nice. That's all I had.
Yes. I like that they put Powder there to like symbolize Powder is dead.
Yeah. This person is dead.
Powder's gone.
The body's still there. The mind is
not coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's not coming back is the important part. And then we cut to Silco meeting with the Kim Barons, which I thought was really weird because if Silco had to answer to a group after overthrowing Vander, where was this group for the entirety of Act 2? They were never even mentioned before Act 3. They're just this new, like, supposedly important group that just hasn't existed until now.
I've been fine with it. It was just, I imagine people he had, like, working with him, like, he's head honcho, but there's, like, also a council down there. Like, he probably, after Act 1, like, he had no one, and so he was just like, oh, I'll get some friends to help me, like, divvy up the work. I bought it.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, because
It's
there was,
just
like,
Act
no
2
point.
and Act 3 happened right after each other.
Yeah, but I imagine it happened, like, in the background between Act 1 and Act 2, and it just wasn't relevant until Act 3.
I was just saying, like, mentioning something like, oh, the Kim Barons would be upset with this or something. Just to
Didn't even know
see,
they
like,
had a name.
Oh, who could those be? They call them the Kim Barons at, like, once.
Okay.
Exactly. There's so little know about them.
Their designs are fucking ugly, I wrote that.
Yeah, I don't like their designs, but I think it's supposed to be this kind of, like, rich street thug kind of look.
One of them has, like, a really gross snot tube around their, like, nose. It's just...
Oh, you mean
there's a
rip-off
car going
Moira?
by. Yeah, I just wrote Moira as her name because I didn't know her name, so...
Yeah, I don't know her name either. So we'll just call her Moira.
It's just Moira. Just think, like, Moira Overwatch, put, like, a Bane mask over her, and then have, like, Mountain Dew tubes going to her nostrils. There you go. Sir.
There you go.
Gross.
Yeah. So what the Kim Barons want to do is they want to give the gemstone back, so that way even a little trade can continue. So Silco Gas is the place.
Oh, yeah. Great. He's just a bioterrorist now. That's my favorite.
Yeah. But he's bioterrorizing the bad people, so does that make him a good guy now? No, it doesn't.
Complex morality kicks in.
It's not very complex. He's bad. Silco bad. Write that down.
What was the point of him, like, gassing? Was it just like, no,
It's a
own
power
you?
move. It's a power move. And just say, look, you don't know what it was like back before we were rich. Like, back before, yada, yada, yada. It's basically old power versus new power. Whereas, like, these new people don't have the perspective that he has.
Gotcha. So, because I was also confused why he was, like, immune to the gas, but I guess it's because he doesn't really have, like, he has the experience of the gas, so he's just like, I'm used to it. Versus them, it's
and
like,
also,
it's not poisonous, it's just icky.
well, also, when he walks into the room, there's a scene where we see there's a fan just, like, built up into the ceiling, and as he walks in, we see the fan, like, slowing down and turning off. So they, like, actively are turning off the ventilation, which shows that they're used to ventilation. Whereas I think Silco's near, like, the bottom, whereas these people are up in a high building, just kind of living a life of luxury in the Undercity, whereas Silco's more in the nitty-gritty place.
Yeah.
So he's used to the filth and the grime, whereas these guys are, like, they're too big for that, they think. So he's used to the gas, I think.
The one that does go against him, though, that's interesting is Finn. Who he's like, I don't know how to describe him. He's got, like, the jaw mask, like a side
He
swoop.
just, like, his entire lower jaw is just replaced with, like, a gold lower jaw.
Yeah, and so he's the one who's like, why do we gotta listen to you, bud? And then he is like, he gives everyone masks because, stinky. But except for Finn, he's like, go on, say sorry. And so he's like, please, I'm sorry. Please, I don't want stinky no more. Please, mask.
It smells so bad.
It smells so bad. And then Silco takes a hit real hard. And then he gives it to him.
Yeah. He takes the boof.
He hits
that
boof.
good old oxygen boof.
And then Finn, he's like slobbering because he's just like gassed so hard. And then it's just like, thank you. I promise never again.
Generous benefactor.
And so that's the whole scene. It's just a power move, but it's interesting. And you see the fan come back on too to dissipate the gas.
Yeah, as they leave, they turn the fan back on.
So yeah.
But then we go to Mel as she's just looking over the city. It's a really pretty, like, sunset, honestly, at the city, which is cool symbolism for, like, an era coming to an end or something. I don't know. I didn't really consider what it symbolized.
I see sunsets as orange.
What?
I don't know. It's the thing that you did to me last time.
Hey, you got me. You got me good, didn't you? She talks to her assistant about how the Undercity threat makes Piltover look vulnerable. And she talks about how, like, Chase is... she again talks about Chase kind of objectively and his usefulness, which is interesting. And again, that doesn't really come into play. They kind of set this weird thing up where Mel has the ability and considers, like, using Jace, like, pulling the strings on him, but doesn't follow through in the final act with really doing that because her mom comes in and wants her to follow through with it.
Yeah, that's episode 8,
she
though, right?
She changes her mind. Yeah, I guess we'll get there when we talk about that. We see that Mel gets a letter with her family seal on it. So I wonder what that
who could that be?
Ooh.
Pay no attention to what we said 15 seconds ago. It could be anybody.
It could be me. I'm in League of Legends now. Imagine Dragons is in League of Legends, so am I.
I don't have anything written for a little bit here. I was just like getting bored. I'm like, okay,
oh
cool.
Yeah,
set up.
This was a lot of talk in this episode. I mostly just wrote down like what happened and not really about what happened.
Oh, we got another setup scene. Thank you, League of Legends. Give me another.
Caitlyn gets
please.
untied, talks to Echo a little bit. I think they talk about going and bringing the gemstone back to the upside. No, that is later, actually. Caitlyn kind of just gets untied, and that's it. Oh yeah, she sees that Vi isn't in trouble, and touching moment.
Yeah. Nothing.
Jinx sneaks up on Silco as he's drugging it up, and she starts like stabbing him with the drug needle.
I love this
not
scene.
The right place. Yeah, it's pretty good. That she's just like furious that Silco lied about Vi being dead.
Hello, father. Why is my sister back? Explain.
That's no good. You just hear the Knuckles. Oh no.
And then Silco's just like, but I love you, baby. And then she's like, oh, okay.
Well, he tells her that Vi isn't only back for the crystal. He's not back for her. And that he is her only family. And that she needs to complete the weapon.
Which is that what she uses in episode 9 is what they're talking about?
Yeah, that's this whole... Jinx getting this gemstone is to create a weapon to help the Undercity overthrow Piltover.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I'd take a sip of my Minute Maid pink lemonade. So now we cut back to Caitlyn and Echo talking. They kind of have this back and forth of, all enforcers are bad, Undercity bad, and they kind of get to understand each other's perspectives. And Echo shows that he has the gemstone, and she explains that the gemstone is why all of the enforcers are getting so aggressive, is that they need it back.
Yeah, Caitlyn explains it to Echo.
Yeah, and she argues that giving the gemstone back will help heal the city. That's the most important thing to do, is to heal the city by giving the gemstone back in good faith. That will show that, not everyone in the Undercity is bad and wants to hurt Piltover.
It's just this small group, and like they mostly just want to be left alone, is all it is.
Mm-hmm. And then we cut to Victor, Jason, Mel looking over the grenade that Marcus gave them. Don't really understand why Mel is here when they're going to disarm a grenade. Or take apart a grenade.
It's just what happens when your girlfriend just follows you everywhere, Nick. That's just what happens. Like when you get a girlfriend, she's with you forever. It's how relationships work.
Oh yeah, okay.
He's just like, there were two bros, and he's like, "What the fuck, bro? I wanted to invite you over to see the bomb." He's like,
"Bro, what happened to us?
And I brought my girlfriend." You know?
What happened to us? We were supposed to disarm grenades together, just you and me, dude.
It's like that one like ghost scene with like the pot making with the hands. That's what they're gonna do and disarm the grenade together. And like,
you talking about from Ghostbusters?
I don't think it's from Ghostbusters. What is it called? It's like where this. It's a really famous movie scene where it's like a ghost guy with like a pot, and he's like has his hands around the girl who's like, it's like her dead husband or something.
Oh,
They're making like a
doesn't
pot
sound like
together.
Ghostbusters.
No,
I heard
it's
Ghosts
not.
Immediately thought Ghostbusters.
No, I'll have to find the scene and send it to you.
Sorry, I got a lust to bust.
I'm gonna go ahead and click through there. So if you hear clicking sounds, that's what I'm doing. Don't get mad at me.
It's fine. I don't think
Not
it's
you.
that
I mean the
important.
audience. You're not allowed to be mad at me anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways,
I know you don't care.
Mel starts suggesting that Victor and Jace make weapons to fight against the Undercity. And they are, especially Victor, is hugely against making weapons because their entire reason of starting this whole project and just research was to help people. And weapons typically hurt people more than help them. Typically.
Yeah. Okay, I found it's this scene. It's a very romantic
Okay.
scene.
Okay. So Victor then accidentally activates the grenade, and then he proceeds to disarm it.
He doesn't give a fuck the entire time, by the way, if I remember correctly. He's just kind of looking at it and talking, and then...
Well, he starts, like, sweating. Like, once he activates it, he starts caring.
Yeah, but he doesn't, like, go... He's just like, yeah, I know how to do this.
The time to do that.
Done. It's cut off. Sigma grind, all that. It's paid off. No distractions.
Yeah. And then we start in this montage of things happening where we see Victor starts inscribing runes all over his leg. Jace goes and visits his mother. Heimerdinger goes to the Undercity. Victor then injects himself with some of the Shimmer variant and grabs the Hex core, which then infuses his blood with Hex Tech. And he gets this, we'll see later, turns his leg into like metal. This weird like biological metal. It's really cool looking actually.
Fuck,
And
that peaked so hard. I'm sorry.
and then we cut to Echo, Vi, and Caitlyn as they try and meet up with the enforcers on the bridge. Because earlier they had said, we're going to meet up with them, with the council. Echo's going to be the one to give back the gemstone. It's kind of the compromise that they made. And we see Jinx spying on them, talking to herself. We can see Milo in the background. And I love over time in the scene as Milo grows darker or bigger and bigger, and he starts like looming over her. It's really cool looking.
Definitely.
Yeah, and Vi talks about I can't leave my sister behind. Turns around, goes back to the Undercity, starts hightailing it back. Not really that fast. She kind of just meanders back. And then as they go to meet Marcus pulls a gun and shoots Echo.
Yeah, that was a very turning moment where like he cannot be redeemed anymore. I feel like that was like the very critical moment of just like this character, he's evil. You're done. Like you can't redeem him. So a very cool, like important moment. Just showing like where his faith lies.
It's like his I don't know if he would be completely. I don't know if I would call him completely evil, because he's doing it to protect his family. It's just his previous decisions have trapped him, and he kind of became ruined by his previous decisions.
Yeah, I didn't mean like full blown evil, but I mean evil in the sense of like
he's on the bad side.
He's no longer morally gray in a way where he can go back. He's done. Like he's closed off as being like a bad guy. Air quote.
Yeah, he's on the bad side.
He's evil at this point, and so yeah, sealed his fate. All that. Door is closed.
Yeah.
Which is important a little bit later, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. And then he aims the gun at Caitlyn, and he's like, I'm gonna do it, but he can't really, because I think he's still not really realized. I don't think he saw Echo as like important or like a person even. I think he's kind of into that whole like racism thing. Then when he aims the gun at Caitlyn, he finds it much harder to shoot her. I think also because he knows her.
In Act 1, like when he goes into Vander's bar and everything, he has like his whole speech.
He's disgusted by them.
Yeah, he's just like, you filthy fucking Undercity, you all should be locked up or whatever, something like that. So he's very racist.
And I also think his interactions with Silco have been like, wow, these people have even trapped me in this scenario. They're the fucking worst.
Yeah. Like, it's
If
not
it weren't for these
Silco.
Undercity folk, then I wouldn't have to be doing all of this. I could live a more... I could be out of my situation if it weren't for the Undercity people.
It's not Silco holding me back. It's the entire Undercity holding me and my family under, like, captivity, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Silco is just a part of that.
Yeah, Silco just happens to be a part of that problem.
So this is when we get a bunch of these fireflies start swarming over the bridge. It's actually really cool looking, as like hundreds of them swarm this bridge, and then one of them lands on Marcus's gun as he's aiming at Caitlyn, and it starts like ticking, and we get to see it's actually made of metal. And then when its wings tick into place, we see Jinx's motif as all of the fireflies explode.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh, Jinx did it. That's crazy.
Yeah, Jinx walks in from the smoke, and she's actually humming the song from the first scene of the show.
I
don't
wrote
know if
that
you
down
realize
too.
that.
It was cool.
It's a cool little callback,
love
because
it.
this is, you know, the bridge is where the last riot happened when she was a child,
Yeah, and
and the last, like, destruction.
the song before was to distract her from the war, and now as she's like a participant fully embracing the chaos, she's like turned that song from like a coping mechanism into like a weapon to push herself almost. I guess like it's become part of it is like kind of an insanity thing, but it's also like how the song has been inverted on its head. Rather than trying to avoid the war and like, you know, think peace or whatever, it's now being used like by someone who's using it as a tool for violence or something, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. That motif,
So-
very cool.
Yeah, and we see as she walks in, we then cut to Caitlyn being injured, and she looks at Marcus, and Marcus dies. He talks about his last words are about saying that he loved his child.
Yeah, tell my family I loved them.
Yeah, that's why I argue he's not evil. He's just on the bad side.
Yeah,
I would argue that Silco is evil. Marcus is just on the bad side.
I didn't mean it to be a semantics thing. I just meant like he's bad, and then that just seals his fate. He can't go back. That's all I meant.
Well, I don't even think he's bad.
I think he's bad. He shot a kid.
I guess it's an argument of doing bad things to, like, for a good reason, would be the good reason being protecting his family. Does that make him a bad guy?
I feel like at a certain point, your bad decisions stop becoming like justifiable, and I think that's what the point was. He's just shot an innocent kid
Yeah.
to protect his own innocent kid, where it's like, you've gone too far, bud.
Yeah. I'm going to stop the semantical debate because you know that this will go on for 30 minutes if we don't stop.
It's important to mention, by the way, that Echo didn't even die.
Yeah, no, he had like a armor on.
The bullet was stopped, so his like action was really in vain, air quote. So it didn't even like he didn't even have to like his shot on Echo didn't even do anything. Like his last.
Well, it caused
act.
him to drop the gemstone. So it did do something, technically.
Just his final intent of like stopping this, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Jinx then grabs Echo's container and shoots at Vi and Caitlyn, but Echo then flies in. Reveal Echo is dead. Echo flies in on like his board and smacks at Jinx, and then we start this fight scene as Echo tells Jinx or Caitlyn and Vi to run away. The fight scene that I had already shown you, so the impact is probably not nearly as high. But conversation we've already had off screen is that I really like this fight, but I disagree with the choice of music because common theme in this show. But
at this
it's
point, I've
such-
adjusted. Just to clarify, by episode 7,
Yeah.
I'm just like, cool. We're doing a KDA song or something. I don't know. That's just how it is.
Yeah, we went from such a heavy mood of like, holy shit, all these people are dying, the enforcers, there's an explosion, people are injured, holy shit, it's such a heavy mood, and then we turned into like a pop song. And that's why I guess it wasn't really like a pop song. It kind of fit. What they were going for was something that we see Echo starts this like clock, and the ticking of it goes to the beat of the music. And we see overlaid to them actually fighting was them playing as kids, like Echo trying to dodge her shooting at him, and that's what he's doing now. But what I said would probably have made for a better musical tone was if they did something more like a kid's song, or like a song you hear as a child, like Ring Around the Rosie or something. Because then when you switch to the present version, you can switch it to like a slower version or a minor key or something like that. And that way you can maintain this overall heavy mood, because what happened was we have a heavy mood, this fight scene with an unfitting song, in my opinion, and then another heavy mood. And so I think you should try and keep this heavy mood throughout all three scenes, so that way they all overarching it's a heavy mood, instead of that overarching heavy mood being interrupted by a like poppy kind of song.
The intent to me was an ass-kicking song.
Yeah, and it felt like a really weird time.
It did what it wanted to. I don't know if it was a perfect choice or not. I liked it enough, though.
Yeah, again, like I said with the whole Caitlyn stuff, I'm not saying, oh, this show's garbage now. It's like, there's a series of like really small things that I just like to talk about in depth.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, post-fight scene. He dodges her bullets, smacks her in the face, goes to fucking town. But as he's going to town, he's like about to finish her off, but then he hesitates, and she gives him those old puppy eyes, and then she blows them both up.
Yeah,
because she armed a grenade.
It's a little betrayal. One last fuck you. She's like, I win. Bye.
Haha, my win.
And then like the clock breaks. Echo's clock breaks. That's like the last shot, right? And
yeah,
it's kind of like,
I think like they wander off. Vi and Caitlyn do.
Their time is up, is where I took that. It was like a literal metaphor for like, clock's broken, they're dead or something, or like their time, like it's irreparable. Like a clock breaking is a very specific, like symbolic thing.
Yeah, I didn't really notice that, honestly.
I was just like, I kind of cheesed it. I was like, it's their time is up. It's probably something a little different than that, but that's what I was like, oh yeah. Like the clock stops ticking. It's over. Irreparable. Because didn't that clock also, I feel like it broke during Act 1 at some point, or was involved in something with like
no, in Act 1, Echo was repairing a broken clock when we first see him. And I don't really remember any other clock symbology. I can scroll up and look through the notes.
Yeah, but, there wasn't anything heavy implied. I just knew he's like, he has some clock symbology with him for obvious reasons later on, with like, nothing happens in this season, but Echo is a Time Lord boy, so.
Yeah, Echo's subtitle, every champion has a subtitle. His is literally The Boy Who Shattered Time.
Well, he did it there. His clock's broken. Good job, bud. That's all I really have to say on that.
So episode 8?
I think this one was a lot better.
Definitely.
Straight up.
100%.
So much better.
It was
absolutely
good,
incredible.
Where do we start? Let us see. Why am I so far down in my notes? Oh, I got bored and I scrolled up and down in my notes. That's why. So we start with a flashback of Mel as a child. Bab Mel. Not that far back. She's like 12.
10?
10?
Yeah.
12? Who knows? Doesn't really matter. Her mother is teaching her about kind of like these Noxian ideals. We don't really see Noxus in this show a whole lot, but we kind of, it's interesting to get to see the different ideals of the different countries, or at least something other than Piltover and progress this and progress that. They're just like, you have to be both cunning and ferocious. Mostly the ferocious part. Basically, show no mercy is what she teaches her when making your decisions, because she brings in someone from an old regime and she says, what would you do with them? And she offers, we can show the people that we're merciful by exiling her so that she still lives, but she's no longer a part of the nation. And she says, well, that will lead to her fostering an army, or like coming back with an army and attacking us. So let's just
there's a risk.
Let's nip,
like even if you don't think there is, there's always a risk to letting someone live.
Yeah, nip the problem in the bud.
Don't be weak is the idea.
Yeah, be a wolf, something along those lines. Wolf, and a wolf has no mercy. I think that's how the scene ends, as she wakes up for her dream. Like super panicked. Oh, and I love the red painting in the background.
I was gonna say, before we, like, at the very end of her dream, we get a little graphic, and I love it. It's like this what the fuck moment. So you see, like, her slice her sword at the prisoner, the Mel's mom does, like, at her neck, and I'm just like, oh, she, like, cut her open or something. And then we see the camera tilt along with the head.
Oh yeah, it's really
and instantly you're like, oh fuck, she lost her head, dude. She's gone. And like it's so cool. Like that's just one of those like shorthands for like, you didn't have to make the beheading very graphic. You could see like a little tear on the neck, but it's not like this gruesome, like, the head pops down on the ground. It's just, they do like this cool tilt on the camera with the head, and you get the idea. Like a neck shouldn't bend that way.
Yeah.
So,
and do you think when Mel's mother is like comforting her afterwards, do you think she tells her, now Mel, this is nothing to lose your head over?
Don't do that. Yeah,
anyways,
don't be like that.
Her
person.
mother cuts the head off, and then she wakes up from the dream. And I love this red painting in the background that just symbolizes like all the blood and violence of, just her family in general. Like that's kind of their ideals, is like war.
Or just like threatening violence, like to get people in line, essentially, is domination through violence.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Flex your muscles, then no one messes with you.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Don't chuckle and like Sonic. Then Silco goes onto the bridge and he sees Jinx dying, and he's like freaking out. And he sees Vi run away as she is running to get help. But we see that in Jinx's hand she has the gemstone. So Caitlyn very plainly spells it out for us that she has the gemstone. This was all for nothing.
Yeah.
And then Dragons.
Oh, do we actually get Imagine Dragons?
We do. After that,
I didn't remember that.
You probably click the skip opening button just like I do.
Oh, it was the opening. Okay. I was like, I don't remember cutting to Imagine Dragons song after like, Silco's dead daughter, and they're just like, I'm waking up to dead bodies. My daughter's dead.
Yeah. So, anyways, we cut to the next day after the opening, and the bridge is just filled with enforcer bodies.
What I like about cutting back to this, by the way, is that we've cut back to Marcus's body. This is like the third time we see it in the exact same position, like the dead eyes.
Yeah.
And like, no, genuinely, I love it. It's like, this passage of time, it's like, yet he stands still. And so it's like everything around him is like changing. Like, the sun's coming up. It's dawn now versus nighttime.
Yeah, it's really cool.
He's still there. He's still dead.
And which we really get to see like the destruction that's occurred and like the death that happens in the daytime.
Yeah.
Because like in the nighttime, it's kind of like, it's really dark. You can't really tell how much has occurred, but then they just spell it out. It's like, yeah, shit went down here. And Jace, when he sees the bodies, he just vomits over the bridge, which I don't really blame him.
It looked like the nacho cheese or whatever she was eating. Vi was eating in Act 2. It's like the same fluid physics.
I don't like the fluids in this show.
I don't like it anymore. I was fine with it before as like a little gross food thing, but now it has like the same, not texture, but same physics properties as vomit. And now I'm like,
yeah, they're both equal to each other now that they've shown us both. Yeah, then Vi sneaks Caitlyn and herself into Caitlyn's house as they're trying to be like all sneaky, but her mom kicks down the door with a gun. And then they have a little family talk afterwards. We get to see Caitlyn's dad finally.
Yeah.
Who looks exactly like cool. Ironwood.
Oh yeah, well we're putting that up now.
I just wanted to say that he looks like Ironwood.
Character from Ruby, in case anyone doesn't know.
Probably should have mentioned that, but you can Google Ironwood, I'm sure it wouldn't be.
Specifically Volume 7 Ironwood, where he has the beard. It's identical.
Yeah. but it's blue. It's blue, big
Yeah,
blue.
but he blew.
But he blew.
I'm so sad we didn't make the he head come off joke when the prisoner lost her head.
God damn it!
Oh,
There's
it's a
this funny video of who is it?
Oh,
Lyle. I think I forget what his channel name is, but he did some.
McDouchebag.
Yeah, well, no, he changed his branding to I think Lyle Wrath or Wrath Club, I think is what it's called now.
Oh, that's such a not good name. I'm sorry, Lyle. I love you.
McDouchebag isn't really good branding, I guess, is why I changed it. I don't know. Ask him yourself. Go to his flood. Okay, actually, wait. Don't. I was about to say flood his comments, but don't brigade his comments. No.
Click off this video. Ignore it. You're done with this one. Go watch Lyle he head come off compilation.
There you go.
It's probably like 10 seconds. Anyway, what were we talking about with the actual show?
Family talk. They're talking
Caitlyn's
about
parents.
Go ahead.
Shout out to them being so supportive.
Yeah,
They're good parents.
I like the dad just being like, "Well, now, calm down, honey." He's a good dad.
Now, she was trying her best.
He blue though. He do be blue.
I didn't notice he was blue.
No, he's not. Skin's
But-
not blue.
It's not James Cameron Avatar.
It's not Rise, except Rise was in the show and wasn't blue. I think it was Rise. But he's not blue, so that's kind of part of his identity is being blue.
We see we go to Singed right after this.
Yeah, but first,
With
before
Silco.
that, Caitlyn's mom says that she'll help arrange a meeting for Caitlyn and Vi with the council. And then we cut to
That's
Singed
important.
as Silco brings Jinx in. Her almost corpse. And Silco is just urging him that I don't care what happened, so just fix her. Make her well.
Make her live.
Yeah, and so Singed just like, night, and then he drugs Silco. I think he
He
says...
uses the Mountain Dew. He does it. Right in Silco's neck.
Yeah.
It finally happened.
He does the do.
It's not the purple, it's the green.
I think it was like yellowish.
But I don't know.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're Red Creek colorblind.
Just a wee bit.
Anyways, we cut to Savika just at the bar that Vander used to own. I guess that's Silco's operation now. As Finn, the one Kim Baron, walks in to talk to her. And he just tries to talk her into betraying Silco. And, it seems like it's working. Like, he tries to play to her ego at first, and she's just like, this isn't working. He's like, all right, well, you notice he's kind of slipping up, right? And she doesn't really argue against that.
I like his quote where he's like, ego is one thing, brain is another. Where he's like, yeah, I was playing to your ego, but also hear me out.
Yeah.
It's the smart thing. Not only am I better, but it is in your best interest to be with me.
Yeah.
And she has like a cool arm sword now, by the way.
Yeah, she's like...
They just
she
upgraded
shows it
Savika's
off
arm.
while they're talking. It's really cool. It's cooler later when apparently it could like shoot lasers and shit. But
Yeah, we get into like some really cool shit, but for now it's like a stick on an arm.
yeah.
But it's still cool. You're like, oh, I hope that happens sometime.
Yeah.
And it does.
And I really like how Silco babying over Jinx is making waves outside of just like Savika getting upset. Like Savika isn't the only one like, okay, wait, this is kind of a big deal. You need to stop, like, she needs to face some consequences. And other people are starting to realize that too, because she is a pretty significant force in the Undercity. So things are revolving around her should pretty much affect the entire Undercity. And they are, and that's what I like. Then we get Mel's mom.
Best character. Love her.
Yeah, I do love her. She's great.
She's great.
She comes and she flies in. Mel comes to beat her. She flies in from Noxus.
Yeah, that's where we get the name drop.
Yes, finally. Which means nothing to anyone who hasn't played League. But she embodies their ideals pretty well, so you kind of get an idea of what they're like. And she is basically here because she wants Hextech weapons, and she's come to talk to Mel and push Mel in the direction of make Hextech weapons that our family will get first, at least, if not exclusively.
Yeah, I do like, so there's like this part where she's like, hey, you know, welcome, I'm here, you know, good to see you, just paying a visit. And then like it cuts as they're walking, she's like, your brother's dead. Mel's like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, your brother's dead. We can make weapons to fix that.
Well, I don't know if the weapons
cool.
are going to fix him being dead.
We'll stop people from dying. I'm gonna mess around with the cute boys in your town. They're like little 20-year-olds. He's gonna mess around with me. Bye. She leaves.
Yeah,
It's
I got
great.
a hottie waiting for me, so I'll see ya.
Unapologetically, just horny brain. It's just like, I'm gonna flex my power. Bye.
Yeah, she's so indulgent in the resources that she has earned.
And the voice actress, fantastic for her.
Yeah, I've definitely heard her somewhere
Mel's mom
before,
is so good.
but I couldn't really put where. But it's not really important.
Really good voice performance is all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Great character, great performance. She doesn't really do a ton, but
She's kind of there to like
really left an impact.
push forward ideas, just reinforce ideas too.
And we kind of learn where Mel is coming from a little bit more.
But it's nice to see, like, we actually get to see part of Mel's family, because she mentions a few times her like exile and how she has like familial expectations.
Yeah. My note is just, Mel's mom finds a boy toy to go fuck. That was it. That's not what ends up happening, but
I wrote something pretty similar.
I was like, oh shit, she knows what she wants.
Mm-hmm. And she gets it. She grabs it.
She gets it.
Boy, does she get it. So then we cut to Vi just looking over the entire Pepe Sylvia that Caitlyn has done. And she just appreciates that. She's like, wow, you did all this by yourself. It's like, how could you know this without going down there? And she's just...
It's simple. Pepe Sylvia.
It's
on all the letters.
I went to the mailroom and no one's in the mailroom. And that's what I said.
Someone
Silco.
please. If it's not animated, someone please animate that with Caitlyn and Vi. I need that. That's really funny.
I'm gonna see if there's a cameo. How much do you think it would cost to cameo the voice actress to do like a custom script of like the Pepe Sylvia, but rewritten to be about Silco? I'm gonna find out.
I would say $100, but it'd be worth it.
No, it would be so much more than $100 for how many lines that is.
Yeah, maybe.
I've never used Cameo, but probably more than $100.
You could hire an imitation one on Fiverr.
Probably
$100.
There we go. There.
Easy. Yeah.
So we're after Boy Toy. Yeah. And,
they have like a heart-to-heart.
Yeah.
Caitlyn and Vi do.
Vi reminisces about her childhood. About her and Powder.
And then Caitlin's like, hey, it's not your fault. And then Vi's like, no, it is. It's my fault.
Yeah, no.
I could have done more. And Caitlyn is like, you're in prison. I shouldn't have been in prison, I guess.
Yeah, my people did that to you, didn't we? Huh. I don't think about that, Vi.
I didn't say it. Don't think about that. I'm still your friend. I wish it had gone a little bit more into like this bonding, because it's like you can tell they care about each other, but it's like based on runtime or something. And it's like I wish there was a little bit more there that we could unpack, kind of, establish some more there, maybe.
Yeah, but maybe establish Caitlyn's reason to be in. No, I'm kidding. We're not starting that again.
All right, mister. You're going back in your box. There's going to be a solo cast for the rest of the Act 3.
No.
I'm closing the lid. I'm taking out the packing tape. Here we go. You're going in the box. Ship to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Well, you would like that. Mel's mom's there.
Not anymore.
Oh, yeah. Well, what is Noxus like? Is it like a desert?
No, it's, I think it's pretty... temperate, maybe? I think it's got a variety. I know there's like a snowy part, but there's a cutscene of Darius approaching a king. Whatever. Anyways. Boy Toy. Jinx is operated on.
I love this next scene.
Yeah, where she has these hallucinations of Jinx or of Vi and Caitlyn, as they're just like just evil, pretty much versions of them.
Yeah, and it's like also like what is the drug that's being put on her, and what is like already what's been broken in her mind of like these visions, because it's like they're overlapping over Singed, and he's like, oh, this won't hurt a little bit, but then it like overlaps with Caitlyn's voice actress, and it's like it's a very weird like melding in her mind, but it's so cool. Really good job on that, for sure.
Yeah, and they kind of use this as the opportunity. This is like the perfect opportunity, what we were talking about in like Act 2, like post-baptism. This is like the perfect opportunity to have a sharper turning point. And they do. They do a really good turning point with her character from here.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really see her anymore other than like 2 other scenes and then the final confrontation. But that final confrontation is fantastic.
It also is like half an episode. So we'll get to that.
Yeah, so we'll have plenty to unpack there.
It's good. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Is like it's not like 2 scenes. It's like more like there's a scene and then like a mega scene.
Oh no, there were 3 scenes. There were 2 scenes and then the final scene is what I was saying. Just like 2 kind of like small things of like her. We see one scene she does something, and another scene she gets some information, and so it kind of influences her. We'll get there when we get there.
Right. Yep.
And then Silco wakes up after the operation. He sees the table is empty, and so he just attacks Singe. And she's like, "What have you done?" He says, "Oh, I fixed her.
I win.
Singed wins."
I did my stinky passive on her, and she was fine.
I proxied the wave. I did my thing. I'm Singed.
I pressed E and put her over my shoulder into the other room.
I flung her over there. Look, she's in the goo. You don't know what the goo is.
I do not know what the
His W is Eli's goo.
Half this show, I was like, dude, he E'd or whatever, because I see someone do like an ability. I'm like, oh, it's all coming together.
Well, actually, in this episode, we get to see like almost the entirety of Jace's moveset when he fights. It's really cool, and I find that's why I really like that one fight.
Oh,
scene.
like in the combat scene?
Yeah, that's like almost all of his moves.
That's next level. That's awesome.
Even his ability to switch forms between melee and ranged.
Well, Jace is actually kind of cool.
Oh yeah, I was waiting this entire show to see Jace just pull out the hammer, which also turns to gun. But we're
very nice.
Almost there.
We have Heimerdinger next, I think.
Oh, we got our Heimerdinger time of doing nothing.
He walks. Thank you very much.
Well, there's
from a point to another point.
There's a scene. I kind of like how they really point out all of his flaws here about like how little he really understands and how helpless he is. Like the scene where like the beggar like reaches out to him and he like sits there and he actually considers like, what can I really do to help you? And he realizes there's nothing he can do to help him and just walks away.
Yeah.
As he comes
I also
turn.
liked, by the way, because like he was wearing robes. I think they were similar robes to what Silco was wearing back in like Act 2 when he was giving out the drugs. So it's like, you know, of all people, he would expect, you know, the guy in the robe to have like the drugs or something. I might be wrong on that, but I thought that it was like the same robe or something.
Well, he just looked shady in general, and he like robed traveler. Looked shady, so it's like, yo, give me some of that shit.
Give me shimmer.
He makes a little toy for a girl too, and the mother drags her away. You know, that showcases how out of place he really is. And so he just
he's like this little weird stranger that like, even though he's so nice, it's like both of the Undercity are bad, but also it's like he's this weird gremlin thing that no one trusts.
I would argue he's not the weirdest thing here because there is a bat person. So they're used to like weird things in this area.
Yeah, but he's like he also might be famous, right? As like the famous counselor. So they might all know who he is. Maybe. And like not to mess with an upper Piltover person.
Maybe.
Right.
I assume they don't because he's from Piltover, and I don't think these people care enough about Piltover politics. They just see, oh, it's the upper class people over there, and just like fuck figured, all of them in general.
Maybe the mom was just like, yeah, he's from upper, like he has power over you. He could like don't mess with them.
I think it was more to showcase that like don't leave your daughter unattended in the Undercity, period. And you're just like, whoa, no, there's someone talking to my daughter in the Undercity. Get away.
You can play in the scraps with the gear all you want, cut your hands up, but no talking to strangers, Missy.
Pretty much, that's...
Ugh. Good parents. Good parents.
So he just waddles his stubby little legs over to the pier. Oh.
I like how he had to teach the girl how a top worked, too. Where
Yeah.
he's like kind of assumed that she would know, and he's like, no, like this, and he spins it.
Yeah, because they can't afford actual toys down there. Mm-hmm. So then he waddles his stubby little legs down to the pier, and he finds Echo's board, and he's like, and then Echo goes, and that's
Yeah, because they're like, oh, it's the counter steering turn is not balanced for this air. And Echo's like, well, it's because it's in the Undercity with the Stinky, which makes it like different air pressure.
Stinky actually pressurizes different than not Stinky, believe it or
And so they had that whole conversation of like, wow, you're a cool engineer, but you have to get back to the Undercity, get some medical attention. So they like plan to go back down, right? That's like the whole scene.
Yeah, I think Heimerdinger's kind of here to like get perspective.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have
Like,
to
Heimerdinger
leave.
has this new purpose.
He didn't have to leave Piltover, but I think Heimerdinger still wants to help, and he's trying to learn how he can do that. And I think he's trying to learn how he can do things with more immediate impact. I think he's trying to approach, like, his problems have been presented to him, and I think he's trying to learn how to fix that and trying to actually improve.
Like, if I'm not wanted in Piltover right now, maybe I can learn something in Zaun and, like, kind of understand people more directly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really cool idea. No payoff yet this season.
This season is just, like, to fill us in on, like, hey, Heimerdinger will be important still, I promise.
I hope
the
we
little
see,
goblin...
I hope he actually becomes, like, really important in season 2.
Me too.
And I hope Echo gets his time shit. And I just love seeing him and Echo just nerd out. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, I like nerds, because I am one, and I
Same.
like technology and engineering, so...
Because
I never would have expected this pair up whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yet it fits so perfectly.
It's so good to see that just the passion brings them together, but they are from completely different worlds. Like, you couldn't find two more, like, polar opposite characters.
I mean, one of them's like a little hairy gremlin man.
That lives
So-
for, like, 200 years, and the other's fearing for his life every single day.
Right.
Yeah. So then we get some more hot mommy action. As Mel's mother is in a bath, just talking to Jace.
My notes are all caps for the next 3 or 4 bullet points.
Go ahead.
That's it. It was just me going like, ooh, mom, no mom, ooh, she naked.
She is indeed naked.
Oh, it's funny.
Yeah, this scene, she basically just pushes Jace, like, giving him... She relates it to some military history about a general that was always, like, blindfolded, and saying, basically, you need to, like... You are basically blindfolded in these matters, and you need my experiences so that you don't lose, like this one general did. You need to be more aggressive. With, like, you
Yeah.
have tech, use it aggressively. And use my experience with your ability.
The guy she pulled aside from earlier, by the way, is bathing her here.
Oh,
like
yes.
rubbing her down. And I like how she just doesn't give a fuck. She just stands up and is naked and just
Power
walks
move.
over to Jace.
Everything she
Power
does is a
move.
power move.
Like, and like, I was surprised that the show was just like, we'll just show it. Just fuck it. There you go.
I think there was still like soap dripping off her, so they don't show everything.
It's pretty detailed though, like more than I thought it would be. It's not like actual nudity, but it's still like I thought the
like
show would be like
95% of the way there.
I thought we would lean very lightly on the PG-13 line, but we kind of go borderline R.
Yeah.
And it's cool. Like with the beheading and then this. It's like
Is this PG-13?
I think so.
Oh, I thought it'd be R.
I don't know. I'll have to check that.
I don't know the rules. Can you say fuck in PG-13 now? Because they said fuck a few
You can
times.
say fuck 3 times.
Oh, really?
Or 2 times, one of the two.
Oh, well.
But you can say like most other words however much you want, but like fuck there's a counter on, You can't say, like, I think any racial or homophobic slurs.
Okay.
But then you can curse all as much as you want. So it's kind of crazy. Like, I've seen cursing in, like, an Incredibles PG movie.
It's so weird.
It's wild how times have changed.
I feel like ass is usually, like, universally, like, you can say ass.
Yeah. But it was like, the Incredibles mom was like, "What the hell are you doing, Bob?"
Oh,
And I was
hell,
like, "What?
yeah.
This is a PG movie. What?"
I feel like hell is kind of now you can say that.
I mean, nowadays, yeah. I'm just saying back in 2004 or
Back
whatever, this is not an
nowadays.
important conversation. It's just wild to me. Yeah, I'm gonna look this up. Arcane is...
Just look up Arcane rating.
I looked up Arcane rating.
Oh, it's probably going to be like 9 out of 10.
Common Sense Media says, mature, 10-year-olds can watch.
Oh, okay.
So I can't find an actual rating for some reason. It's gonna be a TV rating,
So look up Arcane
TV-14.
age rating. TV-14, gotcha.
which is basically like PG, but like a little bit more. I forgot it's not a movie, so it's gonna have a TV rating. But yeah, point being, I hope you enjoyed our side tangent about like the International Film Board ratings.
Yeah. So
For
then
about 2 minutes.
Then we cut to Jace in a meeting as he's basically urging all of them that they need to act. And as they're all discussing how that happened, Caitlyn walks in and with Vi, and they talk about that Silco is the one behind it. And everyone's like, well, we looked into him already. We didn't see any of this shit. And she's just like, well, who looked into that? But they also,
it was Marcus.
They also push that, or they reveal that Silco's main purpose is to create this new nation called Zon.
So yeah, Undercity is now Zon from anytime we talk about it.
Well, it's not
This is
created yet. It's still the Undercity currently.
Yeah.
It would become Zon once they get sovereignty, which they don't have yet.
Yeah, I want to refer to it as Zon from now on, because I hate being like the Undercity. That's all I was saying.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Vi then clears up that it was Jinx that made the grenade that Marcus gave and not the firelights. And Jace says that now is the time to invade the Undercity with Hextech weapons. But Mel, surprisingly, with all the strings she's been pulling on Jace, she's just like, well, maybe we should approach a more diplomatic situation. And I guess being confronted by her mother made her realize that she doesn't want to be like her family. She wants to be more diplomatic and less warmongering than them.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's what gave her like a more drastic switch. Was like, oh no, mom's here.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
like a reminder of what she could become and what she hates.
Exactly. So Vi argues that Silco will never back down in negotiations, and then she storms out. And Caitlyn goes and chases, and Vi talks with Caitlyn, and she says that they can't fix anything. Like, she's done trying, can't fix it, tried once, didn't work, time to quit, I guess. And then she goes back to the Undercity.
They have kind of like a breakup scene too.
Yeah.
There was not really in a relationship. It was implied more than anything.
Yeah.
Which I wish it was more. But there's like this, I don't know how to call it, but it's like a we're through kind of scene. Not like a breakup scene, because there wasn't really like a kissy relationship or anything like that. But, you know.
Yeah. I think their
It was like
relationship is
we're
vague
done.
on purpose. Where it's like, I don't think they themselves really... I think as Vi puts it in this scene, their differences in stature, I don't think either of them has been able to fully commit to like a full-on romantic relationship because of this barrier of classism. So this is her saying, look, we've both considered it and I'm cutting it here. It's not going to work.
Yeah. I just hope in season 2 they like get together a little bit, because...
Well, in the season 2 announcement
seeing them
trailer, we get to hear Caitlyn saying, I don't know, saying stuff along the lines of, I don't know if I should go alone or if like if you should help or something. One of them says it.
There's actual discussion, like that is a discussion that is going to happen, like that's confirmed, whether she does it alone or not. So we're going to further divulge into their relationship post final scene.
Cool.
Yeah.
What else was there left? We're back at Victor, I think. Right,
Yes.
is the next.
He's we get this running scene where he has this new biological Hextech leg, and he just starts like booking it. He's fucking running, and I really like how the music swells with how fast he's running.
It's such a good scene.
It's very emotional. I cried a tear for my boy. Not really, but almost.
Sigmas do not cry.
We
They
don't got
only
time for it.
celebrate. Yeah, he because he drops his cane, he's like kind of walking with it, and then he starts walking without, like with a limp, and then he starts pushing himself, and he starts running full on sprinting, which he's never been able to do before. And he's going like,
And he just
the
screams.
scream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah!
That is a scream, yes.
Yeah. So he goes full out. It's awesome.
And then we cut to him experimenting again, like putting runes all over his entire body now. And we also cut to his assistant kind of like talking to herself about how much, like she's going to talk to him, but she's practicing, rehearsing what she wants to say. It's like, oh, I appreciate you so much and all that you do, and I really look up to you. And it's obvious it's a romantic interest too.
She got a crush.
Yeah, and then we look at Victor. He looks at the shimmer to like inject it into him, and he's just out. He's out of shimmer, and so he just like throws it aside, and he reaches to grab for the Hextech core without it, and she opens the door up to him, grabbing the core himself, just screaming. Like effects are happening all over the room. It's super destructive, and she grabs onto him and tries to pry him free. And as like they're both screaming, he notices her, and he's just absolute terror in his eyes as he notices her. And then she just turns to dust.
She fucking disintegrates.
Oh yeah,
It's really like gut wrenching.
yeah. And he manages to get free, and we get to see that the hex core is now like changed. It's biological now, like it's organic.
Yeah, it's not like a metal, dodecahedron or whatever. It's like it's pulsating. It's got like organic. It's like a flesh thing.
Yeah.
I will say on the bright side, like we lost powder for a while, but she came back. We got some powder on the ground.
I hate you.
It's very cool.
It's a real good callback to powder. So then we cut to Jace forging his Hextech weapon, this hammer we see. Very fitting for, the Talus family. They used to be hammer makers, and I guess they still are. But Vi walks in,
There you go.
and she proposes a plan to attack Silco's shimmer operation. He threatens to arrest her, and she's like, nothing new. And then we just straight up, they're doing it. They cut to them hijacking a train.
Oh, we do get a little bit with the prison thing where she's like, do you even know what you're sentencing these people to?
Oh yeah, that's a really cool moment.
And Jace is like, no, I've never been over to Stillwater Prison. I'm learning names now, by the way. It's kind of impressive that I'm learning League of Legends
proud of
lore
you.
from this.
Stillwater is
I'm
only
not.
related to Vi. It's not a
Alright,
recurring name.
All right, awesome. So only for when it's important for best girl. So yeah, they make like a deal reluctantly. They're like, we got to do something. But I did like how she was like, yeah, the prison thing doesn't scare me anymore. Like, you really have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've done the time. I'll do it again. So then we just cut to them doing it, where we hijack a train, enforcers storm the operation, and Chase gets off the train. We finally see him with his hammer, and as they're just arresting this one boy, he presses this alarm, and we see these guys in these like big metal suits just get gassed with like shimmer gas, and they're just drugged up, and I call them the Kim guards.
Yeah, I called them Shimmer sleeper agents. They were so sick, where they just like wake them up with like this little button press.
Yeah, they're just
And
the security.
they're
almost
they're-
automatons.
And they're like in spacesuits pretty much, like pressurized. Like you can't control anything. We're gonna like inject you with like an insane amount of shimmer, but you're also like in a suit, so we have control over you.
I love the way that they move. It is awesome. And they remind me of Skaven assassins from Warhammer Fantasy. I know you've played Vermintide. They're in Vermintide. Just the way that they move so quick and like the lunges that they do is super similar.
Oh yeah. Also, we didn't mention it, but the gauntlets from Act 2, like episode 4, where he's like, these are mining gauntlets. They come back. They're Vi's weapon now.
Yeah, Vi picked them up when they were talking about storming the place.
So yeah, that's what she uses. Jace uses his
well,
hammer,
that hasn't started yet. So first, like, they come in, they start, like, killing all of the enforcers, and Jace starts fighting them as Vi, like, climbs down, well, more like slides down. They beat them up. I really like this fight scene. The song, I've rewatched this fight scene so many times. The song has really grown on me. This is a good time to use like an action badass beat 'em up song, as when they're being badasses and beating them up, and
I liked it.
Yeah. So this is where Jace, we get to see like a ton of his moves from the game. We get to see a few of Vi's, and then Jace turns his into a gun. The hammer turns to a gun.
Do we get more of Vi's moves later, by the way? Because I know we get another fight with Vi later.
One would be...
Are there, like, unique moves in that one?
The fight ends with her passive. You know how she gets a shield? That's actually her passive.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if that was, like, another ability.
Yeah, it's whenever... Her passive is whenever she uses an ability, she gets a shield. But that's really hard to translate, so they just said, it's an ability, whatever.
Yeah, it's like an active thing that she can turn on. Got it.
Her ult would be really funny to see because she just like points at someone, like rushes in a single like fist punch, and just like knocks them up. It would look really dumb to actually animate that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently
so
we get some callbacks here. I don't know about them, but that's cool.
Jace starts blasting after it turns into a gun and blasts a child that was just in the way. And that's how the fight scene kind of ends, as he blasts this child and he falls down. It's kind of like a well in the center. The child just falls all the way to the bottom, just plops.
It's really sad. I don't know why I laughed. I was uncomfortable.
Well, because it reminded us, and we keep bringing it up about Ruby, something very similar happens.
You cut out.
In Ruby, something very similar happens, and so we always laugh at the kind of resemblance.
People compare, like, Jace to this character called Ironwood, which we talked about earlier, actually, unironically, again, like, but he came back. Basically, it's like the dictator, or like turns from good to evil, and Jace is like a government official that turns from good to evil, has a gun, and also kills a kid. So it's like, oh, they're the same character. This is exactly the same for some reason. Like, because I've seen Ruby people talking about that.
Yeah, except the difference being Jace completely regrets every bad thing he does.
And Jace is actually a well-written character that doesn't, like, 180. He just kind of descends further and further into, like, bad decisions.
Yeah, but he, like, understands and considers his bad decisions. He's like, wow, okay, let's maybe rethink things and do something that'll do a good eventually, maybe.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing about Ruby, but essentially, I don't understand this comparison, and I just encountered it a lot when I've been, like, building up for this video that eventually may come out, hopefully.
Maybe.
Yeah. And it's really frustrating, but I like how Jace does all this stuff, and it's like, it's good. He regrets things, he pushes himself too far, and, like, he has consequences for his actions, and there's, like, development on them, which is weird to say, it's, like, basic shit, but... If you see that Ruby video eventually, you'll understand. It's a fucking nightmare.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, I watched it with some of the later seasons I watched with him, so I'll just say it's pretty bad.
What happens next in Arcane?
What happens next in Arcane?
I have sparse notes.
We kind of cut after it just goes plop. The screen cuts to black, and then it comes back with Jace like investigating the damage as the kid like breathes his final breath. It goes like, and then dies. And he looks up and he notices all of the workers and the surprising amount of children workers here. And he just says, we No, he doesn't say
We're
anything
done.
yet. He doesn't say that yet. That's how we start next episode. He just kind of looks around, and then we cut to Caitlyn in the shower, just like thinking about Vi. And I really like how she uses her like investigative photographic memory to just like reminisce about Vi instead of actually to solve a mystery. She uses her
Yeah.
just. It's really cool.
Because it's the same flashback from episode 4 where it does like the black and white, like kind of motion blur memory.
Yeah, how
thing.
she can recreate things.
So she does it just to like remember her face one last time and longing for her in the shower. If this doesn't like, because people will deny things about being gay or not, this is like pretty definitive. Like, I think it's romantic.
Yeah.
Because
It's
whatever.
pretty heavily implied.
The blood on her leg like reminds her of it too. She looks down and like the water has like opened her wound again. It's a cool shot. Also, because Caitlyn's naked, that's pretty cool too.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Dude, women, am I right?
Am I
it's
right?
so good. Women are great, dude.
Yeah. And then she gets out of the shower. She's kind of like drying herself off. She looks up in the mirror, kind of like longingly, like just thinking still. And then she notices there's something on the mirror. And as the fog, like the steam kind of clears, we see Jinx's motif. And she goes like, and then we cut to end of the episode.
Yeah, it's egregious, like cliffhanger bait at the end of an episode, but I like it because I mean this was released as like a dump, so you could go to the next episode.
Yeah. I don't think cliffhangers are inherently bad.
They aren't, but it's like if you do like a weekly show and you cliffhanger on something like that, I think it's really cheesy. However, they released this in a batch of 3, so I excuse it. You know what I mean? Like, it was implied, like, it gets you to watch the next episode immediately, and it has the impact, but it's not, like, modern day, weekly TV is not, like, a thing anymore, really.
Yeah.
You don't need anything to keep you invested till next week, and I feel like cliffhangers are kind of archaic. They can still be done pretty well,
I disagree
but
with that.
with
But-
the intention, like, end of episode cliffhangers like that, with, like, a character, like, implied death, right?
I still
like-
think it gives you, like, something to hold on to. I think suspense is fun, and I think that's where we differ. Is you kind of?
I love suspense.
Well,
Just
yeah.
to clarify,
Well, no, like
it's when it's
the
like the stupid suspense.
Do you think this was one of those?
It was borderline, because I don't like when things will be like, "Does the character die? They're in danger! Oh no!" And then it's just like left in suspense. Like if we had cut at where the child falls off and is dead, and is clearly like it leaves you with like an impact moment. I like that a lot.
I don't know. I like these suspense moments because it helps build, like, get me excited for the next episode, even if it won't come out for another week. It keeps
Yeah,
my
I just-
excitement about a show up. I think. I think they're actually pretty, not awful and not good, but I think they can be done bad too. I agree with that, but I don't think they're archaic in any way.
I like the suspense moments for like an end of production thing. Like we have one at the season 1 finale that we'll get to. I like that one actually. And I like it when it's in the middle of an episode and we cut away for something because it's like you have it in your back of your mind while you're watching. But I don't like in the sense of like mid-season end of episode, like, you know, you have a moment where someone is like, it's a very implied like cheap thing where it's like, could they die? But like, why would they do it off screen kind of thing, and like cut in the, it seems like whenever there's like an off screen suspense death cut for the next episode, it never happens. That's what bothers me about it, I think. That's it.
I never really took this as a death cut. It's more of just like an occurrence is happening with the two of them, especially because Caitlyn is competent enough to handle herself usually.
But she's naked in the shower.
That's fair.
And it's wet.
That's fair.
And she leaves bombs. It's. I think it's implied that Caitlyn blows up and dies, is the subtext.
I never got that as the subtext.
So it's like just the idea of like super danger of like this character could die. I hate that shit. Anyways, that's all that was on that. When she was in the shower though, Caitlyn, before we move on from it, I did like how it cut between like the shower and the rain.
Yes, that was really cool.
That was a cool like fade between, where she's like crying in the shower and like the shower hits on the ground and then like it's the rain hitting on the ground outside.
Or was it her tears hitting the ground? You can't tell. Because it's in the show.
Oh, you're so mysterious.
Ooh, I like a little mystery, I like cliffhangers. Ooh.
I love mystery and cliffhangers. Ooh. Oh, I'm Nick. I love when characters fake die. That's my favorite thing.
Oh, I'm Nick. I love having a different opinion
Why are you talking
from
to yourself?
Wells.
You're like talking to yourself, idiot. Why are you talking to yourself?
Ooh.
I hate this show, but I love it. I'm gonna miss this, man.
So yeah, no, well, we're not done yet. We got a season 2 coming up.
Oh, and in episode 9.
Oh, we
Right
got one of
now.
those to talk about.
Woo!
Yeah, so episode 9.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Good ending. Good ending. Good.
Real good.
Good man.
It was really surprisingly really good. I mean, it's the last episode, so shit goes down obviously, but I was surprised that it held up. Like, I thought it was gonna fall short at some point, but it never did.
Yeah, this entire episode was great. I loved. I think everything about this was great. I don't remember any particular problems. So we.
I mean, I don't ever think about like if it has no problems, it's good.
Oh yeah, no. I was
something,
just
but-
thinking, there's nothing that would make people like, oh no, wait, there's this. There are some scenes that were problematic in this show, I think, but we've discussed all of them up to this point, I think.
I hate the word problematic so much, you have no idea.
I use a lot of words.
But let's
you
not
hate,
go
don't
into
I?
that. We've gone so far off track.
So Jace is looking over
Jason
the
Vi.
body, the dead body, a corpse, if you will, of the kid. And this is when Vi walks in. She kind of like, it wasn't your fault. He signed up for this. And Jace just says, "Nah, we're done. I am a part of this now. I'm not killing more children or more people. Pretty much, I don't really want to do that. Like, I don't want to do this with my own hands to stop Silco." And Vi is just like, "They're going to die, period, because of Silco, and we can stop that suffering if we fight him." And he's like, "Give me back my gauntlets." And they have this standoff where she's like, "No, you got to take them back." They start, he gets his hammer ready, she puts her fists up. And
I was so excited by this, by the way.
Well, that they might fight?
Incredibly excited. I was like, they're gonna fight. It's gonna be sick. Jason Vi, they just fought like together, and now they're gonna fight each other. Oh shit! And then they just didn't.
Yeah. Sad. I think Jace is just like, that's enough violence and possibly death for today. So he kind of just quits.
It's your
on it.
problem
He's
now.
Just like,
You
just
just keep
keep
them.
the fucking gloves.
I hope though that it's a teaser for a season 2 fight eventually,
Maybe
because that'd be cool.
That'd be cool.
I don't know about the lore.
She's. I don't know if I want to spoil anything.
All right.
So as they walk away and it fades to black, it kind of I think they like walk past something and like it kind of swipes, and now we have like Silco and Savika are checking out the damage of the mine.
Oh yeah, what happens is because I wrote it down. Vi punches the shimmer tank that's full, and then after the opening, we cut back to Silco in front of it, like, and it's empty.
That's what happened. I didn't write down when the opening happened a lot of the times. So,
I didn't either. This was the one time I did.
yeah, it's cool though, where like
It's really cool.
just like opening times past were the same place. It's kind of like what happened at the bridge, I think, right? Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ripoff Moira is just like, Silco, this was my kid.
Yeah.
And I kind of forgot how he responded. But he's just like, one of many. And
Same. He's just generic bad guy shit. It's like, but for the Empire, there's no greater sacrifice. There's but one on the pile, or whatever.
Yeah, skulls for the Skull Throne.
Yeah, something. Your nerd shit. You can make up one.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
And we go to Best Boy, just crying over, I think her name was Sky, his assistant.
Yeah.
That is just dust. He's just like crying over the glasses she left behind. And he like picks up her journal and he reads it, and just like he reads about how much she cared about him and looked up to him. And it's just like, holy shit. And he never noticed, because you got to stay on that grind set. Can't really notice much else other than that.
I think he also, to an extent, thought he was unlovable. I kind of get that vibe from him.
Yeah.
Where he's just like, I'm like disfigured. I can't walk. and I'm like sick and going to die. So it's like, who could ever love me?
Yeah, also, the path he is going down will also make him unlovable. Where it's like,
Yeah.
he's seen what this process will turn him into with his leg, and he's like, they're gonna hate me after what I become, but I must do this. But then he like picks up a chair and he's gonna slam it down on the hex core, and he's just like thinking about it, and then just like throws the chair down. And as he walks away, the hex core kind of like sends some weird jolt to him, and he like falls down in pain and almost passes out. And he's linked. You can tell he's linked to the core now.
It's part of him. Yeah.
Yeah. Then cut back to even more mommy time. As Mel's mom is talking with, she's drinking wine, and Mel approaches her, just knocks the wine out of her hand, and splashes all over like the hot boy's teen. I don't know how old he is. The hot guy.
Boy toy.
Boy toy. That's why I said boy. Yes. And she knocks it out of her hand. It just splashes his shirt. He's like, dude, what the fuck? It's pretty funny.
And there's like a double take on it too, where there's like a double cut for it or something, where it like replays, I think, where she's knocking it out.
I don't remember. But then she sends him and the guard off. As Mel is like yelling that she needs to stay out of her business. And Mel's mother just tells her that their family is in trouble. The people that killed her brother will also kill them, and that they need the Hextech weapons to save their family. And she really drills in how important her family is. She's like, I would burn down the world to protect this family.
Yeah, and also, like, she reveals that she didn't send Mel away out of, like, any desire of, like, I hate you. It was like, I love you too much. You make decisions hard.
Yeah, you make me weak.
I have to send you away so I can protect you. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Was that this scene? Did I write that down?
Yeah, I mean, it was where I wrote it. I don't know if it was
that was
scene
this scene. I just didn't write it down. I really like the framing of this painting, where... What was this? The framing scene where we see the painting on the boat. I think this may have been the scene where... Let me Control F Mel. Just... to see if this is the scene or another scene.
I think it's later.
No, it's later. But for now, we get to see as Mel's mother's like, you're gonna come back to Noxus, and the scene kind of like cuts as they're both standing in front of, I think that's the Immortal Bastion with like all the ships at it, which is the Noxian capital pretty much. It's like the pier, which is cool symbology that comes back later, which we'll talk about it then. But then we cut to Victor, just like sitting overlooking the river when he was a kid. As he like dumps down the ashes, he's like, I didn't know where you wanted to go, Mel, but this place was special to me. And he attempts to jump off to kill himself. As Jace walks in and says the exact same thing that Victor said to him.
Am I interrupting something?
Yeah, when Victor...
I love it.
Interrupted Jace when he was trying to kill himself is so good.
So good. I am all caps. I'm just like, it's the reverse. It's the reverse.
It's pretty good. I've enjoyed it a lot. I really like how they then reminisce about just being students with each other, and they just have a good time thinking of, man, things were so good and simple back then.
Where did it all go wrong?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Yeah.
And then Victor like looks at the hammer and he's like, you're going to have to destroy it. And he's like, yeah, I know. I got to break the hammer. And he's like, no, you got to break the hex core.
Promise me.
Yeah, he's like, you're going to do it. Right. And so...
And I love Victor's quote at the end here. In the pursuit of great, we failed to do good.
Yes.
It's
so
one
good.
of those, it's kind of cheesy, but it's just a really powerful quote. I like it a lot.
Yeah. I think characters that have like, that have these experience or are like close to death or like have these grand things that have happened or are going to happen, like have the right to say like super cheesy lines. Well, it's like, this
Yeah,
is a man
I mean-
approaching his death, and it's like, he's earned the right to say some cheesy stuff.
The line between cheesy and memorable is very thin in my mind.
Oh, definitely.
So yeah.
Yeah, we end the scene there, and then we go to Silco and Savika just chatting, and the Kim Barons walk in. And the Kim Barons, they've had enough of Silco's shit, and Silco is just kind of talking about, what kept us together before we had all this money, before we were an empire, was we had loyalty. And he keeps talking about loyalty as Savika is like walking around behind him, and it's framed up like Savika is going to kill him. And as they say,
like Moira and Finn, by the way.
oh yeah,
Just to clarify, that's who's in the room.
they're the only two important Kim Barons.
The only two that matter, anyways.
Yeah. And Moira barely even matters. Finn barely even matters, to be honest.
Finn matters because he has a name that I remember. Moira does not.
I don't even
She's
think
just
she got
there.
named. Maybe once.
Ugh.
I think when Silco was giving his condolences about her son, she got a name. But Moira it is. Moira it is now. But yeah, so she walks behind, she puts the blade down, or like, she gets the blade ready, and she then slashes, and we see that she slashed over Silco and cut Finn's throat.
Yeah. He like ducks almost too.
Yeah.
Like
I think he like freaks out a little. I don't remember the scene. It may have been just like, oh, yeah, it wasn't me, right?
Silco just kind of says,
Were you tempted?
were you tempted by him? And he's like, for a fool like that, nah.
But there
Savika
will
is just
be
like,
more.
ye ain't shit.
But I still like her line where she's like, but there will be, there'll be many others, where she's like, you kind of got to keep my, my loyalty, right? Like, it almost feels like her saying my loyalty isn't absolute. Like, if you don't offer, like, if you go too far off the deep end, I probably will not follow you.
Right. It's like, you gotta earn what you are.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter who it is, just don't be an idiot.
Yeah. And the other important part of the scene is we see a letter on his desk with Jace's family crest on it.
Mm-hmm.
And so then we cut to him and Jace meeting on like a wall overlooking the ocean, as they kind of talk about a peace offering is what they're meant to talk about. But they start off talking about like, why did we become a city in the first place? Just Piltover and the Undercity together. Like, what did we start as? And they're like, well, the reason we started this was to protect ourselves from what was beyond the walls. And that was pretty cool, I think. Then they get down to brass tacks, where they talk about...
I like the cannons at sunset, like, setting.
Exactly.
Like, where they're just
That's
on,
really
like,
good.
a cannon wall at sunset. It's nice.
This, I think,
Very
is more symbolic of, like, the dawn of a new era.
Right.
The other one, not so much. This one is definitely the dawn of a new era. Or, like, the sunsetting of the current era, as they're making peace proposals for the next era.
Yeah. This is, like, the final confrontation deal kind of a thing. Because I think it's at sunrise at the very end when we're overlooking, like, the office or something.
Oh, you mean the very final scene?
council room? The very final scene, I think it's sunrise.
That's at, like, midnight.
I thought there was a sun. Whatever.
No, it was
Doesn't
the
matter.
moon. The rocket flies over, like, remember it flies with the moon in the background?
Yeah,
The
I
red
thought that was
moon.
the sun in my memory for some reason.
No, it was red, so that's probably why.
Well, there we go. Yeah, they meet up. They're, like, discussing, like, civilly, which I was so surprised by.
I really like that,
that
though.
they would even
Jace
be willing
is-
to meet like that.
Jace is just like, look, let's cut the bullshit. Like, we could, big shows of trust from both sides, though. I think Silco is like, the boy won't kill me. And Jace is just like, I'm tired. I'm willing to risk it to meet with Silco. And so Silco offers his demands, and they are just incredibly high. But even with how high they are, Jace
Like,
is
full
like,
free movement.
yeah, and even using the gates that they created. But even then, Jace is like, I will accept this, or I will almost... He pretty much absolutely says, I will accept this proposition if you give me Jinx. And like that...
Like, no more Shimmer.
Yeah,
no more Jinx.
Yeah. But that is such an interesting dilemma, and I love that they put that on Silco. Was I have to choose this thing
Yeah.
I fought my entire life for, or my like weird family situation, and so
Yeah.
good.
It gets explored later too. Like, this is not the scene where he really explores the dilemma, but it's
weighs
like
on
a good introduction.
It weighs on
Yeah.
it. Like even in the moment, he's like, "Oh no, I have to. This is something I have to consider now."
Because like the other two ones, like his other propositions where it's like no more shimmer, he's like, yeah, I only needed it for this.
Yeah,
And then, like there was a second one that was like
Full
really
sovereignty.
hand waved like that. Yeah.
Like they are their own nation. They become the nation of Zon then.
Yeah, where like Jace's demands, he was like, whatever, and then he's like, and we want Jinx in jail. He's like, wait, what? Yeah, she killed a bunch of people. She's got to go to jail. And just,
Yeah, and he's like, "No, take
can't
me
deal with
instead." And he's like, "No, you are the ringleader. You need to be there to uphold
They need
this." Yeah, so good.
it's great.
And then we cut to Heimerdinger and Echo as they enter the Firelight the safe haven,
Tree.
big tree. And Heimerdinger is just like surprised. He's like, "How did you accomplish all of this in like such a little time with how like your short lifespan?" And then Echo says something along the lines of, "Well, when your life's at stake, you'd be surprised at all the things you can accomplish." And then he's curious about like what's with this design? Why is everything so like non-utilitarian? And he just says, they make a big display of how like grand and just how lively the place is, and he's like, "You don't just need utility, you need happiness."
Like, it's not about just surviving, it's living.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he says, I think, specifically.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it.
So, yeah, it was like a short scene. It was all right. It didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but it was nice to just see, like, Heimerdinger's perspective opened up, and he's like, oh, humans, they're not so bad. They can do things.
Pretty cool.
I'm surprised that Jace himself didn't, like, open up Heimerdinger's eyes by literally reinventing the wheel of magic in, like, his own lifetime.
I
But,
think he was too busy worrying about the implications of that than to really consider who made it. He's like,
Yeah.
like it's such a red flag to him that everything else fell to the background.
I was just surprised. It's like, it's such an impressive feat to me compared to, like, we made hoverboards and a big tree. But I don't know. Heimerdinger,
Well, I think
it's like,
it's because it's the
probably
little
because he's at a
things.
low point.
I think it's because of the
And, like-
little things that matter.
Yeah, and maybe it's just because like he's at a low point of like he's not on the council anymore. His mindset has to change.
Mm-hmm.
It has to shift, and that's why he's open to like that. Maybe that's why. It was kind of shocking a little bit that this is what was the one that like won him over on humans.
Yeah. And then from there we just cut to a statue of Vander as Silco's just sitting here talking to this statue, and he's talking about Jinx and just like how daughters undo us or something. He says something along those lines as he's just like, man, family, like talking about the importance of
Yeah,
family.
he says, "Is there anything so undoing as a daughter?" Like talking to Vander about Vi, and
Well, I
he
think
like
he's
does a
talking to her
whiskey
about
pour out
Jinx.
for him. Well, yeah, but like Vander had Vi
Vander had both of them.
and kind of powder, but like Jinx is like her own thing basically. But the idea is like they're both fathers.
Yeah.
They're brothers that are fathers and adoptive fathers at that too.
Exactly.
And like Silco has this weird respect for Vander still, where he's like he pours out like some of his whiskey in his fountain because it's like a statue of Vander that he's sitting
I think
by.
it's his newfound respect as an adoptive father. He's like, oh, so this is what
Yeah.
you had to go through. I mean, I respect you so much more for doing it.
Because just Silco is like just considering all his options, and he's just like, man, this is so hard. Everything I've ever wanted, like I could have never imagined getting like this all I wanted without bloodshed. But this literally also, even though ultimately Jinx being gone benefits him on paper because she's just a wild card, and it would be better if she was in jail after like the peace. He loves her and is like a fallible human.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, like, we then cut to Jinx, like we slowly pan over and we see Jinx is behind the statue listening to him say that line, and we get to see her eyes are now purple with after the shimmer operation.
Mm-hmm. And like she's in Vander's shadow. It's like some cool like lighting symbolism. She's like in the shadow of everyone's problems yet again. Like it seems like no one cares about her, right?
Yeah, and
or, like,
also the line
fact that
the line that Silco says, "There's nothing as undoing as a daughter," can be taken in multiple ways, and I think she takes it in the negative connotation. Like, this girl is undoing me. Whereas what he means is, yeah.
It's so cool because like yet again Jinx is in the position of like she ruined one family, got a second chance, and now she thinks she's ruining another one. Of like another father like I've disappointed and basically messed up. I fucked up.
Yeah.
I love it.
From there, we go to Savika drinking at a bar, and Vi enters as like some fucking annoying guy.
This is like Vander's old bar too, right?
That's kind of where Silco's whole operation has been. It's up in the
I just wanted to bring back, it wasn't like a bar, it was the bar.
Yeah, it was
like where it all started. We're back at here again.
Yeah. Some annoying guy just being annoying notices that it's a Vi, and Savika just says everyone out. It's between us. And we get an action sequence of them fighting, and it's a good fight. I like the one sequence where it's like mid-fight they like pause, like Savika's like leaning against a couch, and Vi goes and just like drinks some alcohol and just throws the glass, and she just easily dodges it. But it's a cute little moment. It's really funny.
There's a couple of those. The weird thing to me was that like the guy put on like a Western dual music at the jukebox, and then like it became the background like diegetic music. It's like, why the fuck is he just like at a bar and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna put on the good, the bad, the ugly soundtrack.
Well, this guy seemed weird enough to like that though. This guy was clearly didn't have normal tastes.
He was licking a man. I don't know if that equates to like an appreciation for Western media.
He was weird, so I will excuse him doing something weird.
It just like, I don't know, like it was weird. That was one of the things I didn't buy, but
I thought that one was all right.
I liked, all right, mister. So the jukebox, I like how like it spins the record and it goes into Vi's gauntlet, like to start the fight.
Yes,
like
that's
spins and it's disorienting. And then at a certain point, we also cut to outside the bar, where it shows all the carnage of all the Silco guards just busted up and on the ground.
Kim guards that she managed to just beat all these Kim guards
to get into the bar to fight Savika.
And it really helps sell how like good of an opponent, or how big of an opponent Savika is in comparison to regular, like even people hopped up on Shimmer. She's just such an incredibly efficient fighter.
And she like doesn't even use full Shimmer. She's just like, she gets little micro doses. Yeah. You know?
Eventually
the sword. The sword is cool.
Yes.
I don't think we talked about the sword yet.
Well, we're getting there.
It is a flaming laser sword.
Yeah, when she first uses it, she like slashes through a table thrown at her, and it sends an entire like slash forward. It's kind of like in Legend of Zelda, you know, when you get like your full hearts and you slash forward, it sends like a wave.
Oh, yeah.
It's like that.
This is my favorite fight scene in Act 3.
Really?
It's just a really cool one-on-one.
It gets really cool once they manage to clash with both the one. Oh well, first of all, she manages to break one of the gauntlets with the blade. Then Vi gets her ass beat down, and she's getting up from the ground. She sees like a hallucination of Vander, and he starts quoting some things he said before, and kind of just like not just quotes, but he just starts encouraging her as she like remembers him.
He's like in a holy light too, by the way. Like the framing is that like she's in the dark and Vander like almost has an angelic presence to him.
Yeah, it's really cool. The lighting is incredible.
And he's at the bar. I don't remember if he was like bartending or if he was just sitting at the bar. He's just, it's like his bar. His spirit has like, you know, still within like it resides within the bar still, and because it's also kind of like her home.
Yeah.
And he's just like, you're gonna sit here and take it, like,
Well,
you gotta fight to the end.
He also
It's gonna
says things
suck.
like, "She needs you. They all need you. Like,
Yeah.
people need your help. Beat this girl up, and then let's go help them."
I think the first time he said that, he was talking about like powder.
No, I
And
think
this
when
time,
they said
like,
she needs your help, it's definitely Powder.
yeah, I mean, talking about like in Act 1 when he said something similar. I was thinking maybe in Act 3 it meant more like, she took it more as, Caitlyn, maybe.
I still think it's probably Powder, because Vi's whole mentality is I can fix Powder, because she still thinks of her as Powder. She's like, I can
fix
bring
her.
I can bring her back. Like, things can be the way they were. And so I think that's Vander, or her like hallucination of Vander being like, yes, go, she needs you. Because
We'll
this
see
is
either
this is
way.
also post her walking out on Caitlyn and giving up on her relationship with Caitlyn. She doesn't know Caitlyn's been captured.
Yeah, but I mean, I could have also thought of it as like fighting for like keeping that peace or something. I don't know. It probably is powder. I don't remember exactly what he says a ton of, but it's just a really good scene.
Yeah.
That's all you really need to know.
Yeah, then
It's just like a pep talk thing.
After that, there's a really cool scene where they kind of like clash, and the lights go out because the clash sends like a shockwave, and the rest of the scene is like the rest of the fight is a bunch of slow motion special effect, like only the special effects of the heat from the sword and her gauntlets are lighting up, and as they clash, they send sparks.
There's like a gradient too, where like it almost looks like a painting as like it's the light comes on and off.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Love the lighting. The colors are fantastic. Everything's fantastic. And eventually she manages to beat her down and then rip off her arm.
Her fucking arm comes out of the socket, the robot one.
Yeah,
She's not like super cruel.
Yeah.
It's dismemberment, but it's cool because it's robots, and apparently that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's not violent. And she gets thrown into a pillar, like upside down, smashed.
I think
into the
she's
pillar.
thrown into the jukebox, isn't she? That's how it
Might
ends.
be the jukebox. But is she dead? Like,
No,
do
we
know?
see her. We see her at the end, smoking a cigar and in a seat at the bar, like when
Oh,
the
that's
final
right, yeah.
song plays.
Because for some reason I thought she was dead. I missed that part.
Yeah, and then Vi goes to like the bar, and she's kind of like panting after all of it. And then like as she leans down, we see Jinx behind her, and she just knocks her out.
She's like, "Way to go, sis!" And then she like pistol whips her in the back of the head.
I love how creepy and how sneaky she's being now. It's really cool. Where it's like you never know.
And the purple eyes
Oh, incredible!
glowing. She's scary.
The light in it is she's in the darkness, and just like the illumination from her purple eyes is great.
And it's just terrifying.
Yeah, and then we get
Ugh.
to see council meeting time. Jace saying some real inflammatory stuff now. It's just like, look, we're all a bunch of shit leaders, all right. I think we should finish the council. Let's abolish the council. I've proposed peace with Silco. The Undercity will become an independent state. They will have trade routes, and all of the we cut to like slow motion. I think this is when the song starts, right? No, this is not nearly.
No, that's
when.
way later.
That's way later.
But yeah, he's just like, I don't give a shit what you think, is what he says specifically.
It's like, well, excuse me for saying this, man, but I don't give you shit what you think. To like Caitlyn's mom.
Yeah. And so they all start yelling at him. My favorite thing is that the old man with the puzzle is the first one to get angry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. It's funny, but he just seems like the least likely person to be angry about anything.
Well, he was super angry at like when he got the puzzle. Like he got the puzzle, someone else gave him nuts. He's like, "What the fuck is this? I'm allergic
Yeah,
to
I
these.
just
Don't you
meant,
know?"
He doesn't seem like the first person to like understand what's happening, is what I was thinking. It's still funny when he gets out of the chair, though. I just like, he's an old man. He's weird,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Old men are funny. That's it.
I can agree with that. That's something we can agree on.
I'm glad.
One of the few
I'm
things,
glad.
apparently.
Finally, in Act 3, we come together. Old men funny.
Old and funny.
Breaking news.
Stop the presses.
I think that's everything because we get into like this one final scene.
Yeah, I
right?
think we get to the
This
final
big scene.
confrontation as we cut to Vi waking up and she's tied up in this chair as Jinx.
Best scene in the whole show.
Yeah, she's
This,
captured her.
15-minute sequence.
Yeah, she's captured her, and it's at the factory that Powder blew up in Act 1. So, like, it all comes back round.
I was wondering why there were like these cool like purple veins over everything. I didn't realize it was the factory because it just was like in dark lighting the entire time.
Yeah, at one point we cut back and we
rubble.
see the rubble, and it's like, she mentions, like, it's all coming back round or something. Like, she talks about it at some point that made me remember, or that made me notice it was the factory.
Yeah, I remember a little bit now because it's like we at the very end we cut to like an exterior shot, and yeah, that's where it is.
Yeah.
It's the factory.
Really cool.
So good for their characters. It's like where it all began. Like it went wrong in episode 3.
Mm-hmm. Like, where Jinx was created, that's where Jinx's final, like, decision lies. So she kind of talks about how Silco raised him and, like, what Silco wanted her to be. And she says, like, Silco thinks he was the one who made Jinx, but he wasn't. It was you. That Vi was the one that created Jinx. And it's really, really cool, real emotional scene. And up through this entire sequence, like, you just don't know what's going to happen with Jinx. Like,
You're
she's
just like, what the
fucking
fuck are
nuts.
you doing? The most like loose cannon, like insane thing. Like, because we're still at the point where it's just like Vi in this like interrogation room, right?
Yeah.
You're just like, what? There's just like all this purple vein shit. You're like, what kind of evil dungeon is this?
Yeah,
It's wild.
Wild. So she, like, starts talking about Caitlyn, and then she places down this platter with a cover on it. She's like, you know, she's afraid it's gonna be Caitlyn's head.
We forgot to cut to because she like turns on some lights, right?
Oh
And
yeah,
then
she's at a dinner table.
Yeah. Vi gets turned around in her chair and pushed up. There's a whole dinner table.
Oh yeah.
Jinx has set up like this massive dinner table. We see Silco tied up.
Well, not yet.
And like, I thought we did.
Not yet.
All
We
right.
just see the dinner table and no one's at it, and she's like, it feels, we might be introduced now. I don't have the specifics written down, but we're not introduced to Caitlyn yet. Because there's a
I just
reveal.
remember we see like Clagger and Milo, like the puppets, at the table. The candles turn on. Silco is on the opposite side of the table, like at the head of the table.
I really like how she
And then-
lights the candles. I don't know if you remember, but she just takes a lighter, she just throws it, and
that
like
was
as it
sick.
spins by, it lights all the candles.
Yeah, she just throws it like a shuriken or something, and it lights every single candle across the room. And so I like how there's like the imagery of Vi's at one head of the table and Silco's at the other, where they're like the two heads of the family at opposing sides.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? They're two heads of this table. They're also kind of like two sides of the same coin because they're at the same table. They're both connected by Jinx and Powder. It's a really, really good scene. Like, we haven't even really started it yet. It's just like the framing that we initially get on. I don't remember if there was any food on the table. I think it was set up with like plates and stuff,
No,
but
not
nothing
really.
on it
Just
yet.
like
Yeah.
garnish around like just all of the aesthetic of the table. But then
And the puppets are there too. Yeah.
then she like starts talking about Caitlyn, and she brings out the platter, she lays it down, and then she's like slowly is like reveals it, she like lifts it up, and it's just a cupcake with the gemstone on it, just like, oh, I'm not that crazy, and then she wheels Caitlyn in. I really like the suspense that they created
Yeah.
here.
I was like genuinely, I like that kind of suspense. Because I was like, maybe, like, I know the lore in terms of like she's a playable character, so I don't think Caitlyn dies, but like, what the fuck is gonna be under that platter? It could be her head. I don't know. Maybe she gets resurrected with magic later or something. I do like, by the way, it's a cupcake because Vi calls Caitlyn Cupcake.
Well, the reason that they
Ties
keep,
back in.
The reason they keep mentioning like cupcake is because Caitlyn has an ability in League. I don't know if I told you about this before.
Oh, she does? I didn't know this.
Yeah, where she lays down, her W is she lays down a trap, and it's just a cupcake and a bear trap. It's really funny.
Oh, that's really funny that it ties back into Caitlyn like that. I knew the association where it was like, yeah, cupcake. I get it. I'm like, oh, that's so funny, because like Jinx doesn't know that. It's just like a related like funny thing that's just on the table.
It just happened to be a coincidence. It's really funny.
It's great.
She then asks Vi, like, which chair should I sit in? And she reveals that there are 2 chairs, a Jinx chair and a Powder chair. And then she gives Vi a gun, and she just says, like, make her disappear, and Powder will come back. So Vi has to kill Caitlyn in order for Powder to come back.
It's such a really cool... Like, this made me speechless, where I was just like... It is literally insane person, but it is the most believable, like, insane person scene I think I've seen in a long time. Not necessarily that, like, it's realistic, air quote, but, like, it really feels like there's an internal logic to everything, where it's not just wacky crazy. It's like she is, like, in this own fucked up way, like, make everything go back to normal. We'll kill Caitlyn, my replacement. She's gone, and then I'll replace the replacement, and I'll be back. It'll be Powder, and, you know, it's fine. Like, the whole idea of, like, the 2 chairs thing, too, symbolizing 2 different people.
Exactly.
You can really get an idea of, like, in her brain, she does not connect the 2 people. Jinx is a repression of Powder, and Powder died when Jinx was born. They're fighting for control. And it's like, who do you want in the captain's seat? And, like... I think the Jinx seat is like covered in spikes and is black, whereas like the Powder seat is kind of like a normal chair.
It's like covered in. It has. I got like crow symbology from it. I think crows are like in the show are symbolic of her, which is weird because in game they're symbolic of another character. So that's why there's been fan theories about whether or not whether or not Swain will enter the scene or not. I don't think it. Well, Noxus has been introduced, so who knows? We'll get to predictions later about that. But anyways, Silco kind of like starts making noise, and then Jinx is just like, do you have something to say about this? And, you know, he's been gagged this whole time. So is Caitlyn. But he she takes off the gag, and he's just screaming like, no, she's lying. She's wrong. Everything she's saying is a lie. Caitlyn is your replacement, and I am the only one who truly loves you and won't betray you. And at some point, Jinx throws like a glass, like a wine glass at Caitlyn, like as she like starts making noise or something.
Yeah, she's like, shut up. And I think she takes the pistol back too, and she like shoots the Milo doll. She's like, shut the fuck up, we're talking.
That's what happens.
Stop.
She shoots the Milo glass, and it like slides over to Caitlyn.
Oh, it's so good, where it's just like she's breaking down. She still sees them as real people. Vi's really getting an idea of what like Jinx and Powder is like left.
Yeah,
because like Vi, before the whole dinner scene, I forgot to mention, she says like, you know, it's just me and you, Jinx, or whatever. Like, we can fix this. I will never leave you. And she's like, all right, put it to the test.
Yeah, and
like has this whole thing set up to like prove her loyalty.
A whole ultimatum.
Wacky shit. And it's just like, the environment really makes it, but it's like, oh, it's so good. I love
it. This whole time that they're talking, like after she shoots it, I think this is when Silco says that he won't give her up. He's made the decision that he'll give up like his nation of Zon because he loves her and that she is his daughter. And he's
telling the truth too, probably.
Oh yeah, no, this seems like there's no deceit. Like after that scene at the Vander statue, I'm completely convinced this is what he wants. And then we hear a gun like rev up, and we see that Caitlyn has escaped because of the glass that was broken. And she's revving up the gun at Jinx, telling her to like.
Yeah, she cut her rope restraints and ungagged herself. All that.
Yeah. Just tell her to drop the gun, which she does. And so we kind of have this standoff moment as Jinx does this whole like puppy eyes thing again. And Vi is telling Caitlyn, don't shoot her, she's my sister. And eventually the standoff breaks as Jinx gets this like, you know, devilish smile and just rushes her. Because she's imbued with Shimmer now. So she is
she gets super fast funny power.
And I love the way her eyes leave like a trail.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
It's like headlights.
Yeah. Oddly, you mentioned that. It reminds me of like Initial D, the way they did their lights.
Yeah. Straight up, she is like a car in the night. It's cool.
Yeah. And as she gets the gun back, she like revs it up at Caitlyn. And both Vi and Silco are like shouting at her now. And she has this super introspective moment as like everyone's screaming. Or just everyone's yelling at her like what to do. She doesn't know what to do. She's like feels trapped. Do you have anything written down about this?
Just that she was like going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have stuff written later.
Okay. Yeah, and so eventually she loses it and she just starts shooting to like just make it stop. And we have this really kind of like drawn out, really good suspense again as like who was shot. We see like someone has been shot. There's a chair with bullet holes, and the chair spins around to reveal it was Silco.
Mm-hmm.
And she runs and she's just like apologizing. She's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. And as his dying breath, he's just saying that like he doesn't really regret anything, and that I remember like his last words, so like you are perfect. Like, and I took that as like Silco sees her as perfect the way she currently is.
Yeah.
Like Jinx is perfect. You don't have to go back to being powder.
Just like a full acceptance of like, because he didn't like Jinx a ton also. Like he accepted her and loved her as his daughter, but also she interfered in a lot of ways where he was frustrated with her. So it was like his last dying, like, you're perfect. I love you.
Well, he's also,
as you want.
This whole thing, like all of them are seeing the struggle she has. So he's trying to help ease her mind. She's like, you're perfect. He may even be saying, no matter what you choose, you're perfect. Or he may just be saying, Jinx is perfect. You don't have to change if you don't want to. Who knows?
It could be anything.
Yeah. And then Jinx slowly gets up from that. And then she goes and she sits down in the Jinx chair. And she turns to Vi and she says, you know, I'm not the only one who's changed. You've changed too. So we can't go back to the way things were since you have also changed pretty much.
Her pose in this chair, I think, is in a lot of promotional art, but it's really iconic.
Exactly.
It's like a really good shot, and I understand why they chose it now. Because it's like, there's the symbology of the chair, specifically, too, that, like, you don't really understand from the shot.
Yeah, if you would just
but
see
also,
a screenshot,
like,
you wouldn't realize, she's sitting in a chair with her name on it. Okay.
Yeah, she has, like, this really evil look on her face, like, this very serious, yet, like, menacing look.
Yeah.
It really sells, like, I'm going to become the villain that, like, I was meant to be. Not in a literal sense that she thinks she's a villain, but just, like...
She's lost all... In her mind, she's lost all family. The Vi she knew is gone. This is a different Vi. Just like this is a different
Silco's
powder.
dead.
Yeah, my family is dead now. The last family that I had is dead. The Vi I knew died a long time ago, like when she entered Stillwater.
It is her literal Joker 2019 moment upcoming.
Yeah, and she's basically
I'm the Joker, baby.
Yeah, just like at the end of Joker 2019 when he shoots Murray. This is basically the very ending act is what that is.
It literally is. I was joking, but it really is.
You were joking, so you were the Joker here? You're the Joker, baby.
Joker?
So then Jinx takes the gemstone from the cupcake, and she puts it in the rocket launcher, and she walks up and she just aims it at the council room, and we see as
very...
Go ahead.
I just want to say very, like, methodically, too. It's like she is fully in control as Jinx. There's no, like... Because she's usually kind of manic in some way.
Yeah,
this is, like,
twitchy.
the first time in a while we've seen her completely still
Composed.
and just confident in what she is. Yeah.
And we see they've gotten it down to a vote, and Mel removes her family ring and she puts it down, and then she raises her hand to vote in favor of peace as Jinx pulls the trigger on the rocket, and we see it, like, revving up.
Yeah, it's like all split, by the way, this entire scene between, like, a hand will go up for peace, the light kicks in, and then, like, it'll cut back to, like, another character. Order. It's crazy.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, if you have it written down, you go ahead.
Savika smokes a cigar in Silco's room, and just like every time after each of these, we basically see like the rocket fly a bit further. Heimerdinger and Echo are kind of just like nerding out in the safe haven. Singed looks, he kind of like looks down at this locket, which we can presume is his daughter, because right before he operates on Jinx, he tells Silco, I too once had a daughter. So I think this is him looking down at his daughter and just kind of, remembering her. And then we see him look up at a man having chemicals injected into him. And I'll get into what that implies after.
I think I know what that is too, but I didn't notice that before.
Yeah.
I'm excited to talk about that then.
We see Mel's mother, and she's standing in front of the painting I was talking about earlier about the Iron Bastion and the pier at the Iron Bastion, and it's just destroyed. She's just painted over all of it, just like you could tell she was just like, I'm rejecting this. And
yeah, it's like orange paint or something, right? Where it's just
yellow,
all over it. Like literally like she burned it down because like orange fire or whatever.
It was yellow.
Fuck it.
Yeah, she pissed on her family name is what she did.
Ooh, hey, there you go.
And then Vi helps Caitlyn up as they watch the rocket fly over the moon. Also, the entire time, this one of my favorite musical moments of the show. Very somber.
It's really good.
They get Sting. I don't really know a bunch about Sting, but they get him. As the council, the last hand is raised, they all agree to peace. As we see kind of a close-up on Mel's back as like all of the gold that she's wearing kind of lights up, and that she turns to see the rocket, and finally the rocket hits the glass, and the glass shatters in a way so that all the shards point towards the rocket, and all of the shards reflect kind of the like smiling face that is painted onto the rocket. It's such an incredible scene, and then it cuts to black, and that's
great.
the end of the
like,
season.
My last note is just all in caps. That's where it ends? That's where it ends? Because it's just 4 minutes of credits, and I was like, Nick, there has to be a post-credit scene, right?
No.
Like where we go into the wreckage. There's like a teaser for season 2. No,
he sent me
nothing.
a Discord message. He's like, there's a post-credit scene, and I'm like, this ain't Marvel.
It should be like, oh, it ends, and it's just, please, why can't there be like a little more? And I think that's good suspense, like, because you're going into like another season or whatever. You got to end on like a memorable moment. It's not like teasing necessarily like, oh, here's a thing to keep you coming back. It's just like, here's the story could go anywhere, kind of a thing.
I still don't
happens?
think that. Never mind. I'm not going to go into it.
That's it. It's episode 9. We're done.
Well, there's still some things I thought were weird about that final scene. Like, we kind of...
Oh, yeah?
The council kind of weirdly just started saying yes when they were so avidly against the idea. Like, no one said anything. Mel just raised her hand, and then everyone else did.
I feel like we'll get more of that in season 2.
I think they're
hopefully.
all dead. I think Mel is dead, too.
I think we'll get a
took the
flashback
brunt.
is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I think we'll get a flashback is what I'm saying.
I think it's just going to remain an unresolved...
To like the conversation before.
I feel like it's going to remain an unresolved plot point because it's not that big... Or plot hole. Because it's not that big a plot hole.
It's not even really necessarily like a plot hole. It's just kind of unshown. Like it
well, you
it's
could
not
argue
like
any plot hole is
contradicting
unshown.
information. It's just, I don't think it's like a big deal plot hole.
Yeah, I'm not saying
or
it
anything.
is. That's what most of my complaints aren't big deals.
It's all right.
I'm mentioning something
Whatever.
weird that happened and that... Yeah.
It's a little weird.
Also, the guy hanging up in Singed's room, that's gonna be Warwick. we all know it. We've all talked about it. Everyone in the
Oh,
community.
I thought you were gonna say it was Victor or something.
The Victor's not dead.
Well, I thought you said it was a guy making juices in his room.
Well, no, it was a guy being injected with juices. I can find
Because
the
Victor
picture.
injected with the juice. He was down with the purple flirp in the Mountain Dew.
Here's the guy hanging.
But Warwick, I have seen pictures of. He has just like needles all in his back. Yeah, that's not a man. That's Oh, what? Okay, wait. Actually, specifically,
Yeah.
do we talk about like who this? Because I
He
can
just
see
looks up at it.
specifically. No, his beard and like he kind of looks like a Vander in that shot.
A little bit.
Like, actually, he does.
If you want to know, I'm not going to say who I think it is, but if you want to know with almost certainty who this character is, read just, like, Warwick's bio, and that pretty much 100% spells out who it is.
Gotcha. Because I think I also remember, like, didn't near the end when he injected himself with, like, purple, Vander had, like, claw hands somewhat?
I don't remember.
I think he did a little bit. That is a wild image, though.
Yeah.
How did I not notice
it lasted
that?
like 3 seconds.
I think it's because I looked over to write down, haha, what the fuck is in Singed Locket's loser, haha.
That's his daughter.
And I didn't know.
Presumably. No, I can't really
It's just like, ha, loser. And then I looked back and then the council was blown up.
Yeah, that lasts for like a second and a half. Like, we don't see much of, like, it actually, like, we don't get to see it. He is pumping chemicals into that. Like, we see a little bit of that. So yeah.
Yeah,
Arcane.
so that Arcane. Look at him go.
Look at him go. Anything else you have to say about the show? Oh.
In conclusion, I mean, besides season 2 predictions, if we have any more of those.
Yeah, I have a few.
Really solid season 1. Was impressed that they actually made it this good, because I was expecting it to be, at best, like just something that League of Legends fans were like, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And at worst, it was like gonna just,
At worst, it was the Ultramarines movie.
be shit. Yeah.
Look that up if you want.
It turned out like actually really good, especially for someone that like doesn't like League of Legends at all, and like I don't like reading the lore personally, even in that way. I've heard it has good lore, just not interested in it that way,
Yeah. All right. Predictions.
That was it. I have no idea where to go from this. Like, I mean, you could do your brief, like, season 2 analysis trailer or whatever.
Oh, there's not a whole lot. Basically, the reason this is almost definitely Warwick is because at the end of the season 2 announcement trailer, we hear a noise that is Warwick's passive. It's a noise that happens whenever Warwick's passive activates. W passive, whatever. And so that's Warwick. My predictions for season 2, or kind of rather things I want to see, I kind of want Camille to make an appearance, and I want Piltover to revolve around a fight for power among the houses, and Camille being a driving force in that. When it comes to the Undercity, Mundo would always be funny. Twitch would always be funny. Don't think they're going to make it in. Though if Twitch did make it in, I want Twitch to be that one rat from like the end of episode 1 or maybe episode 2 that Singed was messing with to like show off the power of Shimmer. I want that to be Twitch. That'd be really funny.
He just gets really big.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm a rat. Ah.
Yeah, that's Twitch.
I have no idea about anything about Twitch.
He's funny.
Straight up.
He's funny.
I just know he's a rat.
I want Urgot to make an appearance. I think he'd be really cool. It's super intimidating as an Undercity villain. Who else is there?
You know who I want as someone who doesn't know anything about League of Legends, and it probably won't happen?
Who do you want?
Tom Kench, baby.
He is
I want the fish in a top hat.
He is in Bilgewater, probably.
No! He can swim in sewer water.
I always thought it'd be funny if there's the one scene at the end of episode 1 where Deckard is like being interrogated, and that's like the scene where the cat like rubs against his leg. There's a
yeah.
We get to see into the ocean in the background. I wanted to see like Pike swim by, just as like a little Easter egg. That'd be really funny. But of course, can't have that.
I just what if Tom Kench got flushed, and he ended up in Zon?
He's big. We're gonna need a big toilet.
Yeah. What if this is like past Tom Kench when he's a baby, in a time skip?
He is like an eternal demon thing.
Oh.
Demons are weird in League. But speaking of demons, people people are saying there's like crow symbology and Swain, that Swain might come in. That would be really interesting to see more of Noxus influence. And Swain is part of the big 3 in Noxus, Swain, Darius, and I forget who the third is. They're not a named character. They're like someone that wears a mask, but Swain is like he's the general.
Also a liberal.
What?
He's wearing a mask, so he's a liberal. Don't worry about it. It's a COVID joke. You wouldn't get it.
Oh, okay.
It's ahead of your time.
Ahead of my time, yeah. One day I'll know what that's about.
So dumb.
But Swain is like the general of Noxus, so I don't, unless there's like an invasion thing of happening, I don't think Swain will be a part of this.
Is the boy toy a champion?
No.
For some reason, Tarek pops into my head for some reason.
No, Tarek is.
I don't remember who Tarek is.
Tarek is. I'm gonna have to send you a map, and I'm gonna have to put a map up on screen to explain this.
Is it like we're in America, Tarek's in China, and it's like he'll be in season 2? It's like, why would
Maybe
he be
more.
here?
I have to look at this map. It might be more like he's at the bottom of. He's like in like Chile.
So it's like, yeah, he's not coming up to like Canada.
All right, so here's the map. Tarek's from Targon. He'd have to cross.
Did they name
like,
it after him?
What'd you say?
Did they name it after him?
No.
That's a lot of land.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mountains too.
Oh, those are deserts. Targon is like a big mountain that's like has to do with gods. It's weird. Where if you climb the mountain and then you're tested by the gods, you can become an ascended.
I mean, but look, Bilgewater is like right there. Like Tom Kench could swim over. He could do it.
I quit. Yes, maybe Tom Kench season 2.
Yes, yes. I want funny Top Hat Man. He's funny.
I want my funny list
Like,
man.
now see here, we're gonna put you in my belly because I can open my mouth. Because he can eat people and transport them, right?
Yeah, that's an option.
I want him to do that. Who is the least likely? Like, okay, where is Aurelian's soul on this map?
Aurelian Soul is Targon.
Oh, cool. All the cool ones are in Targon. Good to know. Where's Teemo?
Teemo? Bandle
Like,
City
is he
is
far
kind
away?
of like another realm or something like that. It's
Good,
weird.
good. He's not even in the same universe.
Well, they
Keep him
kind
out.
of like appear all over the place. Bandle City is
No!
like the usual whatever.
Just put an anti-Teemo shield around Zon.
Just Zon, Piltover can have him.
It ends at the bridge, so there's like a wall, and like Teemo's banging on it. He's like, please, I want in. I heard they're probably going to do another Piltover Zon thing, because it's like, they already have the assets for like everything, so might as well reuse it for a fast turnaround.
Yeah, because this
didn't
show
this take
took
like a decade or
This
something?
took 6 years to make. This show was in production for 6 years, which is why it, turned out so good. Because not only was the actual art in production, even the writing was rewritten that many times, is what I heard.
That's just so wild to me that it turned out this good. Like a company like Riot, as big as Riot, was like, let's take the time and make something good.
Well, to be fair, they hired another company to make it.
Yeah, but under their hiring specifications, they weren't like, you have 2 years, pump it out. They were like, take the time you need,
Yeah, that's
make
really
it
cool.
good.
It's because
That is so
they're
cool.
just completely like funded by skins. So like they did that with all of their projects. They basically were just like, we have sat on so many projects for so long, and I think all of these projects will turn out pretty good. I mean, I wouldn't say Legends. What was it? Ruined King, a League of Legends story, did not turn out nearly as like high production as this. Still pretty all right, I think.
Yeah, I watched you play some of that. It looked all right.
Yeah, it's not like
that's the
amazing
RPG
like
one, right?
Arcane is. Yeah, it is. It's the first side game that they released. They also released a rhythm game featuring
Wait, is that the one with like Corgi?
Ziggs.
Oh. Good.
Yeah.
My favorite thing about Zig's lore is that he played DDR in the arcade. It inspired him to release his own rhythm game.
His whole thing is explosives. Why is he in a rhythm game? There are music-based characters.
Yeah, why would they not give that to Sona?
Yeah, I'm so glad you didn't say Seraphine. I fucking
I
hate,
do-
I
who
hate
is
that.
that?
Oh my!
She doesn't
I
exist.
don't.
She's
thank
not
you.
real.
Thank you.
I've never played League of Legends. I've never heard Nick mention that name in his life. He doesn't hate Seraphine. He just doesn't know who she is. She's not real. Any predictions, by the way?
Oh, I went
none.
off. Like, I hope that Piltover becomes a power struggle. Zon, I hope both sides become a power struggle as like everyone kind of struggles to rally everyone together. So I think it'll just be a complete mess and just everything is chaos. Jace is definitely gonna Mel is dead. Jace is going to have to come with terms with that. Victor is going to continue as unethical. I think Victor will fully become mechanical by the end of season 2.
Same. I agree with that.
I hope Heimerdinger becomes a bigger part of the story as he's come to understand the Zonites. Well, also I hope Zon becomes a nation. I hope that Heimerdinger comes to understand the Zonites' perspective. I hope Echo continues to kind of rally the good side of the Undercity and have his time abilities with him and Heimerdinger working together. I expect Heimerdinger to actually become a little I think he'll make some gadgets and to protect himself because I think he realizes with so much dangerous going on he'll need to.
You know what? I just thought of something about how to get Pike into the story.
God damn it.
You do a side 1-episode Christmas special where Pike has a list, he checks it twice, finds out who's naughty or nice. He's just in a Santa hat.
He's just gonna say all the captain. Oh my god, all the captains naughty. Everyone else fine. He just hates captains.
I would enjoy a holiday special just in the world of this where there's a war going on and they take a ceasefire.
Why don't we have a Christmas Pike skin? Whatever.
Oh, it would be, do you really not have a Santa skin
They
for
don't.
Pike? That's such a good idea. Hire me. I almost said Blizzard, not Activision. What is it? Riot Games.
Don't worry.
I actually love you. You're not my third choice in my mind.
They both have some pretty iffy allegations against them.
That's probably why I mixed them up. It's fine.
But
yeah, nothing for season 2 for me really. Straight up, I just hope it's good because I think it's gonna be a faster turnaround. I hope we develop everyone a little bit more. I think please be a war eventually.
This feels like season 2
expected
will
it
be
for
a
so
war.
long.
Season 2
I feel like
definitely.
season 2 I felt like that for the past 2 acts though. I don't trust my intuition anymore.
I trust mine. I didn't feel like those acts would necessarily end in war. It felt like the majority of it would be a struggle to stop a war. And it feels like now the death of the council that is the spark that ignites a war. There weren't a ton of things that were a spark to ignite a war. There was sparks to be wary, but there was nothing to be this is the turning moment that a war has started. They straight up killed the political head of Piltover. That will start a war.
I thought it was going to be the bridge scene. Honestly, I thought that was what was going to kick it off.
That felt more like rising tensions to me.
Look at you and your literary devices. When you go off.
I read a book once.
I don't know. It just difference of opinion. But is there anything in season 2 that I am forgetting that we haven't talked about? That anyone who already exists that we haven't covered? Caitlyn, I guess. But what the fuck is Caitlyn gonna do?
Well, she's going to chase after Jinx, and she's gonna struggle with. What is my relationship with Vi? Do I repair it? Do we work together? Do we not? Do I block her
Vi
up?
Makeout scene.
I'll say that's a coin toss whether that happens.
Not in a perverse way. I gotta clarify that.
Yeah, like a romantic way.
Give me a kiss.
Well,
I want the lesbians to be happy.
I think it would be good for them to address each internally. I don't think they themselves understand what they want from each other and what their relationship is. I think their emotions are a lot more complex than that. And a kiss scene would solidify, this is what you mean to me. This is our relationship. This is how I see you.
I'm talking by the end of season 2.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Don't rush it.
That's what
Just
I'm saying.
give me the
it's
kiss.
Just it's a show that solidifies their relationship and where they're at. And I think I really liked how season 1 it was so mysterious because if they just made a decision, it's like, all right, this is our relationship. But they don't know. They don't know what they mean to each other. They're exploring what they mean to each other. Are they partners? Are they partners in like an investigation? More than that? I really like their relationship. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's good. I think I just want a very definitive like end for season 2, because we got like the cliffhanger season 1. I just want there to be not a definitive end to the show, but just like a definitive cutoff point for season 2, where it's just like things have resolved, it can pick back up, but I want like a conclusion of some kind.
The problem with that is it leads to a game where these characters don't have concluded stories. Where it's like Jinx is still alive and around, not behind bars. Vi and Caitlyn work together.
But is League of Legends canon in any way?
They're not killing characters.
Other than it just being like a MOBA?
They're not. It seems like they're keeping the continuity of these characters are free to do what they do, and they're not dead. Because they're not killing off any named characters. And I guess
they are not.
I guess it could be presumed, Jinx broke out. But I don't think they're going to lock her behind bars. I feel like they may lock her behind bars, like, but then season 2 ends with like not an after credit scene, but like this final scene of like it cuts to her. A
hole in the wall.
A hole in the wall, like she's escaped.
Yeah, I didn't know. Like, is the League of Legends thing that like the characters have to be alive?
I don't know.
I feel like in a canon you can have a dead character.
We can only presume.
I feel like they should break the canon a little bit for the sake of just telling a complete story in some way. Not like a chapter end, not necessarily a end, right?
Yeah, I would like it if like, they locked her away, but then she blew up and escaped. And like that's
fine.
The end.
Yeah.
That would be fine.
Then it's like there's more adventures to be had, but it's like we had like a conclusion to Jinx's arc of retribution and all that.
Yeah. Is there anything else
I'm
you
gonna
have
miss
to say?
this show. When is season 2 coming out? Like, I missed this show
It's not
already.
announced.
When is it coming out?
Just that it's in production.
Okay.
I say maybe 2 years.
I'm gonna say at earliest 2023, if not like 2024.
I'd say 24 sounds about accurate to me.
It's so long.
Well, get used
We're
to
doing
it.
this again.
We're doing it again.
Are we doing this again in when it comes out in 2024?
Well, hopefully we'll still be
Can
at
we
this.
pinky promise on that on camera?
Um,
Can we smooch on camera to seal the deal?
I'll leave that to the viewer's imagination.
All right. If you stuck around for this long, it's like fucking 7 hours at this point or something.
Yeah, thanks for staying. Be sure to check out our.
Thank you so much.
Be sure to check out our Discord, as well as I'll be putting Wells's channel in my description.
Yeah, I'll put Nick's in mine as well. In our Discord, we have links to everything, like our Twitches, our other social media stuff. So
highly recommend
see what we do.
The Discord. I write some reviews there. That's exclusive to the Discord. Occasionally, I need to get more on that, but
just our announcements are there. It's like the hub for everything.
Everything Pants and Nick. That's the server.
If you just want to, Pants and Nick, or just whatever. Really cool of you to stick around for this long.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Bye.
We love you. I'm gonna kiss you.
Don't do that. Okay, bye.
I'm gonna do it. And Nick, I have a secret for if you're back. I hate all of this. I'm just pretending to like it. I actually hate good writing. High Guardian Spice is my favorite show of all time. Okay, good, you didn't hear all of that. Unless you look in the recording, then you might see it.
Well, my headset is wireless.
Fuck!